Still about to go live.
Okay, live stream's all good. At this time, will sergeants please start their recordings?
Recording to the computer in progress.
Recording to the cloud all set. And good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Immigration. At this time, would all council members and council staff please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent mode. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. I am Councilmember Shahana Hanif, Chair of the Committee on Immigration. I'd like to start by thanking my colleagues for being present today for this very important hearing and recognize that we've been joined by Council Members Hudson, Krishnan, Moya, Sanchez, Stevens, Ung, and De La Rosa. Before we get started, a personal note: I had a major hip surgery last Wednesday. Many of you know me as our city's first Bangladeshi and first Muslim woman elected to the city council, but I'm also our city's first bionic council member. I'll be chairing the entire time, but ask for your grace and a commitment to anti-capitalist politic. Feel free to brush up on the 10 principles of disability justice by Sins Invalid. And in the near future, we will be hosting a hearing related to healthcare and disability. Today is the committee's first hearing, and we are here to discuss COVID-19 in immigration detention centers. Leading up to my appointment as chair of this committee, I had been in conversations about the egregious conditions and treatment of detained immigrant New Yorkers. In March 2020, when the coronavirus pandemic first took hold across the country and everyone was encouraged to stay home and maintain social distance, ICE had 38,000 people detained in its facilities across the country. When immigrants at Hudson County Correctional Facility went on strike to obtain soap and toilet paper, a guard told them, "Well, you're going to have to die of something." On March 24th, 2020, ICE confirmed the first case of COVID-19 for a person in detention. To date, there have been 40,358 confirmed COVID-19 cases in ICE detention facilities. On May 6th, 2020, Carlos Ernesto Escobar Mejia, a 57-year-old man from El Salvador, died in ICE custody in Southern California, becoming the first person to die in ICE custody after testing positive for COVID-19. He was unfortunately not the last. To date, ICE has confirmed 11 total detainee deaths from COVID-19. Despite pandemic safety guidelines and multiple lawsuits, ICE's response was not to release people, but to continue to arrest people and to conduct raids, including in areas that had been deemed a containment area, to limit the spread of the virus. A study by Detention Watch Network also found that ICE practices contributed to the spread of COVID-19 across the United States. Within detention centers, ICE failed to implement quarantine procedures for newly detained individuals, leading to outbreaks across facilities. ICE staff also withheld information from detainees about the virus, often failed to provide soap, hand sanitizer, and personal protective equipment, failed to implement testing procedures widely after state lockdowns began, and routinely used solitary confinement with limited medical care, sometimes for weeks, as a form of quarantine. It is also virtually impossible to practice social distancing in detention. People face appalling medical neglect and unsanitary living conditions, while tightly packed in poorly ventilated spaces and having limited bodily autonomy. While several public health experts have repeatedly called for people in ICE custody to be released, particularly given there is a wealth of evidence demonstrating that detention is unnecessary and inhumane, the Biden administration has continued the use of detention during the continuing public health crisis. Specifically, after reaching a historic low in early 2021, the total number of people in ICE custody nearly doubled, rising from 14,000 to 27,000 people detained in just a few months. In fact, between June and July 2021, the number of individuals held in immigration detention grew more than 200 per day. And as if things could not get worse, the Omicron variant is now tearing through ICE detention centers. Since the start of 2022, COVID-19 cases in ICE detention centers have surged by at least 625%. We also don't know if this is an accurate representation of the case rate, as one person detained in the Orange County Jail was told that ICE didn't want to test people because they don't want their numbers to go up. This is disgusting and unacceptable. Several immigration detention centers in New York have also had complaints filed against them with allegations of medical neglect, verbal abuses, retaliation, and disability discrimination. On February 16, 2022, approximately 42 detainees at the Orange County Correctional Facility started a hunger strike in protest of the alleged poor conditions and mistreatment by guards. Today, we hope to hear their stories and amplify their voices. ICE practices during the rise of the global COVID-19 pandemic are just the most recent example of the cruelty and violence of the immigration system. ICE's horrific detention practices before and during the pandemic included family separation, sexual abuse of children, unnecessary hysterectomies, use of force, arbitrary and punitive use of solitary confinement, and medical neglect, which occasionally results in death. Tens of thousands of people are exposed to this unnecessary cruelty every single day. Immigration detention is unnecessary and part of a strategy of deterrence that aims to discourage migration and stomp on people's will to fight deportation. We must end detention as a racist tool of exclusion. We will also be hearing a pre-considered resolution today, which I am proud to sponsor alongside public advocate Jumaane Williams, that calls on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign the New York Dignity Not Detention Act, prohibiting governmental entities from entering into agreements to house individuals in immigration detention facilities. This bill would help keep New York families and communities together, protect immigrants from neglect, abuse, and torture inside detention facilities, and maintain New York's commitment to immigrants' rights and racial justice by ending incarceration for profit. I want to thank the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs for being here today. I also want to thank the state electeds, advocates, and directly impacted people for joining our hearing today, and for your tireless work in fighting for justice on behalf of all New Yorkers. Additionally, I want to thank public advocate Jumaane Williams for his partnership on this resolution. I also want to thank the committee staff for their work on this issue, including committee counsel Harbani Ahuja, and everyone working in the background to make sure this hearing runs smoothly: Florentine, Noah, Agatha, Rob, and the sergeants. And of course, my brilliant team, Alex, Moose, Nora, Michael, and Hannah. I wish I could also thank the Orange County Jail for being here. They were invited to testify, but will not be showing up. With that, I will turn it to committee counsel to go over some procedural items.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Harbani Ahuja, and I'm counsel to the Committee on Immigration for the New York City Council. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify, when you will be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists to testify, so please listen for your name to be called, and I will be periodically announcing who the next panelist will be. For everyone testifying today, please note that there may be a few seconds of delay before you are unmuted, and we thank you in advance for your patience. All hearing participants should submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. At today's hearing, the first panelist to give testimony will be representatives from the administration, followed by council member questions, and then members of the public will testify. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom, and I will call on you after that panelist has completed their testimony. I will now call on members of the administration to testify. Testimony will be provided by Commissioner Manuel Castro from the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. Additionally, the following representative will be available for answering questions. Tom Tortorici, Director of Legal Initiatives at the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. Before we begin, I will be administering the oath. Commissioner Castro and Director Tortorici, I will call on you each individually for a response. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Thank you. Director Tortorici?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Hanif and the members of the Committee on Immigration for calling on this hearing. And thanks to all the advocates and the directly impacted individuals on this call, to the council staff and my staff who are also present here today. My name is Manuel Castro, and I am the Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. And as was already said, I am joined by my Director of Legal Initiatives, Tom Tortorici, who will be on hand to support with any questions you might have. As many of you know, I see very familiar faces here. I was previously the Director of New Immigrant Community Empowerment, where this issue was very dear to us. We worked with many directly impacted individuals, and I had a chance to work with many who were detained at ICE facilities. And so I know firsthand how important this issue is to take on now in government. I am, thrilled to work closely with you to making sure that we ensure that there's a spotlight on this issues. I'd like to begin by stating very clearly that Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement, that is ICE, has shown a disregard for the dignity and humanity of immigrants from its inception. This cruelty was magnified during the previous presidential administration, but it continues today, including in immigration detention. So as just one example, and as will be explored in today's hearing, immigrant New Yorkers who are detained by ICE are often housed at Orange County Correctional Facility, where legal service providers and advocates have highlighted allegations of abuse and racism, and where there have been recent reports of an outbreak of COVID-19. I too share the concerns of advocates and the council, and I call on ICE to immediately address the inhumane and unjust conditions at OCCF. Moya and the city have worked for many years to advocate for changes to the immigration system and implement laws and policies at the local level to build trust with our immigrant communities. In my testimony, I will briefly cover our longstanding advocacy against abusive and inhumane practices of detention by ICE, our protective laws and policies, and investments we have made in immigration legal services, including for those at risk of immigration detention. I'll start with the city's advocacy for detained immigrants. It is Moya's duty to advance the well-being of immigrant New Yorkers. As part of that duty, Moya has consistently advocated at every level of government for our immigrant communities and will continue to do so under my leadership. This includes advocating for detained New Yorkers. In spring 2020, at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Moya, along other agencies, DOH, MH, and H+H, sent a letter to DHS, ICE, and USCIS calling for immediate actions to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and protect public health, including by releasing medically vulnerable individuals from ICE detention. Later in 2020, Moya, DOH, MH, and H+H sent another letter calling on ICE to release all families from detention centers in order to keep families together. We have also stated in our public comments, such as in our opposition to security bars, that ICE should use discretion in deciding whether to detain people in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Moreover, through our Cities for Action coalition, of which New York is certainly one of the strongest leaders, we have worked alongside other welcoming cities across the country to advocate for immigrant justice, including by calling for an end to the Secure Communities program and by halting deportation from Haiti. I'll now speak about the city's laws and policies. New York City is home to over 3 million immigrants. Almost 40% of our residents are foreign born, and about 60% are immigrants of children. Given the reality of children of immigrants, the city cannot function without trust between immigrant communities and city government. Again, the city cannot function without trust between immigrant communities and city government. The city has worked to build this trust by making clear in law and policy that the city does not conduct immigration enforcement. First, city laws restrict when New York Police Department, the Department of Corrections, or the Department of Probation will respond to or comply with a detainer request from ICE. These laws recognize that it is generally inappropriate for our law enforcement agencies to engage with ICE, and that immigration enforcement is generally a civil and not a criminal matter. Second, the city's laws generally prohibit the use of city resources for immigration enforcement and restrict local law enforcement from accessing non-public areas of city property. These laws reflect our commitment to ensuring that immigrant New Yorkers feel safe when they engage with city agencies, programs, and benefits, regardless of immigration status. And third, city law regulates the collection, retention, and disclosure of identifying information. Agencies do not generally collect information about immigration status because it is irrelevant to the provision of many city services or benefits. However, where that information is collected, either because it is required by state or federal law, or because it is directly relevant to the provision of services, that information is protected by the city's privacy laws. In addition to these laws, the city has invested heavily in programming that recognizes that New York City is stronger when all residents, regardless of immigration status, are able to access services that they need. And finally, I'll speak about city immigration legal services. While the city does not fund the New York Immigration Family Unity Project, NYFUP, it does manage NYFUP provider contracts through the Human Resources Administration's Office of Civil Justice, also known as OCJ. This administration, in partnership with HRA and HRA's OCJ, funds immigration legal service programs carried out by more than 30 community-based organizations and nonprofit legal service providers citywide who provide immigration legal consultations, advice, and representation to thousands of immigrant New Yorkers each year in their community and in their preferred language. The administration also prioritizes services for New Yorkers, especially at risk of detention and deportation. One such initiative is the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, known as RRLC. RRLC was launched in September 2019 with an initial $1 million investment as a partnership between New York State's Office of New Americans and the New York City Office of Immigrant Affairs. Its work is conducted by 3 immigration legal service providers, Make the Road New York, Unlocal, and the New York Legal Assistance Group, NYLAG. These groups provide legal assistance to those detained or at imminent risk of detention and deportation, who may not have the right to see an immigration judge or are otherwise facing a fast track to removal. The work of RRLC is intensive, fast-moving, and requires deep and nimble expertise. RRLC teams support New Yorkers at greatest risk of being separated from their families and returned to sometimes unsafe conditions abroad. RRLC fills a critical gap in citywide immigration legal services, and many of its clients have nowhere else to turn. So in conclusion, ICE has a duty to care for those in their custody, a duty that they have consistently failed to uphold. The recent outbreak of COVID-19 in OCCF and in other ICE detention centers reflect a callous indifference to the health of immigrant New Yorkers and other immigrants in these facilities. Detention of these individuals is often a choice. In many cases, ICE has the discretion to release immigrants. I urge ICE to use that discretion and release the detainees currently held at OCCF. I want to end this testimony by thanking the many immigrant legal providers who are on the ground doing the work, including those providers contracted by the city. Our providers have been crucial partners in the fight for our immigrant communities, not just in their day-to-day work, but also in their work to raise emerging issues and gaps, as they are doing and will do today and in the future. So lastly, I look forward to addressing any questions you may have. I will stay for the remaining of this hearing and look forward to hearing the concerns of council members and of advocates and directly impacted individuals and families here today. Thank you again for holding this hearing.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony. I'm now going to turn it over to questions from Chair Hanif. Panelists from the administration, please stay unmuted if possible during this question and answer period. Thank you. Chair, please begin.
Thank you. I want to recognize that we've also been joined by Councilmember Joseph. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Commissioner Castro. I'd like to start off by asking, what work has Moya done with the Department of Correction and the Police Department to crack down on unsanctioned collaboration with ICE and end New York City's role in funneling residents into ICE custody?
That's a really important question. As you know, there are laws in place that prohibit city agencies, including NYPD and others, from collaborating with ICE. That's something that we take very seriously, and that Moya is consistently working to advocate and educate our agencies about. We understand that there's still work to be done, but that is something that we take very seriously from our office. I will hand it over to Tom to speak about specifics, but I do want to make sure and the council knows that this is an issue that I will be looking at very carefully in the coming months and years. Tom, if you would like to add some to that.
Sure, not much to add. So generally it's our partner agencies or other city agencies that implement the detainer laws. The city strongly believes that our laws should be complied with, and interaction with ICE be held to very limited circumstances. Moya does provide guidance where necessary to these agencies in conjunction with the law department when there are specific complex questions involving law or policy. So it depends on the situation, but we work with the law department and other agencies to make sure that the detainer laws are complied with.
Got it. And I know, Commissioner Castro, you mentioned that there's work to do. Could you specify what would be an immediate next step in ensuring that we are not cooperating with DOC and NYPD?
Mhm. Well, for me, is meeting with commissioners from these agencies and or their staff, and making sure that they know this is an important and critical issue for us in the city, and making sure that everyone is adhering and respecting our laws, and of course, continuing our leadership at Moya to ensure that everyone's educated about the existing laws and protections in place. I will be meeting with DOC commissioner soon, and will emphasize this as a major issue for us, and we'll be cooperating with them and the city council to make sure these are respected.
Thank you. And then, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Chair Honey. Just to add to that a bit, as proof of the effectiveness of the law, since the law was implemented, detainer law was implemented, the numbers have fallen to all-time lows, and so there's proof in the numbers of its effectiveness.
Got it. And if there are complaints from the community of such collaboration, who can they be reported to?
Well, certainly us, myself directly. I will be meeting with many of the organizations that are on this call and that are funded by our initiatives. But certainly this office is collecting this type of information. There's a hotline that the community can also call, and we will receive these complaints and make sure we're addressing them.
Okay. I definitely want to make sure that I have a hold of the hotline number and that we're able to track. How has Moya engaged in advocacy on issues related to COVID-19 in immigration detention centers?
Well, as I mentioned in my testimony, Moya has sent a number of letters urging ICE and these detention centers to use their discretion. We've raised our concerns about COVID and other unsafe conditions at their detention centers, and we will continue to do so. That is something that I'd like to continue to be an advocate for and leader in making sure we're addressing.
I know you mentioned that Moya used Cities for Action. Could you speak a little bit more on how Moya has used Cities for Action or another advocacy avenue to demand action from DHS Secretary Mayorkas to exercise discretion for purposes of custody review and release of New Yorkers who are detained in immigration detention facilities?
Yeah, Cities for Action is quite an interesting coalition of cities from across the country. And New York is often a leader in raising issues and implementing policies and laws that are very cutting edge, and other cities use us as a resource, right, for these kinds of initiatives. We often put out statements together, or we lead as a city in putting out statements rejecting comments that we believe are in disagreement with our laws and policies. Most recently, Secretary Mayorkas called on cities to collaborate with ICE, and I put out a statement saying that we would not do that and that we would continue to adhere to our policies on that issue. I believe we were the only city to do so immediately. Maybe one or two others followed, and I will continue to meet with my counterparts at other city agencies, cities, I'm sorry, and encourage them to do the same.
Thank you. And Commissioner, how long ago was that letter sent, and could we receive a copy?
The statement I put out was not a letter, it was a statement, but we can share that with you, and we can certainly send a letter as well. But a public statement was something that we wanted to make immediately after those comments.
And as you mentioned, Cities for Action is a coalition of 150 pro-immigrant cities engaging in federal policy led by New York City, which was founded under the de Blasio administration. What is this administration's role in Cities for Action?
Well, we continue to be a leading agency in this coalition. I, in my previous roles, worked extensively on advocacy for comprehensive immigration reform and other related issues. I will continue to do the same through this coalition. We will continue to lead on calling out ICE and immigration enforcement when we deem appropriate. But certainly, MOIA will continue to be one of the leading agencies.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, this is a key space for the city to intervene at the federal immigration policy level. Cities for Action has led sign-on letters to the federal administration since President Biden took office. Has Mayor Adams signed on? We would like to get some clarity and commitment in ensuring that MOIA is still going to be part of this effort and adequately staffed to do this federal advocacy work in partnership with other cities.
Yes, I have not received any indication that we will continue, and we're certainly continuing to grow our staff to support these efforts. And I'm known as an immigration reform advocate, and so I will continue to raise these issues and push as much as we can as an agency.
And Chair Hanif, just to build upon the commissioner's remark, so far, since Mayor Adams was inaugurated, C4A has not issued a sign-on letter, but MOIA itself has put out statements, including recently calling for additional language access needs for COVID-19 tests that the federal administration is sending out, and other things, as the commissioner mentioned. So MOIA continues to work with C4A partners in advocacy and program policies, and we're certainly paying attention to sufficient staffing for that as well.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Could you share what sufficient staffing looks like for this work?
Well, I love to have as many staff as possible, of course, to do this work. We're very passionate about this, and I certainly would like to bring on additional staff to do this work. But I will be lending my own voice to this as commissioner, and I will be very active in this space.
Just to push on this piece a little, because I know MOIA does not have a full investment in resources to do this work. What does the team look like now to what it could look like to really ensure that we're doing this work right?
Well, we just hire someone to oversee this work. Someone who has worked at city government for a very long time and has direct experience in this space. And so her title is Sector Director of Policy Initiatives and Special Projects, and will be overseeing this work alongside me, of course, because I will continue to be active.
Great. We have an upcoming budget hearing, and so if you're in need of staff, we hope to hear more about that very, very soon. So moving on, New York City has made impressive and important investments in immigrant legal services over the last few years. During the Trump administration, there were several legal and policy changes which made the provision of legal services difficult. The mayor's office must be responsive to changes on the ground and allow for the legal service providers to shift their approach as needed to provide access to justice to all New Yorkers detained as much as possible. Do we have a commitment from your office to engage with our legal service provider partners and be flexible in their contracts to respond to changing needs?
Well, certainly, and that's why I've asked my team to stay on this call and hear their concerns as well. But I am certainly very committed to sitting down with agencies that we contract with and listening to the concerns, whether it's the issues at hand or contracting, which is always like something that well, let's say as the executive director of a nonprofit that contracted with city government, I was very passionate about. And yeah, my commitment is to actually visit our contracted agencies and get to meet with their leadership, but also staff that do the work and members where possible.
Thank you. And do we have a commitment from Moya to continue to fund initiatives such as the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative to ensure we are doing what we can to protect New Yorkers from unjust detention and deportation?
So, like I said, this is an area that I'm very committed to, and I think it's really important for us to lead on. And so as we engage in conversation with OMB and with the city council, I'd want to, continue to fund this work. And, I certainly welcome additional funding if possible.
And then do we have a commitment from Moya to end the criminal carve-out for NYFUP and ensure that all New Yorkers facing deportation have access to legal counsel?
So coming in, that is something that, I was very interested in learning more about and in starting conversations with the city and with the city council. So yeah, I look forward to having those discussions with the team to see what we can do.
Got it. I'd now like to turn to council member questions.
Thank you, Chair. As a reminder for council members, if you have questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function. In order, I'm going to be calling on Councilmember De La Rosa, followed by Councilmember Krishnan, followed by Councilmember Joseph. Councilmember De La Rosa, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank Chair Hanif for her leadership on this timely hearing and Commissioner Castro for coming in to testify. So as a member of the state legislature, I actually visited Orange County Jail a few times as a member of the Corrections Committee. And one of the things that was most sobering was that folks who were detained there saw that they had no other option, well, they thought they had no other option than to sign over deportation documents because they had very little access to legal services. Can you walk us through, Commissioner, what is Moya's role when a person is from the New York City is detained in a facility such as Orange or any other, and what services and outreach that person receives from Moya or any other service provider?
Yes, so as I said in my testimony, we invest, pretty heavily on legal service provision, $10 million in total. And $1 million of that goes to rapid response legal service provision. And, that is incredibly important work because, you have to look at, cases that are long-term, but also cases where deportation is imminent. So that continues to be, a key component of what Moya does. But, even before we get to that point, we have a large initiative amongst our staff or commitments amongst our staff to work directly with immigrant communities, not just with the larger CBOs and legal service providers, but with the smaller community-based organizations. Part of my interest in this role was coming from a smaller community organization, and that continues to be the case for me, making sure that we're working with, undocumented New Yorkers who might be at risk of detention and deportation, and ensuring they have the support of any issues that might come up, that they have access to city government resources, services. And that is a commitment of ours at Moya. And then after perhaps being released from detention, we make sure that Moya is available to connect people to the services that we have. Our hotline is often where folks call in asking for those resources, and we can, we are working to continue to increase, those resources for individuals.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to make sure that
Thank you. Thank you for unmuting me. Just one follow-up question.
Sure.
And that is one of the things that we hear on the ground often is family members not being able to get in touch with their detained family members. And I know the hotline can be something where folks can call to get this information, but is there anything proactively that the agency can do when someone has a detained family member to get that information? Because sometimes that means the difference between someone actually signing off on those deportation papers and actually waiting to get the adequate legal services. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that question. That's actually quite critical. At NICE, the organization I led before becoming commissioner, we did a lot of that work. So it's important for Moya to continue to work with the smaller CBOs that are like working deeply in the community, because often those are the organizations that people go to. Because it's clear to me that yes, the hotline is important, but our community, I think it feels it's important to be able to do this in person and with someone that they can trust. That's why our partnership with CBOs are so critical. And I think we'll continue to do that and strengthen, perhaps with a guide to helping families in these situations. But certainly the partnership with CBOs are really important.
thank you, Commissioner. I'm now going to turn to Councilmember Christian for questions. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Hanif, for today's critical hearing on an urgent issue affecting all of us across our state and that we should all be paying attention to. I want to thank my colleagues who are here as well, and all the impacted individuals and advocates and council staff for today's important hearing. Commissioner, it's good to see you too, and thank you for your years of advocacy work around these issues prior to this position as well. I have two questions for you today. My first question is, the conditions that we've been hearing about at Orange County are atrocious, and that we'll hear testimony about, and they reflect exactly why it is that immigration detention is cruel, inhumane, and needless. The fact of the matter is that non-citizen New Yorkers should not be subject to such horrific conditions. They should be at home with their families and their communities. And this is why we need to end immigration detention in New York State, following the lead of a state like New Jersey as well. And to that question, my first question for you, to that point, sorry, my first question for you is, what can and will Moya do to work with all of us collectively to ensure that the Dignity Not Detention Act is passed at the state level?
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember, for that. I believe our legislative team, the city's legislative team, is still looking at the legislation, but we generally support, and of course, I personally in the past supported the legislation. And so I think it's important to continue to advocate together on this issue, which is why in my testimony I urge ICE to take action and to release detainees. But yes, that's something that I'm looking forward to using my own voice and platform to continue to push for.
Thank you. And looking forward to us all working together collectively to achieve passage of that instrumental legislation. My second question goes towards the enforcement of the detainer law in New York City. As I understand it, the Department of Corrections should be receiving a judicial warrant before it honors a detainer request, sorry. But as I also know from prior hearing testimony as well, DOC has not received or stated and testified that it has not received such a judicial warrant before, which raises a very serious concern for me and many others too, as to DOC's compliance with the detainer law, not just on paper, but in reality. And so I'd like to learn a little bit more from you as to what MOIA is doing to ensure that DOC is actually receiving judicial warrants before honoring a detainer request.
Yes, I'll let Tom provide specifics, but I just want to say that any violation of our existing laws need to be taken extremely seriously. It puts us in a position where our communities don't trust us and we don't want to be there. And so, I want to say that you have my commitment to making sure that these laws are being adhered to and looked at by our office. And, we work closely with the law department to make sure that, other city agencies understand what they need to follow to adhere to the detainer laws. But I'll let Tom provide a little more specifics to this. I believe there's some nuance there, but I'll let Tom speak about it.
Thank you, Commissioner. The city only holds someone for extra time and transfers them to ICE if a judicial warrant is provided. However, the detainer law also allows Department of Corrections to notify ICE where the individual has been convicted of one of the 177 offenses that are enumerated or is a match on the terrorist watch list. And so in those cases, Department of Corrections notifies ICE and they discharge the individual as normal without additional detention. This happened 11 times in fiscal year 21 for context of how often it occurs. Yeah, that's just a general, the general approach.
Thank you. I think one, just to note that, as I mentioned before, the laws aren't written on paper, the importance of ensuring that they're enforced in reality too. And so the question and the concern that I have is that DOC is utilizing notifications or other ways to work around the strict requirement of a judicial warrant before honoring a detainer request. And so I hope that we can work together and that MOIA can pay close attention to the enforcement of the law to ensure that there aren't any such workarounds that undermine the very purpose of the law.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member and Commissioner. I'm now going to turn it to Council Member Joseph for questions. You may begin when you're ready.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, colleague, Chair Hanif. Thank you for having this conversation in this space. Thank you so much. So important, very important. My question is two parts, actually. When undocumented folks are picked up in the streets and they don't speak English, do ICE, are they informed of the process in their native language? What kind of resources are there in place to support when they are picked up by ICE?
I actually I'm not familiar with what happens exactly in terms of language access. They should. Obviously, that would be very critical. Tom, are you familiar with what happens at that point?
I can't speak to the specific practice of ICE, but I can say that we provide Know Your Rights trainings and sessions information to community members in many, many languages. And so regardless of what approach ICE takes and whether they fail to inform an individual of what's happening or their rights in their own language, the city is working to inform them of their rights in their language. So they will know what to do when confronted by an ICE officer.
As a former educator, I know that on several occasions we were confronted with ICE out of our buildings. And that was one of the reasons why I took ICE training, to protect the kids. What are being done for public school educators, parents to know when ICE does arrive at the schools? What should they do?
Yeah. So, like Tom said, we have an extensive set of Know Your Rights workshops that we collaborate with other city agencies and CBOs to provide the community. We've partnered many times with local schools to provide Know Your Rights to parents. And like I said previously, it's important to work closely with local community-based organizations that are able to provide this guidance to their membership and neighbors.
And just to build on that, if there is a specific school or community that does wish to receive a Know Your Rights training, they can contact us directly and we'll make sure that it happens.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm now going to turn it to Council Member Sanchez for questions. Just as a reminder, if Council members have questions, you can use the Zoom raise hand function to ask your question, and I will call on you in the order in which you've raised your hands. Councilmember Sanchez.
Great. Thank you so much, Harbani, and thank you so much to Chair Hanif for holding this important hearing. And Commissioner, thank you so much for being here and taking our questions, especially in light of the fact that you're answering our questions about an agency that you do not run. And I know that that is challenging. And so my question is actually a question that you may or may not be able to answer, but I, definitely think it's important. So we know that people with disabilities, people with non-binary gender expressions are often placed in solitary confinement because for safety issues and other excuses similar to that. And so my question is, if you have any sense of, especially in light of what we're seeing with COVID-19 inside of these facilities, what policies ICE may have for placing individuals under solitary confinement, particularly gender non-conforming individuals and individuals with disability.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for uplifting this issue and, concerns. As I said in my testimony, we are extremely concerned about ICE's practices, and that's why we are urging them to use their discretion to release detainees, especially now in the pandemic. But I was very direct in terms of my, our displeasure or disappointment in ICE's disregard for the dignity and humanity of our community members. And I think wherever possible, we'll use our agency's advocacy to continue to shed light on what's going on in these detention centers. Tom, is there anything else specific that I may have missed?
No, nothing more. But if you do encounter specific situations and specific stories, please elevate them to us, and we will do our best to advocate.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm not seeing any other Council Member hands at this time, so I'm going to turn it back to Chair Hanif.
Thank you so much to my colleagues for all your thoughtful questions. As a follow-up to Councilmember Joseph's question about schools and Know Your Rights conducted by Moya, could you share if there's anything that is routine or consistently being put forth by Moya at this time for our public schools?
Well, we put out a lot of materials for our community members in their languages, of which the Department of Education has access to. because it's such a large department. You know, they have their own resources and their own offices that address issues of immigrant communities as they come up, but we certainly play a role in making sure that when community members come to us, we're uplifting these issues to them. I will be meeting with the chancellor soon, and look forward to working collaboratively with the chancellor, with their leadership team, to make sure that our communities have the information and resources they need, and they can send them our way if they have any questions. And my wife is a teacher at the Department of Education, so I talk a lot about this a lot at home. So she'll make sure that I follow up.
No, that's good to know. And I know that my colleague, Councilmember Joseph, and we will be hosting something joint between the Education and Immigration Committees to dig a little bit deeper on this issue. But just to clarify again, as of right now, there aren't any sessions that take place school by school on what to do if ICE comes knocking at your door. We don't have anything that's consistent within the school system.
I believe, well, I can't speak about the Department of Education's work. I'm not familiar enough, but I will certainly look into it. As I said, they have such a huge team. They might, but I'm not aware of. But I'll certainly have the team look into it. And if there isn't, we would like to collaborate with them to make sure that there is.
And just to add to Commissioner's remarks, there are 3 teams at Moya that conduct Know Your Rights trainings regularly. Our outreach team in various contexts, as well as our community, our constituent services and community team. And Action NYC in Schools is still funded by Moya. Action NYC in Schools specifically provides immigration legal consults and representation to students and their families, as well as Know Your Rights trainings at more than 50 schools throughout the city. And so we could certainly arrange for KYRs where needed. Of course, the school system is very large, and so we do our best to reach and target as many schools that have higher immigrant populations as we can, but we are always open to sharing materials and fulfilling any requests.
For sure. I certainly, as chair of this committee, would want to collaborate with Moya on making sure that there's a commitment to our schools and getting this information out to young people to reach their families. And then as a follow-up, is Moya concerned about how police presence in schools, our school safety officers, can negatively impact immigration status of our young people?
It's an interesting question as a high school student in New York. Actually, John Jay, in your
my district, yes.
Your district. I was actually an activist around this issue, At that time, I was myself undocumented. Many of my friends were too, and that was a big concern of our families, of course. And so, yes, we'd like to look into this and work collaborative with you. If there are, advocates with these concerns, to make sure that we're looking into these.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Tom, for being here today and answering our questions. To my colleagues for your presence. I'd like to hand it back to Harbani.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank the administration for their testimony. We've now concluded administration testimony and we'll be turning to public testimony. I'd like to remind everyone that we will be calling on individuals one by one to testify, and each panelist will be given 3 minutes to speak. For panelists, after I call your name, a member of our staff will unmute you. There may be a few seconds of delay before you are unmuted, and we thank you in advance for your patience. Please wait a brief moment for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony. We have closed captioning available at today's hearing, and we'd like to thank Jenny Mouch and Lorena Tompkins for providing captioning We also have Spanish interpretation available at today's hearing for anyone who would like to testify in Spanish. We thank our interpreter, Jose Jimenez, for providing interpretation today. As a reminder, council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the Zoom raise hand function, and I will call on you after the panel has completed their testimony in the order in which you've raised your hand. I'd like to now welcome our first public panel. I'd like to welcome Assemblymember Cruz to testify. You may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairwoman Hanif and the rest of the members. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Catalina Cruz. I'm the Assembly member that represents Jackson Heights, Corona, and Elmhurst, which also happens to be the community with the highest number of undocumented New Yorkers and probably the most affected by the discussion today. I also happen to be the former counsel to this committee way back when and helped write the detainer bill that we have been hearing about. I'm the chairwoman of the Task Force on New Americans and have been working very closely with a group of advocates on this particular issue. I'm a former immigration attorney, and I can tell you, when I went last year to the Orange County Detention Center, there's a lot of things that have changed, but a lot of things that have stayed the same. While the city of New York has invested a lot of money in increasing access to legal services, there's still not enough people with lawyers, and there's still a lot of people who are experiencing what I would call beyond deplorable conditions. One of the things that we are seeing is that ICE continues its history of racist abuse, intimidation, retaliation to folks who speak out. The use of solitary confinement has not changed. Severe medical neglect. During the height of the pandemic, what we saw in their process for actually getting people over to the doctor or to get tested, it was just an absolute mess, which led to more and more people being sick. And we can't even get into the fact that many people did not have their constitutional right to access their lawyer when they did happen to have a lawyer. We saw over the last year that lots of these detention centers would claim that they had policies in place to take care of the members of our community. But I have to be honest, it almost felt like it was a show, like it was for show. Even when many of us would show up as a surprise to visit these detention centers, they would show us certain sections that they would want us to see. But when we talk to the advocates, when we talk to the lawyers of many of these individuals, what we heard was about people resorting to hunger strikes as recent as less than a month ago, because the conditions that they wanted us to believe were so-called acceptable were inhumane. And we at the state level, and I'm so glad to see Senator Salazar, because she can talk about her bill a little bit more later, but we have had several attempts in the state level to address this issue. I'll leave it to Senator Salazar to talk about her Dignity Not Detention bill, but I think it goes hand in hand with a lot of the other efforts to invest in legal services, to get people access to representation, which is the bill that I have, to make sure that anyone who ever has to face the possibility of deportation has a lawyer. And we look for our partners in the City Council to support both of these bills and to urge many of our colleagues to continue to invest, as well as the governor, in legal services, because we can change a lot of these laws, but if we don't give people access to actual lawyers to represent their rights, we're not going to get pretty far in this. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Is this your first official hearing, Chairwoman?
This is my first official hearing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. I'm going to now turn it to Senator Salazar for testimony. You may begin when you're ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee, and particularly to Committee Chair, Councilmember Hanif, for this opportunity to testify today. I serve as the state senator representing the 18th Senate District in Brooklyn, including neighborhoods which are home to immigrant families from all over the world. I'm the Senate sponsor of the Dignity Not Detention Act, as Assemblymember Cruz mentioned, and the Senate sponsor of another relevant bill, the New York for All Act, which prohibits state and local government officials and agencies from collaborating with federal immigration enforcement or from sharing sensitive information with federal agencies about individuals' immigration status. The Dignity Not Detention Act would effectively end the practice of immigration detention in New York State by prohibiting government entities from renewing, extending, or entering into immigration detention contracts. Simply stated, New York State should not continue to be complicit in the cruel, racist, unnecessary immigration detention practices of the federal government. In my current role as the chair of the Senate's Committee on Crime Victims, Crime and Correction, I've visited correctional facilities across the state, including Orange County Correctional Facility in Goshen, New York. At this moment, hundreds of New Yorkers are detained in immigration detention centers in our state. Some are detained in the federal facility in Batavia, but well over 100 individuals are detained by ICE in our state and local facilities, such as Orange County. The conditions are so atrocious at Orange County for these detainees that many of them are presently engaged in a hunger strike in response to inedible food, physical abuse, harassment by staff, retaliation, and a recent spike in COVID-19 infections resulting from staff's failure to implement necessary health protocols. Some of these detained individuals are my constituents. Many are New York City residents. Immigration detention is unjustified. It bears no relationship to the purported goal of detaining individuals who've not been convicted of a crime, which ostensibly is to ensure that a person shows up for their court date. In New York, any immigrant facing potential deportation is represented by counsel, and non-detained individuals represented by counsel in immigration proceedings have a nearly 100% record of appearing in court when required. This leads us to ask ourselves what the real purpose of immigration detention is. This practice seems to serve the sole purpose of punishing human beings due to their alleged undocumented immigration status. There is no evidence that ending immigration detention in New York would have any detrimental impact on public safety. Instead, by keeping people in their communities without disrupting their work and daily lives, there would more likely be a positive impact on the safety of our communities. As legislators, we can and we must take action so that New York will no longer participate in ICE's harmful and inhumane operations. In New York, 70% of undocumented immigrant workers work in businesses that are designated as essential businesses by the state. The contributions of immigrants and immigrant families to the vibrancy and welfare of our communities is immeasurable. I'm urging the City Council to pass the resolution presented by Councilmember Hanif and Public Advocate Jumaane Williams in support of the Dignity Not Detention Act. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Assembly Member, excuse me one second. Excuse me. Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Assembly Member Harvey Epstein to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Hi, this is Harvey Epstein, and Chair, it's really good to see you at your first committee hearing. I'm on my way to Albany, so I apologize for being in transit, but I just wanted to come and show my support for what we're trying to do. As Assemblymember Cruz spoke recently, we were at Orange County Jail together, and we saw the conditions that people were being kept in. And the reality is that we as a state need to do better. We need to support this resolution and get this passed through the City Council, and then give us the opportunity to get it passed in the state legislature. But we have to deal with this more holistically, dealing with people who are being detained. We have a package of bills that we are focusing on that hopefully collectively we can pass and get resolutions on, not just on this bill, but the entire package. I know that the people who are being detained at Orange County are suffering. When they're being released, they're suffering. They're being forced to pay for their own release and their detention and their own shackling. And there's so many things that we need to do collectively in the city and the state to protect so many vulnerable New Yorkers. I really am proud to support this resolution, and I hope the council will pass it. More comprehensively work on a package that we know will ensure the quality of life for so many undocumented New Yorkers who are, it is our obligation to support and protect. Thank you again for letting me be here. And Chair, it's really good to see you chairing this committee, and I look forward to working together in the future.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember. I'm going to turn it now to Chair Hanif for questions or comments.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember Cruz, Epstein, and Senator Salazar for being here. This is my first hearing, and it just feels incredible to me to have such strong partners and allies at the state level. I'm all in to make sure that we are working together and collaboratively and to make as much noise as possible to pass this resolution at the council level. I'd love to hear from you on what other action items can be taken by the council and our community organizations to really continue to keep up the urgency around what we're seeing across detention facilities.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to quickly ask if any other council members have questions. Again, as a reminder, you can use the Zoom raise hand function to ask a question.
Chairwoman, I think, one of our favorite things in government is to say, let's throw some money at it. We can always use extra money for legal services, but I have to be honest, I don't think that a problem of this magnitude, what's happening with the treatment of our immigrants in detention is going to be fixed by money. I think we all recognize, as the commissioner said earlier, which is congratulations, Commissioner, it's always good to see you. I think folks like he and I understand, frankly, better than a lot of people, the fear that people have of having ICE show up at your house or having a family member in a detention center, and can't even begin to imagine what it's like to actually be in that detention center. I'd like to see our council, our chairwoman, our speaker, and our mayor continue and actually take an even further step in perhaps demanding a meeting with ICE and with CBP and the folks who are here on the ground about the treatment of people. While you can't have an impact in say Orange County and the rest of the state, your constituents are up there.
Right.
If New York, many people may not know this, but because of spacing issues, most of the people who are from New York City who are in detention in immigration facilities are not in the city of New York. They are outside of the city of New York. So while they may be in someone else's jurisdiction, I think it falls on our partners at the city level to demand answers and to demand change, because we're going to continue to fight. And I think Julia and Harvey and many of us who are in this coalition are very much committed to the immigrant community to create this change. But a lot is going to have to happen in the meantime, and this isn't going to happen overnight. And while we work on that bigger piece of a change, we'd like to see you guys, and we'd love to join you if that meeting does happen, demand a meeting, an official meeting with ICE and with these detention centers. And there was a time pre-COVID where folks in the immigration committee were taking tours of the immigration court, were taking tours of Varick Street. I think that needs to return. When you put a public eye and public pressure on folks, people start to act different and the change spreads. So perhaps doing something along those lines, and let us know how we can support that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just briefly add to that. I completely agree with Assemblymember Cruz. When I mention the New York for All Act, the real intent of this is to minimize unnecessary, potentially violent interactions between individuals and law enforcement that can potentially lead to people ending up in immigration detention. And so I think additionally, everything that any action that can be taken by the council and also by other local governments. I mean, in New York City, it's much friendlier to immigrant New Yorkers and undocumented New Yorkers specifically than in other localities around the state. And we recognize that as state legislators, but any action that can be taken by the council and also by local law enforcement to minimize unnecessary interactions with the police and with immigration enforcement is really critical.
Thank you, Senator. And I wanted to ask about what your interactions with OCJ in specific have been like. We reached out and invited them to testify. They refused the invitation to join. Would just love to know what those interactions and those visits have looked like.
Yeah, my experience, so I was last at Orange County Correctional Facility I think it was in December, along with Senator Martucci, who is the local state senator there. What we found when we were there is that they told us that they were being audited, actually, that they're subject to federal, state, and local regulations and audits. They happened to be audited at the time when we were there. And so we were barred from interacting directly with anyone in immigration detention when I was there. And even though we really pushed them and asked to speak to individuals in immigration detention, they wouldn't allow us to. So instead we spoke to other folks who were detained in the county jail. But what we saw was a lack of compliance with essential COVID health protocols, wearing masks, and they just seemed very resistant to showing us the conditions in immigration detention at the jail.
For us, I think since Harvey's driving, we went together to that visit late spring, early summer of last year. And while we did get to see some of the folks in immigration detention, it was almost like a show, because we knew that things could not be as amazing as they were describing them. You know, there was this whole notion of, oh, we provide them access to the computer so that they can talk to their lawyers, so that they can have an opportunity, you know, to actually make their own appointments. But when they would go to try to get the slots to make the appointments, the system would fail, the internet wasn't working, something was always going wrong. And with the COVID protocols, it was more or less the same. There were people who were being isolated for certain periods of time, and they were making tons of excuses as to why that was. There was a gentleman who was trying to find a time slot, actually, to be able to get married with his fiance, who he had before he went into detention, and he simply was trying to go through the process, and they were making it increasingly difficult for him to be able to even see his family. We had lawyers who would tell us that they would go all the way up to Orange County from the city of New York, because the client was from the city of New York, and they would get up there only to be denied access to their own client. When it came to the food, it was a mixture. You know, some people were saying it was okay, some people were saying that they were not getting it. More recently, I believe it was sometime in the last 2 weeks, we heard that the conditions that seemed to be mildly acceptable back then have only gotten worse, to the point that in the last 2 weeks there was a hunger strike with the folks who were in immigration detention. And I think one of the things that people need to remember is that folks who are in immigration detention have committed a civil violation. These aren't folks who are facing a possible criminal charges. These aren't folks who have been convicted of a crime or a criminal act, whether it's in state or federal law. These are folks who are facing simply a civil violation of immigration law, yet they're still facing the consequences that would a criminal defendant, but they don't get any of the rights. They don't get the lawyers. They don't get any of, and they don't get anything. They simply are treated, if we think that criminal defendants are treated like second class citizens, immigration detention folks are treated like third or even fourth class, because they're not considered anything in their books.
Thank you for naming that, Assembly Member. I don't have any further questions, but we'll turn to my council colleagues. for any comments or questions.
As a reminder, I'm just going to ask if council members could use a Zoom raise hand function if they have a question. I see Assembly Member Epstein would like to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Assemblymember Cruz just said about our visit, that we talked to numerous people there who couldn't get access to their lawyer, who tried to make appointments and their lawyers weren't there. That was really critical. There were health issues that people continued to raise around medical attention that they weren't getting. And these were people, like she said, weren't convicted of anything, but weren't getting adequate medical attention as well. So there are a whole host of concerns that we raised during the site visit that still seem to be unresolved and gotten worse over time.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I'm not seeing any other hands at this moment, so I'd like to thank this panel for their testimony, and we'll be moving on to our next panel. In order, I will be calling on Mercy Kinetoche, followed by Rosa Cohen Cruz, followed by Felipe Cortez. Mercy Kinetoche, you may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good morning, New York City Council. My name is Mercy Kinetoche. You may know me as Miss Q. I am here to tell how awful the conditions were for me and other women in ICE custody at the Rensselaer County Jail. I arrived in the United States as a child to rejoin my family and escape violence in Ecuador. I was young when I came to New York. New York is where I have lived for more than half of my life. I am before you today because in 2020, I was ordered deported by the Immigration Court. I was also convicted of a felony, then sent to prison to serve a 1-year sentence. I was released on parole from criminal custody in August 2021, but then ICE arrested me again at the prison. ICE shackled my hands, waist, and ankles when they transported me to immigration custody. While transporting me, ICE made me walk over a drain, which I knew was dangerous. I warned the officers, but he ignored me. My ankle shackles got stuck on the drain. I told the ICE officer to stop and hold me. Instead, he took hard on the chains, holding my shackles. My ankle ripped against the shackles when the officer pulled on the chain. I fell forward, a strain on my face. I was covered in scratches and bleeding. 4 months later, I learned that my ankles had been fractured by the ICE officer during this incident. I was not taken to a hospital. Instead, I was taken to the Rensselaer County Jail, left injured and unable to walk. The jail put me in a dirty cell where there was no mattress. I had to ask for a mattress, and the jail officers gave me a dirty one. On top of that, the cell was filthy and reeked. The toilet was clogged, and the urine and garbage was all over the floor. I was injured and felt dirty. I asked for a shower to clean the blood off of me and a phone call to tell my family where I was. The jail officers denied both of those requests. I was denied showers and phone calls to my family for 2 weeks. After I filed a civil rights complaint against the jail, I was mistreated by the Rensselaer County officers. They told me I was lying about my injuries and making the whole thing up. Because I was in crutches, I needed extra help to get things like my meals. But they wouldn't help me. If other people in the jail were trying to start problems with me, the jail guards would just ignore me. It was like that they did not want to protect me. It felt like the officers discriminated against the immigrant woman in my unit, especially me. I was in a place where I just cried so much, I just wanted to give up. I am happy to say that because of the community pressure and support, I am now free from my detention. But I want the New York City Council to understand my situation is not unique. What happened to me happened to other immigrants every day. So I'm asking the City Council to urge New York State to pass the Dignity Not Detention Act and end immigration detention in New York State. I just want justice for other immigrants like me, and we need your help. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Senator Ramos to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Buenos días. and greetings from Albany, New York. My name is Jessica Ramos, and I'm the state senator representing District 13, which includes Jackson Heights, East Elmhurst, Corona, and parts of Astoria, Woodside, and Elmhurst in Queens. I also chair the Senate Committee on Labor, and my district is the most diverse Senate district in the entire country and was the national epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. Above all, I'm the proud daughter of formerly undocumented Colombian immigrants, one of whom, my father, was detained by immigration in the late 80s. In my time in the state Senate, I introduced and passed the Farm Worker Fair Labor Practices Act and the Excluded Workers Fund. Now I am working to pass the Early Learning Child Care Act, which will provide free to low-cost childcare to 93% of New York families, regardless of immigration status. I am also a proud co-sponsor of Coverage for All, the New York Health Act, and Dignity Not Detention. I mention these pieces of legislation because they all illustrate that detention is not the necessary default response to challenges our state faces. On any given night, hundreds of New Yorkers are held in immigration detention across the state, separating them from their communities and separating them from their families. I cannot adequately express the seriousness of the harm that this does to families and communities in our state. I have been visiting my neighbors in jails and prisons since I was a child and have seen firsthand the emotional and psychological damage that this practice not only has on those who are detained, but especially on their children. As of January of this year, the ICE facility in Orange County Correctional Facility had no vaccination program, limited access to routine medical care in the midst of a COVID surge, and serious issues with food supply and hygiene conditions for those detained. My constituents are among those detained and among the 56 individuals who ended their hunger strike under threat of retaliation. I urge the City Council to defend the dignity of all of our undocumented neighbors and pass the proposed resolution in support of Senate Bill S-7373, otherwise known as Dignity Not Detention. Dignity Not Detention would close the loophole that is stopping New York from truly being a sanctuary state by ending New York's participation in the federal immigration detention system and transforming New York into a state where anyone and everyone can lead a dignified life. By prohibiting government entities from opening new immigration detention centers, renewing contracts for existing detention centers, and closing existing detention centers, we reject the premise that the health of our economy depends on this inhumane practice. Detaining immigrants is not a viable economic model for upstate economies, and bills that move us toward an alternative, caring economy can emphasize that point. I'm grateful for the partnership of Councilmember Shahana Hanif,
Time
who is
expired.
using her new seat as the chair of the New York City Council Committee on Immigration to fight for the safety and the dignity of our undocumented neighbors. I look forward to our continued collaboration. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Rosa Cohen Cruz to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you. And I'm testifying on behalf of 3 people today. All 3 of them are currently in Orange County Correctional Facility. The first is JL. My name is JL, and I'm writing to you this letter because I want to provide testimony about the conditions here in Orange County Jail. I want to talk about the mistreatment I've experienced here in detention. It comes from the guards with racism, no adequate food, and medical neglect. My friend who is here filled out a form for doctors to see him, and it took 2 months for staff to see him. Even when he is seen, he's told by staff that he's not in the system, implying he didn't fill out the forms. And like the rest of us, he stands up for himself by telling staff that he did fill out the forms. I send a sick call myself for checkup for my anemia, and I'm still waiting to be seen. There are barely any Spanish speakers here to assist us with our issues. As for now, they are always serving pasta. At times, we must hold our noses to eat it because of how inedible the food is. I have told my legal team at the Bronx Defenders about how terrible the food is since September of 2021. Recently, we've come together to peacefully protest the conditions here in detention by refusing the food they serve. They took all our commissary and locked us in our cells for 5 days as punishment for our peaceful protest. Again, recently, they've been giving almost everyone who supported the peaceful protest a disciplinary notice. They asked me if I was guilty or innocent, and I declared myself innocent because I and the other detained people didn't do anything wrong. They declared me guilty for the peaceful protest and wanted me to sign the disciplinary document. We didn't do any violence. We didn't hurt anyone. So I do not understand why we were disciplined and penalized. The majority of people got guilty verdicts for this peaceful protest. As mistreatment from guards, if we need basic necessities such as soap, toilet paper, etc., they don't give it to us. The correction officers want to punish you and lock you up in your cell for breaking any kind of minuscule rule. Guards try to control every little action you do. We also experience racism, xenophobia inside detention. The guards tell us we should go back to our country, that what are we doing in a country that does not belong to us? A sergeant, Cimarelli, told someone who is here detained that he hopes that they deport him this week. I am friends with the person he told that to. Before we could see the name tags of the guards, but over time they removed them. If anyone files a complaint towards an officer, the next day, that officer will have the same person that complained in their sights. They try to find any reason to lock them up. And if they do, the guard will do a report to demonstrate bad behavior, which damages their immigration case. This happens a lot. That's why we don't say anything. We'd rather say nothing and not report the things they do or say. Collectively, people who are detained here wrote a list of complaints to the director. The director responded that she never got those complaints regarding medical neglect, food mistreatment from officers, etc. The director came back and asked, what was the complaint? We said medical neglect and the mistreatment by officers, the beds, and inedible food. In response, the director said that if we did not like the food, we can just throw it in the trash and we should stop protesting because we are going to get into problems with the jail staff. People here who are detained have been sending our complaints to an activist as well to help address the issues that people in charge are not paying attention or addressing. These are my words that I wanted to say. Even though I can't say everything they do to us in this letter, I wanted to thank you for allowing me to say all of this. I hope you can give this attention so that things will be easier for everyone in the future and the present. Next, I will read WG's testimony. My name is WG and I'm writing this letter because I want to provide my testimony about the conditions here in Orange County Jail. I want to start with the quality of the food here served in the kitchen. The food is expired or about to be expired. I know because I worked in the kitchen, so I know how it is. They just feed us pasta for lunch and dinner over and over. There are people here who have been detained longer than I have, and they say the same thing. They just serve pasta and expired foods. I would not feed this to an animal, let alone a human being, every single day for lunch and dinner. The only edible foods are the ones we buy with our commissaries. People who are detained here try to help each other by sharing foods we buy because most of us cannot afford it. This causes more financial hardship on our families who know about our situation with the food and want us to eat better. Our families sacrifice themselves more to send us commissary, which is unfair. Now my mother is struggling to pay the rent and food without my financial support, all while looking after my daughter. I received my food handling certification and picked up a job inside the detention as a cook to ease the financial burden on her. I and the other people detained work from 3:30 to 12:30 for $42 a week, which is not fair or enough. Cooking is not an easy job. I even fainted while working in the kitchen. We do not sit. We are standing the entire time. There have been moments where we wanted to submit complaints about their treatment towards us. Whenever we ask for documents to fill out the grievances, they say, we will bring them, but they never do. Sometimes when we are working in the kitchen, they don't inform us about phone calls we receive. And if they do, they call us just a few minutes remaining for our call. There is barely any confidentiality when doing phone calls as well, which affects our legal representation. As for the staff here, sometimes there are guards that discriminate because of how you look or where you're from. They disrespect us, and if we do the same, we get disciplined. An example would be if we use the microwave past a certain time that you can use it, and you try to explain to them that you just want to heat up some food, they'll pretty much threaten to send you into lockdown and even monetarily charge us with tickets. They sometimes mistreat us. If we ask for something, sometimes they give it to us, but sometimes they don't. Our overall well-being is ignored as well. Around 15 days ago in one cell, a sprinkler broke. Other people who were detained were sent to clean the mess. The water was very dirty and a lot were affected. The guards told us that they were going to move those affected by the sprinklers to another section, but they are currently in the same location where the sprinklers broke. Someone that was cleaning the mess came out stained from the dirty water caused by the broken sprinklers. The staff didn't bother to take him to see a medical professional after being exposed to the dirty water. As for medical neglect, if your head hurts or your body hurts, you ask them for simple medications like Tylenol, they tell you to fill in a sick slip, and they don't come and see you or give you any kind of treatment. I came in here on the 29th of September and submitted a sick call slip for back pain, and still they have not seen me. The only 2 instances I've received any kind of medical care was when I fainted in the kitchen, and then 15 days after I fainted. I was taken to the hospital and they said I had anemia and only gave me 2 pills. After the 15 days, they did only a checkup as a follow-up, and that's it. A lot of people here are put in their sick call slips and still haven't been seen. I see people who are visibly sick and staff just waits to see if they get better over time instead of treating them. It is us who are detained that try to take care of people who are sick here. We even put wet cloths on their heads to lower their fever. When people got sick here with COVID-19, they didn't give them medical treatment. They just put them in quarantine and had to hope for the best. And it was a lot of people that tested positive for COVID-19. To me, this is not right. In my opinion, they should be treating us with medicine if we get sick, with COVID-19 or any other illness. If we call the psychologist, they just ask you 2 or 3 questions. If you want to harm yourselves, how are you? Are you having suicidal ideations? There was no one here to express yourself to. There's no mental health professional that can offer therapy in Spanish, and it's even more challenging when there's an interpreter present for the session. It has discouraged others here who are detained to seek therapy. Therapy here is nothing stable or long-term, and when non-guard staff do come to our section, they just come like nothing happened, no questions on our well-being or anything. It's like when the guards come, they don't ask a question. If you want to ask something, they tell us that they're rushing somewhere and can't answer our questions. Perhaps the change won't be now, but I would like for any future detainees to have freedom to express how they are feeling. There are no resources here to help us with our mental health, especially in our native language at this facility, and this facility is a majority Spanish speakers. These resources can be crucial for our mental health, especially after our court cases. When I lost my court case, I felt frustrated and sad. I did not have a professional to speak with me, and I felt too sad to work in the kitchen that week. Because of this, I was let go of my job as a cook within the detention center, making it more difficult for me to afford anything here. I appreciate the opportunity to express myself, to vent about these conditions, and I hope to help someone in the future, not for this moment, but for those who come here after me. Finally, I'm going to read EM's testimony. My name is EM, and I'm writing you this letter because I want to provide my testimony about the conditions here at Orange County Jail. I would like for everyone reading this to understand the conditions here. What we are experiencing is a lot of stress and issues. My mother passed away the beginning of February from COVID-19. It has been a difficult month for me, especially since it was my mother's birthday on Valentine's Day. I wanted to see a psychologist because I really needed to talk to someone. I requested to see a psychologist here and was told that there are no Spanish-speaking therapists available. The staff here recommended instead that I join a detainee-run group meeting. This is not a resource from the detention. Instead, it is a detainee initiative. I don't understand how there is not a Spanish-speaking therapist in a facility with majority Spanish speakers. We are also experiencing medical neglect from the staff here. We had to share the same space with others who became sick with COVID-19. I had to disinfect the equipment like our headset because someone who had COVID would use it for their legal calls. Even the guards did not inform us which showers people infected with COVID-19 used. Around that time, I got sick and requested to be tested and evaluated for care regarding my blood pressure and pain I was experiencing. It took 9 days to be seen and 3 days to authorize a Motrin for my cold at the time. It was difficult to wait for the medication for days while I was in pain. Another person who was detained shared their pain medication they had from their lips with me. Under normal circumstances, I would never have accepted, but I was in pain, so I had no choice. When I finally received the Motrin, my body was not reacting well, and I requested for an alternative like Tylenol. The medical staff told me I needed a doctor's prescription for an over-the-counter medicine, like Tylenol, something I have never heard of, and said I was only authorized to take Motrin. Along with medical neglect, we also experienced mistreatment from the guards. They are not trained for detention centers at a federal capacity. When alarms go off here, instead of explaining what the alarms are for, they lock us in our cells. They sound like fire alarms, and it feels as if there's a fire outside our cells and we cannot escape. The guards also say racist comments towards us. A sergeant tells us that if we do not like how the detention is run, we can go back to our countries. The situation here does not have to be like this. We are also mistreated with the food. The food is inedible. It smells bad and the rice is raw. At times we eat this inedible pasta for 5 days in a row. It can be expensive to buy edible food with commissary. It can cost $60 to $80 a week to eat edible food, which is unfair to pass this financial burden on our families. Refusing the inedible food is how we began to protest these conditions. Unfortunately, there has been retaliation for our protest. We got disciplinary notices regarding our peaceful protest. I was asked if I declared myself guilty or innocent, and I chose innocent because I am innocent. The guards declared most of us guilty. I do not understand why they are doing disciplinary action towards us when we are simply protesting peacefully by refusing the food. The guards also locked us in our cells for 5 days, took our commissaries and our extra sheets. The jail here makes people's physical and mental health worse, and it is a scary environment. I myself feel physically and mentally deficient since my detainment here. I wish there were better mental health services here. I think it is important to have mental health assistance because your mental state affects the whole body. I hope change happens here in the detention center because this is a cemetery for the living. Thank you for your time. I know the 3 people inside appreciated the opportunity to share their story and wish that they could have done so themselves. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Felipe Cortez to testify. Felipe will be accompanied by Spanish interpretation by our interpreter, Andrea Jurado. Can we please unmute both of them? Andrea, can you also please explain to Mr. Cortez that you'll be providing simultaneous interpretation so he can pause while he's providing testimony?
The interpreter needs to make a clarification. I would be providing consecutive interpretation, not simultaneous.
Correct, thank you.
Señor Cortés, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Andrea Jurado, yo soy su intérprete de esta tarde. Voy a estar proveyendo interpretación consecutiva. Por favor, hablen en frases cortas.
Ok, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Felipe Cortés. Yo estuve detenido en el condado de Orange County durante 12 meses.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Felipe Cortés. I was detained in Orange County for 11 months.
Fui liberado el 8 de diciembre de 2021, exactamente un año después de la fecha en que llegué por primera vez a Orange.
Perdón, señor, ¿puede repetir?
Fui liberado el 8 de diciembre de 2021, exactamente un año después de que llegué por primera vez a Orange, perdón.
I was liberated on December 8, 2021, exactly 1 year after I came, exactly right now.
Primero que nada, gracias al concejal por la oportunidad de compartir mi experiencia hoy con ustedes.
First of all, thank you for the council to be able to express myself with you today.
Hay tantas cosas que quiero compartir con ustedes, pero el tema más importante que deseo compartir es sobre la falta de atención médica en Orange.
There are so many things I want to share with you, but the biggest thing I want to share with you is about the lack of medical care in Orange County.
Hay muchos problemas con el acceso a los medicamentos. Muchas personas que padecen de enfermedades no reciben la atención adecuada o no reciben tratamiento.
There are so many problems about accessing the meds. There are so many people that are suffering through illness and are not getting the adequate medication or treatment.
Para algunas personas les autorizan el tratamiento, pero luego a esas personas no se les administran sus medicamentos adecuadamente.
Some people get authorized for their treatment, but those same people do not get the medication adequately or properly.
Esto es algo que yo mismo viví. Sufro de dos condiciones crónicas que requieren de medicamentos diarios, presión alta y gastritis estomacal.
This is something that happened to me personally. I suffer from two chronic conditions, high blood pressure and stomachal gastritis.
Siempre fallaron en darme mis medicamentos una o tres veces por semana, pero el tratamiento no tuvo mucho efecto.
They always failed to give me the medication properly 1 or 3 times a week, and the treatment wasn't. It did not have a good effect.
En Orange County tienen 2 horarios para darles a la gente el medicamento, por la mañana y por la tarde. Pero yo trabajaba en la cocina de 3 de la mañana a 1 de la tarde. Venían a la unidad con su carrito, las personas que dan los medicamentos, los que estaban ahí podían recoger su medicamento sin problema. Como yo estaba en el área de cocina, muchas veces el oficial de turno tenía que llamarlos sobre mis medicamentos, pero nunca querían hacer su trabajo. Me decían, cuando vayas a la unidad puedes obtener tu medicamento o puedes tomarlo por la noche.
In Orange County, there is 2 schedules to give the medication, one in the morning time and at the evening. But I was working as a cook from 3 a.m. to 1 p.m. And the people that were given the medication would come with the unit card, and they were there. For the people that were available, they would get the medication without a problem. The office and the officer guard would tell me, I would had to call for my medication, but they did not want to do their work. They would tell me when I go back to my unit, I could get the medication or at nighttime.
Cuando llegaban a la unidad o esperaba hasta la noche como me sugerían los oficiales, las enfermeras solamente me decían, tienes que tomarlo en la mañana. Ahora no te lo puedo dar porque no es tu hora de medicamentos. Y pasa un día, 2, 3 y sigue la misma situación, nunca cambia nada. Cuando paso días sin tomar mi medicamento, me siento mareado por la presión alta, con la gastritis, sufro mucho dolor estomacal por la gastritis. Siempre tuve reuniones virtuales con mi trabajadora social de Brooklyn Defenders, de nombre Meg Margarita. En todas mis conversaciones con ella, desafortunadamente tuve que contarle mis problemas y quejas. Ella siempre tenía que llamar constantemente a la cárcel para hacer algo por mí.
Señor, the interpreter needs repetition. Allow me, please. Señor, ¿me puede repetir de dónde trabajaba la trabajadora Meg Margarita?
El departamento de Brooklyn Defenders, la compañía.
Gracias. When I would go back to the unit, and I had waited the whole night to get my medication as I was suggested by the officers, the nurse would just tell me to wait until the morning time because it was out of schedule to be giving my medication. And just like that, a day would pass, 2, 3, and nothing would change. Everything would be the same. After that time, I would feel dizzy for not having the medication and having high blood pressure. I would also have a lot of stomach pain because of my gastritis. I was always having virtual sessions with my social worker, Meg Margarita from Department of Brooklyn Defenders, and I would have to complain to her and tell her all of this that was happening. So she would have to constantly make calls to the jail for her to create a change.
También hay una gran falta de servicios de salud mental, no son los adecuados, el personal no está bien preparado. Sentí más apoyo de mi trabajadora social, como les repetía, de Brooklyn Defenders, Margarita, que todo lo que me brindaron en Orange County. Cuando uno completa una solicitud para los servicios de salud mental, no todo lo que decían era, solo es estrés, asegúrate de beber más agua y dormir más. Eso no es lo que uno quiere escuchar. Queríamos y necesitábamos terapia. Esperamos un programa que ayude a distraer nuestras mentes, sobre todo con todo lo que está pasando con la pandemia.
There was also a big lack of mental health services. There's not an adequate, they're not adequate, and neither they are prepared. I, once again, felt more support from my worker, Margarita, from Department of Brooklyn Defenders, than everything that has been given to me in Orange County. Every time I fill out a petition for mental health services, they would just tell me it is stress. I would have to drink more water or sleep more. We wanted and we needed therapy, or sort of like a group to distract our minds, especially with everything that is happening right now with the pandemic.
Yo por el momento agradezco mucho el espacio y el apoyo. Hago un llamado a todos los líderes comunitarios y a los defensores y al concejal, por supuesto. No quiero decir que esto es una batalla porque no lo es. Simplemente queremos un cambio y creo que ese cambio es justo y necesario para todos los que están dentro de Orange County. Por mi parte es todo. Muchísimas gracias una vez más por el espacio, por su tiempo y por todo su apoyo. Gracias de verdad.
At the moment, I want to thank for the space and the support for everyone here. I would like to call the community meeting and the council. I would not say this is a battle because it is not, but it is a call for change because it is necessary. Once again, this is all for me. I just want to thank the space and the support that everyone has given.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you, Andrea, for providing interpretation. At this time, we've concluded this panel's testimony. I'm going to turn it to the chair for any comments or questions.
Thank you so much, Arbani, and thank you to all who testified. And I'm in a lot of pain listening to these stories of formerly detained and currently detained people at this facility. And I just want to thank you for your courage. It takes tremendous courage to recall all the pain. And and then to share it out loud again and again. And you must keep telling these stories as we continue to hold these facilities accountable and shut these facilities down. So I want to run through some questions and encourage my colleagues who are still here to also ask questions. Could you share more in detail what forms of racist harassment and abuse detained people have encountered at OCJ?
I can take that, although of course I would like to cede to anyone who's experienced it themselves to tell their stories. But what we continue to hear from the folks that we represent collectively and other advocates that we're working with are low scales of harassment, from things like changing the channel on Spanish language television when people are listening or watching TV in the language that they understand, to abuse and physical violence. So there's a range, and I know that there will be more testimony on this issue from some of the organizations that actually filed the lawsuit, the CRCL complaint, a little bit later in the hearing as well.
And Rosa, are you able to share who engages in this harassment? Is it pervasive or not isolated to a particular officer or unit?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute there. Yes, my understanding is it is pervasive. There are certain repeat offenders and guards and specific officers who are named in the CRCL complaint who are identified as having a pattern and multiple instances of abuse against different people across periods of time. So I definitely defer to colleagues and directly impacted people who can give more detail on this later in the hearing, but yes, it is a pervasive issue.
And then what avenues do detained people have to report abuse and harassment?
Within the facility, there is, in theory, this system of grievances and filing and reporting. But as you've heard, many of these grievances disappear or go unanswered or invite retaliation. And so that is not a meaningful way for people to address the issues that are happening inside. A lot of people work with their advocates on the outside for those who are represented, who are able to try to elevate these issues. But one of the reasons this hearing is so important for us today is it is one of the first opportunities to really shine light on the patterns and practices that have been happening there. And the organizations that filed the CRCL complaint, as well as the news coverage recently of what's been going on there, are some of the more powerful moments to really elevate the reality of what's happening in there right now.
Thank you, Rosa. And I want to know if Mercy or Felipe would feel comfortable responding to the questions I've asked. Would really love to hear a little bit more detail from the both of them. And if Andrea could interpret.
Hello, this is the interpreter speaking. Can you repeat the question again?
I had wanted to hear from Felipe if it was possible, responses to some of the questions I asked, but no pressure.
Quería escuchar de Felipe si es posible escuchar una respuesta a alguna de las preguntas que pregunté, pero no hay presión.
I think there may be a technical issue with Felipe's computer, he might not be able to unmute.
No worries. And Mercy, if you would like to share a little bit more about reporting abuse and harassment at the facility and how the threat of retaliation affected whether people felt safe making such reports.
It was hard to do an grievance and the officers, because every time you put in a grievance or you complain about it, the people that will harass you will be the first ones to know about your complaint. And the complaints usually are confidential, but nothing at that jail was confidential. I used to get mistreated. The other inmates will try to fight because they knew we had less help. And I felt like every time one of them will try to fight me, it was like for me to get in trouble, because as soon as you get in trouble, you will get a ticket, and that ticket will cost like $25. And on top of that, they'll give you like 21 days locked in. And every time I didn't say anything, the only comebacks I will get from them will be like, go back to your country. Like, you're not from here. Like, go back. We don't want you here. And it was really awful because the officers will be there listening to everything the other inmates will say against us, and they wouldn't do anything. They would just laugh at it. And with my medical, it took them technically 4 months for them to tell me that my ankle was fractured. They kept making fun of me, saying that I was just making it all up just to have some pity. To be honest, I felt so vulnerable because I couldn't contact my family. I couldn't technically take showers. It took them technically 2 weeks just to receive one shower. I had to contact my lawyer just for her to call the jail and tell them to give me a phone call. And for my medical, same thing. It took my lawyer to give them, to make them basically give me medical attention, because I could not walk. I couldn't do everything for myself. Even when I asked for help, they will deny me that help because they said that nobody else can help me, that I have to help myself. I had to write the nurse for them to give me a permission for somebody to help me. But even the nurse will say they don't allow us to get help. So it was really, I felt like giving up so many times, but with the help of my lawyer, my family, my partner, every day they just gave me more. They kept me strong to basically just keep fighting. And that's what I want to tell all the other immigrants that are going through the same thing that I went through, that not to give up, because there is help, and that even though nobody else will listen to us, there are people that will hear us and they will help us. And hopefully they can close this detentions down, because we do not deserve this. We're basically not animals. We don't deserve to be treated like they treat us.
Thank you, Mercy, for detailing the harrowing abuse you experienced at the facility. Could you share with us how you're doing now and the state of your mental health at this moment?
I've been receiving therapy. Thank God I was able to get an affordable insurance. I just recently removed my cast because I was on a cast for 2 months. I didn't even know my ankle was fractured, so I had to be on the cast. And my mental health, all I can say is that I get nightmares all the time of just my time being in jail. I get a lot of nightmares. I have depression, I have anxiety, and it has affected me in so many ways, mentally. Every time I speak about this, it brings so many memories, and all I do is technically cry. It's so hard to recall everything. I've been going to physical therapy to get my ankle fixed, even though it's not gonna be better. They're trying to do everything to help me because I might have to get surgery, and that's just devastating for me because I used to be a great soccer player. So right now with immigration fracturing my ankle, they just killed my whole dream of ever playing again.
Mercy, we are here for you, and we'll be following up on your recovery and your healing. But thank you for sharing just how long-lasting the impacts of the abuse have been on you and your family. And this, of course, impacts us, your community. Could you share if you participated in any of the hunger strikes while you were at the center?
There were times I didn't eat, and to be honest, the officers didn't even care. Sometimes they didn't even give me my food. Even if I wasn't on the hunger strike, they wouldn't give me my food. They'd be like, oh, you didn't wake up to get it. Or the other inmates will just, if you came out like 5 minutes late, they would just throw your food. So sometimes not a lot of people will eat because other inmates will just throw your food away just for being late. I did stop eating for a while. I was starting to get sick, so my family urged me to start eating. They urged me to basically take care of myself because if I couldn't take care of myself, they couldn't either. So the only way that I could basically have strength was by hearing their voices.
Yeah. I don't have any further questions. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Williams and Dinowitz for being here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I see that Councilmember Krishnan has a question. You may begin your questioning when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hanif. First, I want to say thank you, Ms. Kinatokte, Mr. Cortez, and JL, EMWG, and Ms. Cohen-Cruz, too, for facilitating their testimony as well. Thank you for coming forward, for sharing so powerfully your stories that of traumatic experience, which I know recounting them is so traumatizing too. But we appreciate you coming forward so courageously to tell those stories so the public can hear what has happened. And for you all to know that, as Chair Hanif said, and I echo too, that we are all here to fight alongside all of you to end immigrant detention in New York State, given how inhumane the treatment is. So I want to say that first. I want to put this on record and be very clear that I am disgusted and offended by the utterly racist comments, discriminatory practices, and treatment of the officials at the Orange County Jail. And I find even more cowardly and appalling that despite our invitation for them to come today to account for their treatment, that they didn't show up as they should have done, instead of saying these kinds of things behind closed doors and denying it in public. I remember reading as well in one of the articles about the way in which one of the guards at OCJ had mentioned that the hunger strike was not some sort of Gandhian thing. And I want to be very clear, as an Indian American council member, I am offended by that kind of racist commentary because what I see actually is a group of people in Orange County Jail using Gandhian tactics of civil disobedience and collective action to affect change and successfully affect change against their oppressors, and their oppressors being the jailers in Orange County and to change conditions within the Orange County Jail. That's what I see. And again, the lack of their ability to come forward to defend these kinds of statements, discriminatory practices, and racist treatment is a statement itself of their own cowardice. My question really for the whole panel, and also for Ms. Cohen-Cruz too, on behalf of those who are detained in Orange County, is I appreciate your testimony already about the retaliation that those at Orange County have experienced for either engaging in the hunger strike or coming forward to raise urgent needs for medical attention. And I just wanted to hear a bit more at Orange County about when complaints have been made, how frequent, what is the nature of the retaliatory action, just to hear a bit more detail about that. And if possible, what has that effect been on those who want to come forward to make complaints in the future too?
Again, I open and encourage anyone who has directly experienced them themselves to please answer this question, but I can share that what we hear from the folks that we're working with on the inside, and particularly for folks who engage in the hunger strike, was being placed in solitary confinement, disciplinary solitary confinement, and you heard some of that in the hearing, in the testimonies that I shared. You know, our people are given disciplinary tickets for engaging in peaceful protests and exercising their right to protest. And they are then found guilty, pretty much summarily found guilty, and put in solitary confinement. And any amount of time in solitary confinement is torture. And the fact that this is what they are being met with as a way to protest conditions in the jail is truly reprehensible. And discouraged. Many of them also lost access to their tablets, which is one of the only ways they can communicate with their family on the outside. So they were cut off from their emotional and familial support networks. And also, as you heard, lost their commissary. So they weren't even able to, afford the basic necessities they needed to protect their dignity while inside. So really attacked on every level. And it is just clearly the jail does whatever they can to try to strip people of their humanity to push back and get them to not protest what is just absurd and horrific conditions inside.
I'll leave this opportunity for any other panelists if they want to respond. But one question that I'd also follow-up question that I would raise to any of the panelists too, and to Ms. Cohen-Cruz as well, is retaliation for expressing civil rights violations experienced is illegal. And so one question I have is, would you say that these retaliatory acts against those who are complaining about civil rights abuses within Orange County Jail, that these retaliatory actions would have a chilling effect on those who are detained for coming forward for future civil rights violations as well?
Absolutely. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to interpret any of these questions, because I do hope that those who are participating and are non-English speakers have an opportunity to answer as well. But yes, absolutely, we see a chilling effect. And, it is extremely beyond demoralizing. People are surviving and doing what they need to do to survive inside. And it is extremely horrific when they're met with this type of retaliation. It makes it very hard for people to want to speak up and push back. And it only speaks to the strength and the resilience of those who continue to exercise, their freedom and continue to push back, that even met with these threats of abuse and violence and, stripping of dignity, they still engage in protest together. So, but thank you for your question, Councilmember.
And Ms. Ferrada, just to give Ms. Cortez too and Ms. Akinato an opportunity to respond as well, would you mind please translating my question, both in terms of what are this a bit more detail about the instances of retaliation of those in the Orange County Jail who have been on hunger strike or raise questions about medical concern, as well as is that having an effect on others who are detained from coming forward with complaints of civil rights violations?
Entonces, la pregunta que están haciendo es que si ha tenido un efecto las amenazas contra los derechos civiles en las personas que están en la cárcel de inmigración a otras personas que están adentro para hacer la queja que sus derechos civiles o su tratamiento está pasando.
Perdón, no le entendí la pregunta. ¿Me la puedes repetir si es tan amable?
Sí, ningún problema. Entonces, si el comportamiento de los guardias o las personas en esta cárcel están por su comportamiento de amenazas contra tus quejas, han hecho un efecto en la forma en que ha reducido la motivación de hacer las quejas o las protestas. ¿Tú has visto eso? Tú.
Sí, absolutamente. Sí, eso pasa todo el tiempo. Pero como sabemos, es un lugar donde nosotros no tenemos mucha expresión de libertad. Ellos son quien controla nuestras acciones, nuestras decisiones de qué podemos hacer o qué podemos decir. ¿Me escuchan?
Okay.
Nosotros tuvimos, quiero contar esta experiencia. Tuvimos la oportunidad de recibir la visita de la señorita Jessica Ramos, la senadora, y de la asambleísta Karine Reyes. En esa reunión, en esa visita, antes que ellas entraran a nuestras unidades, se nos advirtió que no deberíamos de contestar ciertas cosas. Nos sentimos amenazados realmente y intimidados, y la forma en cómo ellos lo hacen más efectivo es que cuando llegan las personas a la unidad, a quienes están de visitantes, ellos los oficiales vienen grabando las conversaciones que estamos teniendo. Y lamentablemente, pues no podemos expresarnos libremente porque pues ya estamos intimidados con la cámara, no queremos sufrir consecuencias, no queremos represalias en contra de nosotros. Estamos atados de pies y manos, no podemos hacer mucho. Es mucho el abuso, mucha discriminación. Son muchas y tantas cosas que uno quisiera expresar. Entiendo que el tiempo no se da para esto. Hay mucha gente que quiere compartir, pero sí es algo traumante lo que pasa ahí adentro. En muchas áreas, en muchos aspectos, es algo de verdad que se tiene que poner en acción muchas cosas.
Hi, this is the interpreter. I'm going to have to summarize due to the extended length of his response. So his response, he says that yes, that it has had a chilling effect on future complaints and protests on himself and other people there. It's very normal that they are the guards or the staff there control everything they do, like what they think, what they act, how they feel. So it's a very traumatic experience, experiencing that. Even when they had a visit from I think it was Councilmember Jessica Ramos and Karine Reyes, they were told that they should not answer certain questions. And one of the ways that they make fear is that when people arrive, the officials there record the conversations that people are having, so that they feel that they can't express themselves. And it's a really traumatic experience. What happens? It's something that really needs to change, and we feel trapped.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Cortez. Gracias por su testimonio. Usted no está solo en esta lucha. And I just want to say you're not, as I said before too, you're not alone in this fight. We are all here to raise awareness of these conditions and fight together to end immigrant detention in New York State. My final question, Ms. Concruz, for you as an advocate too, and thank you to all of you as the advocates who have brought these issues to public attention, is when it comes to, we know, and the testimony today was so powerful about the necessity of mental health care and other healthcare services when detained, when incarcerated, and how not only because precisely the act of being incarcerated too, but then on top of that, because of the rising rate of COVID as well, and individuals getting sick, and how the two can really be so damaging, especially for individuals who have fled persecution in their countries from coming here in the first place. And so when these instances are raised for the necessity of mental health services to Orange County Jail, what has been the response of the jail?
Well, first I'll just thank you for that question as well, council member. And I will flag that the NIFA providers, social workers will all be testifying a little later. So they will definitely get much deeper into this question. But as you heard, the facility doesn't have therapy in Spanish. And, you know, I just wanted one other piece that you mentioned that I also wanted to flag is that in addition to people getting sick on the inside right now, a lot of people are losing loved ones on the outside and have no supportive care outside of, you know, the work in connection with their legal cases that the social workers are able to do. So there's definitely a severe need for more mental health support for people who are inside. And, you know, I look forward to the testimony of the social workers in a little bit, because I think that they will really shine more light onto this need.
Sure. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you so much, council member. And I'm not seeing any other council member questions at this time, so I'm going to turn it back to Chair Hanif.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember Krishnan, for your questions. I too look forward to hearing from the social workers and seeing the ways in which we can improve mental health services, reaching those who are detained and those who were formerly detained, as we heard Mercy articulate just the lasting effects of the trauma and the pain and the abuse, and that these traumas will not be erased in just over a couple of sessions. These are going to last a lifetime, and we've got to be committed to the wellness and the survival and the joy of our neighbors and New Yorkers. With that, I'll be standing this meeting at ease for 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We know we have several people on today to provide testimony, and we thank you, and we'll hear from you all. Thank you all so much for your patience. Hi all, we are ready to start up again.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we're going to be reconvening with public testimony. I'm going to now be calling on our next panel for testimony. In order, I'll be calling on Ismael Bien Aimé Nicolas, followed by Herberito, followed by Kiki Tapiero. Ismael, you may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much for everybody for giving me this opportunity to submit my testimony. I am a French citizen currently back in France since last week. I was detained for over 4 years in detention to Jersey and Batavia, New York. I have many concerns and many things I wanted to say concerning the lack of transparency by ICE concerning the pandemic coverage in Batavia and other facilities throughout the nation. But there's a multiple hunger strike being taken for the last 4 years concerning the lack of medical care, the lack of transparency, the abuse of discretion by ICE and other officers inside the facility. Also, the condition of COVID in New York State facilities are very alarming. I was previously in Batavia since last week, and I contracted COVID because the medical staff actually, when a person tested positive for COVID, never took the time to test everybody else on the unit to ensure that other people were not infected. So, you know, the COVID was spreading all over the place. There's also medical neglect concerning people who had suffered from colon cancer and other medical issues where they required surgery, and ICE really expedited the deportation back to their country. There's a few guys that I was detained with were sent back to countries like El Salvador and Honduras who were killed upon arrival because of raising concerns about medical condition and other condition and human rights violation inside detention. I am actually being singled out and transferred back to my country because I raised a couple issues since Jersey to New York on ICE. I provided a couple testimony where I highlight many human rights violation and due process violation in detention. I would like to give a piece of advice for this panel to actually on passing that bill to ensure that they do not make the same mistake Jersey made on passing that bill to end ICE detention in the state, but also to protect people from being picked up and transferred out of state for detention, because New Yorkers should have this protection under those bills. Also, there's a lack of marriage possibility inside detention in Batavia because people put. Okay. I will provide another testimony, written testimony to the panel so could have a better understanding of what is going on. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Herberito to testify. Heriberto to testify, excuse me. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, I'm the attorney for Heriberto and the next client is Bel Moises. So I'll be reading the declaration on both the declaration and also supplemental testimony on behalf of them both. So first, Heriberto. Part of the declaration is redacted, so just keeping that in mind as I read it. My name is Heriberto, and I've been detained at Orange County Correctional Facility, OCCF, since redacted. Before I arrived at OCCF, I was detained at redacted. And the guards here are very bad. They will lock us in for any little thing. If you have a cup of water in the common area and an officer doesn't like it, they'll make you go lock into your room. They are racist. They will scream at us when they tell us to lock in, calling us immigrants and in some cases the N-word. We get punished here with very long lock-ins. It's crazy, it's too much. When you're locked in, you only get out to bathe, get food, and that's it. In my case, I asked Officer Card for blank. I didn't have my ID card on me at the time. Officer Card told me to get my ID. I said if I could just get the blank, then I would go get my ID. Officer Card got mad and said something like, I don't care. I don't want to see you today. Go back to your room. After that, I got punishment of being locked in for 14 days. Officer Card goes after us when he's in a bad mood. He won't let us turn on the television. The day I got in trouble, he locked in a lot of other people too. He just seems to hate immigrants. Even when we are not being punished with a lock-in, we have to spend a lot of the day in our cells. Every day we are locked in our cells from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., 2:30 p.m. to 3:45 p.m., 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., and 10:30 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. It doesn't make any sense. It has us all feeling suffocated. The guards treat us like animals. If we are using the microwave, they will sometimes disconnect it so we can't use it. I have heard guards say things like, you don't have a microwave in your own house. You should be thanking us that you even get a microwave here. If we want to change the channel on the TV, they won't give us the control. We have to wait for them. We have the tablets here, and the guards will not let us use them randomly. Sometimes if we don't get up right at 8:30 a.m., the guards won't give us our tablets. Almost every day, I want to charge my tablet in the evening so I can use it until we have to turn the tablets in at 10 p.m. But if I have to charge my tablet, the guards will say, if I take it now, I won't give it back to you at all. This happens all the time to many people. When we ask for help, the guards ignore us. There are buttons in our cells so that we can use to call the guards and they will speak to you through an intercom. My health is not good. I often blank. When I've used the button to call the guards and asked them to call the doctor, they have told me that they were going to call the doctor, but then not done anything. Sometimes they don't respond to my calls at all. This is very dangerous. I am blank and sometimes need blank. These are redacted. I could die in my cell if the guards ignore my calls. We can't complain here. Everyone here is panicked. Everyone here is terrified of being locked in. Nobody speaks out of fear. Complaining to a sergeant is like talking to a wall. They don't care. They seem to hide complaints. The medical here is also very, very bad. I was never sick before I got here. I played soccer. I was healthy. I have never been to the hospital, but since I've gotten here, I've been sick. I feel bad all the time. I don't know what's wrong with me. The doctors don't explain anything to me. I've had my blood taken and they never seem to figure out what is wrong with me. I worry I will die here and the jail will be happy. I had to quarantine for redacted when I got back from redacted. I didn't feel well when I got back. I wasn't eating. During my quarantine, Officer Blois was on duty for 3 days. He is really bad. He treated me like an animal. I asked him for a little juice and he said to me, if you refuse food, you refuse everything. I don't want to give you shit. Then for 3 days, he was on shift and he didn't bring me any water or even take me out to bathe. I had to drink water from the toilet sink. The water is very bad and it's dark when it comes out of the faucet. I don't think it's supposed to be for drinking. We have access to fresh water in the common area. Officer Blois is especially horrible. The doctors here think that they can solve everything with a pill. They want to just give you a pill so that you'll leave. Nothing is important to them. They'll talk to us like children. Are you going to take the pill or not? They'll ask us. If we don't want to take a pill, we have to sign that we refused. And this can make us feel very pressured. It seems the doctors just want us to take the medicine, but don't care if we're not getting better. The medical care here is slow. When we fill out a request, we get sent to the doctor 3 or 4 days later. The other day, I went to the doctor and my redacted was very high. They said they would call me back that day and I didn't hear back. People here are afraid to say they feel sick because with COVID, even if you're not feeling well, you can get locked in for 14 days. Everything here is just a quarantine. The food here is also bad. It's garbage. We get the same food every day. Nothing changes. They give us potatoes and pasta and some kind of meat I can't even identify. We're not allowed to share food. If we get a food tray and we don't want it, they'll make us throw it away. If we give our tray to someone else instead, we will get punished. We have to pay for everything here. Stamps, phone calls, text messages. It's really difficult. Some of my family members have put down their cards for me and have been charged hundreds of dollars because the rates are so high. The pin for my tablet has gotten robbed, and I lost all of my commissary money and minutes each time. If we ask the guards to change the pin, they won't do it right away. They take their time. Jail just wants us to sign our deportation orders because we can't take the way they treat us. They treat us like criminals. They treat us like the worst people in the world. Even worse than that, I have been treated like a dog here. The life here is not for a human being. And then I also have recorded testimony from that client supplemental to this declaration. It's going to be on 1.5 speed to make sure it fits within the time frame, but we know if, just talk to me if you can't hear it because I'm going to put it really close to the microphone.
Algo que no es demasiado fácil y seguimos luchando, sea para bien, sea para mal, sea para los que vienen atrás, pero que por favor la migración tenga un poquito más de compasión con nosotros, con nosotros los inmigrantes, porque el trato es demasiado malo, el trato no es humanitario. Si te van a detener para tenerte en una detención, deberías de pasar tiempo entre presos normales como tú, comer, que tu familia pueda estar pendiente a ti. Pero esos tratos no se están viendo con nosotros los inmigrantes. Me cambian a diferentes sitios a pasar tiempo con gente que vienen de hacer años, vienen de hacer tiempo, sudamericanos. Esa gente no le importa golpearte, esa gente no le importa gritarte. Y cuando estás encerrado como inmigrante, no tienes mucho privilegio, no tienes cómo defenderte, como que no tienes esa voz. Y eso está pasando mucho con nosotros los inmigrantes. Hay que cambiar porque eso está muy malo para nosotros los inmigrantes. Muchas ofensas, mucha discriminación, muchas cosas que están pasando en contra de nosotros. No se está viendo para nada bien. Nos tratan como las personas más peores en la vida. Y muchas veces no. Soy de raza, soy de color, hasta muchas veces nos ofenden por nuestro color. Muchas veces nos gritan que hacemos en el país de ellos. Y es un sinfín de cosas sobre lo cual el inmigrante pasa en el país. Y eso debería de cambiar para un bien o para el futuro. Porque muchos de nosotros somos luchadores. Cometemos errores como seres humanos, pero muchos de nosotros somos luchadores y muchos de nosotros tenemos familia. Y no deberíamos de estar pasando de una situación así. Queremos que eso cambie, queremos un poquito más de caridad con nosotros mismos, un poco más de amor. Sabemos que estamos en una cárcel, pero no estamos pagando una vida, estamos en una detención. Pero de que ellos nos agarran, se nos olvida que estamos en una detención, porque ya nos entregan la mano de otros oficiales que nos tratan como ellos no tienen ni vida propia. Si ellos tienen problemas en su casa, con su familia, pues la vienen a pasar con nosotros, con los inmigrantes. Eso está malo. No podemos defenderlo, no podemos decir nada, porque todo lo que nosotros decimos escondido nos sale a la luz, porque estamos encerrados. Y pedimos de favor a los que vienen atrás, a los que estamos, que por favor hagan un cambio. Eso está mal, nos estamos muriendo, nos estamos enfermando, nos están tratando demasiado mal. Somos seres humanos, también tenemos familia, vinimos a ese país para un bien, como lo vuelvo y le recargo. Hayamos malos pasos por estar en malos lugares, por involucrarnos con personas diferentes en la vida, pero no somos criminales, somos seres humanos. Si fuéramos criminales, fuéramos en una cárcel de seguridad, pero supuestamente nos meten en una detención y nos terminan poniendo en una cárcel criminal, donde nos tratan mal, donde nos tratan como un desperdicio humano, repitiéndonos la misma comida todos los días. Nuestros familiares quieren ponernos comida porque comamos bien, porque podamos aguantar el tiempo que no nos pueden poner. Y eso no lo aceptan a nosotros, no les pagaron. Es una presión demasiado grande. Tenemos que pasar a lograr y tratar de estar en este país. Este es el país que nosotros elegimos para estar aquí, porque aquí es donde nosotros nos sentimos bien. Por eso emigramos a Estados Unidos. Pero por favor, le pedimos de favor, eso cambie, eso cambie. El inmigrante, solo tiene el nombre del inmigrante. El inmigrante hace un cambio en el país. Cuando estamos encerrados, por favor, no se olviden de nosotros. También somos seres humanos. Gracias. Tengan feliz día.
I'm going to translate it now as well. The worst era of my life has been here in Orange County, and this has not been easy. We're all here fighting for better or for worse. I'm asking today that please immigration have more compassion for us immigrants because the treatment is very bad. It's not humanitarian at all. If they detain us, they should have us in our cells where family can visit. They change us from site to site with people who don't even care if they hit us or if they yell at us. While you're detained, you don't have that privilege to defend yourself. You feel like you don't have a voice. This is happening to a lot of us immigrants, and this has been so bad. So many offenses, so much discrimination, and things happening against us. They treat us like the worst person in their life, and I'm a person of color, and they will sometimes offend us based on our color. They yell at us that we are in their country, and this needs to change for the future because we are fighters. We commit mistakes as humans, but we're also fighters with family. We should not be in a situation like this. We want this to change. We want more clarity and transparency, more love. I know we're in jail, but but this is unjust. They forget that we're detained because they just pass us off to officials who don't treat us like humans. Our family can't spend time with us. We can't defend ourselves or say anything because everything we say is behind closed doors while we're locked up. Please, for those after me, for those here now, I'm asking for a change. We're sick and we're dying. We're being treated so badly. We are human beings with family. We came to this country with hope and might have been at the wrong place at the wrong time sometimes, but we're not criminals, we're humans. If we were criminals, this would be a high security criminal prison, at least basic human decency, but instead we're put into detention where we are treated badly. We're given the same food every day. Our family sometimes tries to give us food to help us get through this, but they don't accept it sometimes. It's a huge pressure every day just to survive and be in this country. We came with hope, and that's why we're here. I'm asking to please have this change. Immigrants can make America great, but don't forget about the ones that are locked up. We're humans. Thank you and have a good day. And now I'm going to read another declaration on behalf of a different client, Moises. Also, this information has been redacted to preserve anonymity. I have been detained at Immigration and Customs Enforcement at Orange County Correctional Facility since redacted. At OCCF, I am in unit redacted. Before I was OCCF, I was detained at Hudson County. In total, I have been in ICE custody for 6 months. I wouldn't wish this experience on anyone. It's very stressful. The officers here are racist. When we ask for more water or ask for request forms or anything, the officers use profanity. I saw one officer call someone an animal. When we ask for soap or a mop to clean our cell, they use nasty words. They say that we are immigrants, but we don't deserve respect. That the rules here are always illogical. They use them to control us. They don't let us use the tables for eating. We are not allowed to eat anything in the common room or else the guards give us tickets to punish us. When we don't have our ID badges on us, they will write us up. When they let us out to watch TV, we will usually want to watch the Spanish language channel because most of us only speak Spanish. One of the officers, I can't remember his name, would always come over and turn down the volume or change the channel on the Spanish TV. When we protested and told the sergeant that we don't want this officer in our unit anymore, the officer retaliated against us and withheld the tablets that we used to talk to our families. When the officials were still not doing anything about it, a group of people decided to protest. They asked me to participate, but I decided not to. I was afraid. Any step out of line and there are consequences. They punish you for any disobedience. I don't want any charges on my record because I wasn't sure how it would affect my immigration case. That day, we were told to go back to our cells. There was a group that wanted to speak to the sergeant about this racist officer. I did not see what happened to the group, but I heard that one of them was beaten up and kicked in the knees and the shins. They disciplined that group and locked them in for 5 days. The officers also decided to lock in everyone else on the unit for the rest of the day. It didn't matter that we weren't involved. They lock us in whenever they want. We have to follow their rules, otherwise they'll write us up. The officers do not want us to practice our faith. This is discrimination. I am redacted and I'm used to praying redacted. Here we do not have any private space to pray or hold religious service. One of the other people here told me that he had asked an ICE officer about this, who told him that they were going to find us a special private room for religious service. But they haven't done anything. We pray in the common area where everyone can see us and there's a lot of noise. Not everyone is being respectful. We have to administer the prayer ourselves. They will not bring in redacted. We are not accustomed to the food here. In my opinion, the food is poorly cooked. It is not appetizing and it is unsanitary. They are feeding us like animals. The pasta that they give us is sent back to the kitchen and then put back out the next day. They give us pasta every single day for lunch and dinner. We are given food that has already expired. Lunch is served at 11 a.m. and dinner at 5 p.m. Every day it is the same. Sometimes I have stomach pain and constipation. I have to drink a lot of water to flush the food out of my system. We have to eat the processed foods that we can buy from the commissary to survive. The only way we can heat our food is by microwave, which cause the illnesses. It is not recommended to use the microwave all the time. There are 40 of us and we are only given one microwave for all of us to heat up our food. It is not enough. At Hudson, there were at least 2 microwaves. Even that wasn't sufficient, but at least there were two. Sometimes the officers just disconnect the microwave even when there is a line to heat up food. The shower water is so hot that it makes our hair fall out and dries up our skin. The scalding hot water causes illnesses, including fungal diseases in our feet. Once we did not have water and we could not use the bathrooms. The air in here dries our throats. There are also dust particles in the air. When we take off our clothes, we see the dust coated all over our body and clothes. It gets in our skin. Sometimes the air conditioning is on very high and it gets very cold. We are not allowed to wear our sweaters to keep us warm. Many people here are over the age of 60. They are so cold that they're shivering. When we arrived here, we were only given a single set of clothing. We repeatedly asked for another set. There is water on the floor which gets slippery, and we often slip and are about to fall. We hardly see the outside. We need the sun to touch us because each one of us needs solar vitamins. There was a patio outside where we used to play football. Since it's so cold, we can't play, so we have to play inside. Some officers say yes, some say no. It depends on the officer. There are many people here who are sick and who need medicine or medical attention. People leave forms with the officers, but they are either ignoring the requests or ripping them up. There was one guy whose eyes were totally red. He couldn't see very well. He asked several times to see the doctor, but they ignored him. They are still ignoring him. Another person was experiencing pain in his foot and still hasn't seen a doctor in 2 or 3 months. The staff does not pay attention to them when they ask for their medications. The guards ignore people who have heart troubles because of the pressure of this place. They don't care about the injustice. When we arrived, we were locked up in solitary for 14 days of quarantine, despite not having any COVID symptoms. During this 14-day period of medical solitary, the guards did not let us talk to anyone. I experienced anxiety and depression during this time. Thank God I am out of this quarantine. But now I'm in another area of the facility where the guards lock us up 5 times a day. The jail has no idea how to manage the COVID situation. Just a few days ago, there were 3 people sick with COVID. They were all quarantined in the same unit as us. It wasn't any different than normal. They could infect us. It didn't make sense because they don't care about us. If people have COVID, they should not be in the same living space as people who are healthy. But they're supposed to have another location where people with COVID can stay, but the jail doesn't care. I had 15 days without communication. The guards did not want to help me with the phone. I could not make phone calls to find a lawyer or locate my family. Everything is a business for them. We have to pay money to make calls for our family. Right now, I don't have the money to call my family, so I only have a few minutes to speak with them every week. There's injustice against immigrants in this detention center for no reason. All this has been very difficult for me. All we ask is to be freed from this place, to be with our families who need us. My son just started university. He needs his dad's support. I'm a human being and I deserve an opportunity to be with my children. And that's it for declaration. I was also told that the last recording was really hard to hear, so I won't submit the recording for this one, and but it's in support of the same declaration that I just read. And that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Nikki. I'm going to turn it briefly to Chair Hanif for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the panelists for your testimonies. I'm appalled. I am in shock, and just shocked by all of what you've laid out around food insecurity, around the hot showers, to the freezing cold temperatures. The facility exists to kill our undocumented neighbors. And that is what I'm hearing over and over. And I will be doing everything in my power to make sure that OCJ doesn't get away with this. I want to keep us moving along, but I had one question for Ismail, who I know couldn't finish up his testimony and will provide a written testimony. Could you elaborate a bit more on what you were talking about in terms of the transfers across states, if you're still here?
Sorry, are you asking me? I saw you asked me to unmute.
I was asking Ismail, but I'm not sure if he's on anymore, but if you feel up to it, would love to hear a little bit more about the transfers.
Chair, Ismail has logged off, so
okay.
To Kiki.
Sure. So for these two clients specifically, they were previously at Hudson County, which then closed, and we did ask for their release instead of transferring them to another facility. And after still submitting the release request, they were transferred to OCJ instead of being released.
Okay, got it.
That was in October, I believe, of last year.
Okay. Thank you for that. No more questions for this panel.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to this panel for their testimony. We're now going to be moving on to our next public panel. In order, I will be calling on Benjamin, followed by Felix, followed by Christian, followed by Ernesto, followed by Amy Joseph, followed by Efrain Rodriguez Gonzalez, followed by Madison Koenig. I'll begin by welcoming Benjamin. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Coffrin St. Julian. I'm presenting this testimony on behalf of Benjamin, which is a pseudonym for someone currently detained at OCJ. So my name is Benjamin. I've been detained at OCCF since redacted. The officers at OCCF seem to have a racial hatred for Hispanic people. They don't like when we speak in Spanish. They will take away benefits we have, like not giving us our tablets at the usual time or cutting our recreation time by a half hour or an hour. They will search our cells for no reason. They will lock us into our cells without any cause. They won't let us change the channel on the TV, or will change the volume and won't let us change it back. I'm not sure of the names of the officers, but there are a couple officers who are especially bad. On January 1st, 2022, we had a problem here when we tried to speak out against an officer who was very racist against us and treated us badly. Around a week or so before this, we had submitted a signed written complaint about this officer, and we wanted to take more steps because nothing had changed. We decided to do a hunger strike to try to get the attention of a sergeant so we could explain the problems we were having with this officer. We didn't leave for lunch that day. After, we asked the officer on duty to speak with a sergeant. The officer said something like we weren't paying attention to him and that we were being disrespectful, and he called for other officers. A big group of officers came, maybe 15 or 20 of them. They came in very violent and aggressive, yelling insults, trying to push us, telling us we had to go to our cells. It was very chaotic. We just wanted to speak with them and explain our grievance. The officers started hitting one of us men. They jumped on top of him and were hitting and hitting him. They sprayed some kind of gas in his face. Afterward, they took him away. We didn't see him for a long while after that. He just recently returned. After the incident, I was locked in for 5 days as a punishment, just because they didn't want to pay attention to our grievances. This made me feel like a criminal. I'm here because of my immigration situation. On the 4th day of my punishment, they took me to something like a court in the jail where they read charges against me. The jail officials told me I violated the laws of the jail. I said I was not guilty, but the jail found me guilty anyway. They told me not to tell anyone about what happened, not even my lawyer. I don't know why they told me that. Maybe because they already have a lot of complaints against the jail. I didn't want to say anything to my lawyer, but later I did decide to tell her because I didn't want to hold this information alone. COVID is a problem at OCCF. Recently, I heard there were people with COVID in the building, at least 3. When they had video calls, the rest of us had to lock in. I don't think this is fair. These people should be somewhere else so that they can be safe and so that the rest of us can be safe. In general, the medical care here is bad. You have to fill out papers so they will see you, but it's hard to get a response. I have pain that really bothers me. I've been asking for help for over a week and haven't heard anything. I feel really bad. Many of the men have complaints like this.
Time expired.
And I'm done reading Benjamin's testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to now turn to Felix. You may begin when you are ready.
Time.
Hi, my name is Yasi, and I'll be reading testimony from someone detained at Orange County who's using the pseudonym of Felix. My name is Felix. Since I arrived at OCCF, I felt discriminated against. When I first got here and was in medical quarantine, there was a guard, Officer Blois, who made us feel really bad during the time we would line up to get food. He would stand very far away from us and make a line with chairs to keep us far away from him. He would yell at us if we got near him. It made me feel really bad. That's no way to treat a human being. Recently, a guard was racist to me for speaking Spanish. I had to leave the unit and I had forgotten my mask. So I asked a nurse who speaks Spanish if I could please have a mask. I prefer to speak Spanish. My English is not good. It embarrasses me to speak in English sometimes. This guard says to me, "We speak English here." I said, "She speaks Spanish." And he said to me, "I don't speak Spanish. We don't speak Spanish here." I wasn't even talking to him. There was also an incident around the beginning of January. At the end of the day, an officer got very angry over a misunderstanding and called over a sergeant and a bunch of other officers. The officers were being really aggressive and threatening with us. A sergeant yelled out something like, "Why don't you all go back to your country?" or something like that to all of us. It was terrible. I have also seen and heard about the guards getting violent and hitting people. On the night of February 5th, 2022, Officer Blois came with the nurse who dispenses our medicine at night. He was standing in the doorway with the nurse. In general, Officer Blois treats us really bad. He's very disrespectful. He's had a lot of problems with one of the guys here, L, and always seems to pick on him. L saw Officer Blois and got upset. He said he didn't want to see Officer Blois and that he needed to get his medicine, but Officer Blois stayed where he was. L asked the on-duty guard for Officer Blois to go away, but Officer Blois started saying stuff to him, things like, "Shut up, get away." L threw a water bottle to the floor in frustration. Officer Blois called over reinforcements and several other officers came over. They yelled at all of us to lock in and they threw L to the ground and started hitting him. One of them put his knee on L's neck. He was quiet. He didn't fight back or resist. We were all yelling at the officers to stop, but they just kept hitting him anyway. Then they handcuffed him. They took video after with a digital video camera, not of when they were hitting him, just once they were taking him away. It's not right. It seems like Officer Blois just came to provoke him. I also heard that a guy in another unit was beat up by the guards back in January. He briefly came to stay in our unit. I heard the same officer was involved. He has problems with everyone. The men in the unit were protesting against this officer, so a sergeant would come. The officer called reinforcements, and then this guy got assaulted. When he came to our unit, he was all beaten. The psychological environment here is bad. You close yourself off, you don't take care of yourself. One thing that happens here is that on certain days each week, people get picked up to be deported. The guards take them out of their cells. I've seen 2 people get taken away. Is it okay for me to continue? I'm almost done.
Could you take 20, 30 seconds?
Sure.
I don't even like to look at the other officers' names tags here for security reasons. The guards are very tight with each other. Nothing is hidden here. I don't want to say anything for fear it could get around and they will target me. I know I'm vulnerable. We are all vulnerable here. We are in the guards' hands. They can do anything they want to us. Many people have bad experiences, but don't speak out of fear. I think ICE and the jail wants to wait until our appeals are over and support us, but we need to be released. We want to fight. We want an opportunity. There are families who need us. In my case, I have a redacted who depends on me. I have brothers here. My whole family is here. The people who run this jail have dark hearts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Christian to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time.
Thank you. My name is Troy Gosrani. I'm testifying on behalf of Christian, who is someone who is currently detained at Orange County. My name is Christian. The situation at the jail right now is really intense. There have been some guards who have been treated us really badly. One of them is Officer Blois, badge number 366. He is racist, insulting, and threatening, especially to Spanish and Black people here. He's often late to let us out of our cells into the common area and is early to lock us back in, even though he knows how hard it is for us to be in our cells. He cuts down our time to talk to our families on our tablets and takes away our privileges. The worst is that he makes racist comments all the time. He talks about how dark people's skin is and whether that means they're African or not. He says that Africans have a certain kind of smell. He says if you're Spanish, other people should watch out because you probably have a machete. One day before the Christmas holidays, he announced that commissary requests were due early and told the Spanish-speaking people in our unit, quote, "You know who you are. You should get your rice and beans." Officer Cardi, badge number 523, Officer R. Laudauda, badge number 551, and Sergeant Figueroa are also hostile towards us. They're always cutting our time outside of our cells and looking for reasons to lock us in. No one listens to our grievances. We have to write our complaints on whatever paper we can find because the guards refuse to give us grievance slips. When we try to make a grievance, they won't give us the grievance slips. They'll just tell us, just come talk to us. We'll take care of it right away. But when we talk to them, they don't address our problems. We think they just don't want our complaints on record. We have written to them with complaints and petitions on paper, but we don't know what they've done with the paper we've sent them. The worst incident happened recently. On Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2021, Officer Blois came into the unit when many people were watching a television program in Spanish. Without saying anything, he changed the channel to some cartoons in English and turned up the volume really loud. He did the same thing Christmas Day. We got upset, but we didn't say anything because we didn't want trouble. But then he came in and did it again on New Year's Day, January 1st, 2022. We are watching something in Spanish and he changed the channel to an English talk show and turned it up really loud. We'd already written a complaint about him and were frustrated that no one was doing anything to stop him from treating us this way. When he took his shift break on January 1, another officer came in and brought us lunch. Most of the people in the unit decided to refuse to eat. We agreed that we're not going to eat until we get our voices heard. When Officer Blois got back from break, he was really angry. He said, "I know what you're doing. This is my house." He ordered us to lock in and we refused, saying he wanted to talk to a sergeant. He started cursing and yelling at us, calling us motherfuckers. We kept calm and kept saying, "Call the sergeant." We wanted to talk to a sergeant about our complaints and the written petition we had filed. Instead of sending a sergeant to speak with us, a swarm of officers came in. There was one guy who was standing off to the side when this was happening. One of the officers grabbed for him, and then a bunch of officers tackled, kicked, and may I continue for about a half a minute?
Go for it.
He was yelling for help. It's not right what they did to the guy. I saw his face was swollen and red. He was out of the unit for a long time. We all got disciplinary hearings for refusing to lock in, but no one has talked to us about our complaints or Officer Blois's behavior. There is more I could share about what's happened, but I'm afraid if I say too much, the guards will know that I am saying these things and will make my life even more difficult here. A lot of people are afraid to speak out. I hope some change will come. It's not right that we're treated this way. The remainder of Christian's testimony has been submitted in writing in its complete form. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Ernesto to testify. You may begin when you're ready.
Time starts now.
My name is Helen Avery Campbell. I'm reading the testimony of Ernesto, the pseudonym for a man detained at Orange County. Ernesto testifies to his name and the length of his detention at OCCF. He continues, here, the people who are charged with watching over us insult us. They tell us we don't have rights. They call us criminals, even though we are not in criminal custody. The truth is we are nearly accustomed to the horrible way they treat us. It's normal. It's what they do every day. There are two officers in particular who treat us badly. One is named Sergeant Figueroa and the other is named Cardi. When those two are on duty together, it's like hell. They will turn off the microwave and vending machines so we can't use it, even though they are supposed to be there for us to use. There is a machine in the dining area to heat water, and they will disconnect that too. They try to make life impossible for us. Officer Cardi, in particular, is always angry. He's always picking fights with people. I once heard him say in Spanish while he was arguing with someone that he used to be in the military and that he would make us suffer like he made people suffer when he was in the army. A group of 4 or 5 people tried to talk to Sergeant Figueroa about him, but Sergeant Figueroa just told us that we were the problem, not Officer Cardi. Once Officer Cardi locked me into my cell for redacted, just because redacted. I don't think the jail gives a formal write-up for something like that. But these officers give punishments like this if they're in a bad mood. They will send you to your room and lock you in for no reason, for little things like getting water or using the vending machine. There is also a captain, I'm not sure of his name, who is really aggressive in his searches of our rooms. He will throw our food, mattresses, commissary items, and clothes on the floor. If we have things on our tables, he will throw those things on the floor as well. This has happened to me, maybe redacted. It seems like he does this just to bother us and make us feel bad. I have heard this captain say things in Spanish like, this is my damn jail, and if you don't like my rules, go back to your countries. I have heard another sergeant say things like that too. I am not sure what this sergeant is called because he wears a long sleeve shirt that doesn't show his name. This seems to be the new style of some of the officers at the jail. The worst officers seem to be trying to hide their names. The officers have even gotten physical with us before. Sometime around the beginning of the year, we had an incident that was really ugly. Here, we have access to tablets that we can use to make calls from 8:30 a.m. on. We have to turn them in at 10 p.m. That night, there was an officer, I'm not sure of his name, who made a mistake in his counts. He thought he was missing a tablet. The officer got really mad because of the supposedly missing tablet. Around 10 p.m., he called over more officers. Around 30 officers came in, even a sergeant. They were screaming at us, pushing us and forcing us into our cells. They told us we had to get into our rooms and lock in. They took away our last half hour of recreation time. The sergeant, I don't know his name for sure, yelled really loudly in English, something like, if we didn't like being treated this way, we should go back to our countries. Requesting an additional 30 seconds.
Go for it.
May I have? Thank you. That same night, we realized the whole thing had been a mistake. We could hear the officer chatting with the sergeant from our cells, and the officer explained that there had been an error, that all the tablets were there. The officers never said sorry or anything. A little while after that, a man came to stay in our unit. He came all beaten up, and we heard that he had been assaulted by the officers in his unit. It's impossible to make complaints here. There's one person in particular here, a man named Redacted, who is Mexican, who has made a lot of complaints, and the guards treat him really bad. They lock him in for nothing. Also, some people have tried to mail complaints from the mailbox in the jail, but they have not gotten anything back. We are not even sure if the mail is getting sent. We do not trust the jail or the officers to handle our mail. If we say we have a complaint, the jail staff tells us there is no point in pursuing it. For example, the officers frequently check our rooms to make sure they are clean. Mine was checked just yesterday and again today, but the officers get angry if we ask for cleaning supplies or other basic hygiene supplies like soap, toilet paper, and toothpaste. One time I heard Officer Cardi say to someone asking for soap, why don't you just buy it in a commissary? If we say this isn't fair or that we want to complain, the sergeants will say it's their word against ours, so there's no point. If we complain about anything, they'll find a way to make problems look like our fault. I have heard this many times. For my part, I'm scared of getting in trouble. So I keep myself clean with whatever supplies I can find myself. I will use a dirty shirt to clean the floor if I have to. The rest of Ernesto's statement has been submitted in writing.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Amy Joseph to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
I am providing testimony about a client who has competency concerns and mental health concerns. SD has spent more than 7 months detained by ICE, proceeded by more than half a year at Rikers without the necessary services to address his cognitive impairments and mental health symptoms, become more autonomous, and process immensely traumatic moments in his life, such as the death of his mother, who cared for him, and his father, who passed away shortly before his mother. At a competency hearing, SD was forced to appear via video conference, even though his counsel had flagged to the court that the court would not be able to adequately evaluate his competency if SD was not physically at the hearing. At the hearing, SD was deemed not competent to participate in his own proceedings without safeguards. But even still, both ICE and the judge insisted that he remain in proceedings, stating on the one hand that his mental health symptoms, and therefore his competency concerns, were adequately addressed by medications and safeguards. But on the other hand, they cited to his criminal record, which arose during times when SD did not have steady access to medication to justify continuing his removal proceedings. They did so even after learning that SD had maintained a spotless disciplinary record at Orange County Jail for 6 months while on medication. Additionally, the immigration judge refused to allow SD to appear in person at his future hearings, citing to safety concerns around SD's mental health conditions. This again placed SD in the catch-22 of having his mental health diagnoses both compromise his ability to participate in his proceedings and restrict his right to protections that could mitigate the effects of his diagnoses. Furthermore, although the immigration judge pressured other parties to remove their masks during the hearing, the judge also referenced COVID concerns in refusing SD's request to appear in person at future hearings. At this time, SD continues to deteriorate in detention, where he suffers from auditory hallucinations of his deceased mother and others, all while unable to maintain a steady understanding of the legal case ICE has brought against him. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Efrain Rodriguez Gonzalez to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Buenas tardes. Me gustaría tener traductor, por favor.
One moment, sorry.
Hola. This is the interpreter. I will ask the witness to give him some instructions on how to do the interpretation, okay?
Thank you.
Hola. Por favor, habla en frases cortas para que yo pueda hacer la traducción por usted.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Ningún problema.
Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Efraín Alejandro Rodríguez González, soy residente de Corona, Queens, aquí en Nueva York, resido desde el 2015. Yo estuve en custodia de ICE en la correccional de Hudson County, en New Jersey.
Por favor, ¿puede repetir esa última parte? ¿De cuál
Perfecto.
county?
De Hudson County, en New Jersey.
Good afternoon. My name is Efrain Rodriguez Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Corona, Queens, and I was in custody of Hudson County in New Jersey.
Aunque este lugar ya no tiene detenidos de ICE, hoy quiero compartir mi testimonio para poder mostrar las condiciones que se sufren dentro de todas las locaciones de ICE. Considero que todas las prisiones de detenidos de ICE deben de ser cerradas.
While this place no longer has detainees of ICE, I would like to give my testimony so that this location and others can be closed.
Desafortunadamente llega cada día muchas personas a este país huyendo de la violencia o tratando de poder brindarle a sus familias un mejor camino. Pero esto se ha venido convirtiendo en un problema con la autoridad migratoria.
Unfortunately, many people arrive in this country to escape. However, they arrive to experience the consequences with immigration and their authorities.
Mi caso inició en febrero del año 2020 cuando fui arrestado por ICE saliendo de mi residencia sobre las 8 de la mañana. Esto se llevó a cabo por más de 10 agentes armados. Al momento de trasladarme a Hudson County, fui esposado y encadenado.
My case happened in 2020, leaving my home around 8 a.m., where 10 agents arrived armed, and they took me over into Hudson County.
Ese día 10 personas, entre ellas 2 mujeres adultas mayor, fuimos trasladados a Hudson County. El traslado fue terrible, humillativo, despectivo y racista. Nos ingresaron a un cuarto con más de 70 personas, con edades entre los 18 y los 76 años.
Por favor, ¿puede repetir la última parte de cuando dijiste la cantidad de las personas?
Más de 70 personas en un cuarto. Las edades oscilaban entre los 18 años y 76 años de edad.
And that day, 10 people were taken to Hudson County, including 2 women. We were brought into a room with over 70 people, and the age range was between 18 and 68 years old.
Nos asignaron camas, las cuales eran literas, estas con una colchoneta y una sola sábana. Los agentes usaban calificativos ofensivos para dirigirse a nosotros, sin contar con el tratar de no dejarnos dormir, amedrentarnos todo el tiempo. Esto se vivió aproximadamente 20 días antes de la expansión del COVID y todo empeoró.
They assigned us our beds and only gave us 1 sheet. They talked to us offensively in an attempt and that night to not let us sleep. This occurred during the incident of COVID.
Luego nos trasladaron a unas celdas. Esto contaba con aire acondicionado de muy bajas temperaturas. Nos encerraron las 24 horas del día. Estas eran compartidas con un recluso más.
Afterwards, they took us to cells with air conditioning with extremely low temperatures.
En este periodo perdimos toda privacidad, pues el inodoro debíamos usarlo frente a nuestro compañero de la celda. El tema de los alimentos era un desastre, comidas frías, crudas, muchas veces dañadas, incomestibles realmente. Comíamos lo que era posible, lo cual era poco, y lo demás tocaba desecharlo.
In this period, we lost all privacy. We had to use the urinal or the bathroom in front of our cellmate. The food was cold, rotten, and sometimes unedible.
Estando detenidos, empezaron a restringirnos el agua, en especial en el inodoro. Estas se bloqueaban por aproximadamente 30 minutos. Todo esto sucedió durante el año durante un año, hasta que se dio inicio a una primera huelga de hambre. Esto con el fin de ser escuchados. Es verdad que estábamos en una detención, pero no por eso merecíamos dicho trato.
Perdón, ¿puedes repetir la última, como de la mitad, por favor?
Ok. Te voy a repetir todo. Estando detenidos, empezaron a restringirnos el agua, en especial la del inodoro. Esta se bloqueaba por 30 minutos. Fue por un año dicha condición hasta que se dio inicio a la primera huelga de hambre. Esta con el fin de ser escuchados. Con el fin de ser escuchados.
Okay. Being incarcerated, at one point our water was restricted, especially that of the toilet. This, they would be restricted to 30 minutes. This happened for a year until we initiated our first hunger strike.
Es verdad que estábamos en una detención, pero no merecíamos dichos tratos por parte de los agentes de ICE. Alimentos dañados, condiciones fatales. Todo empeoró, pues lejos de ser escuchados, logramos que nos llevaran a unas celdas de castigo.
It's true, while we were in detention, we shouldn't be treated like that by the agents of ICE. ¿Puede repetir la última parte, por favor?
Claro, sí, señor. Al no ser escuchados, lo que lograron fue llevarnos a unas celdas de castigo.
Instead of being heard, they took us to a cell for punishment.
Estas son llamadas, dentro de la prisión se llaman cajas. Es exactamente igual a la proporción de la celda regular, pero con una pequeña diferencia. El aire acondicionado en la temperatura más baja es congelante. No tiene sábanas, el inodoro en muy malas condiciones y no hay agua potable durante las 24 horas del día.
These cells are called boxes. It's the same size of the regular cell, except for some differences. There are no sheets. The air conditioner is turned up extremely high and it's extremely cold. And there's no drinkable water.
Durante este tiempo fui sometido a gritos, presiones, vi oficiales de la correccional cómo golpeaban a otros detenidos. ¿Continuó o paró?
Puedes parar, por favor. During that time, I was screamed at and pressured, as well as watching how other officials hit detainees.
Ok, uno de los principales problemas fueron las condiciones médicas. Son uno de los temas más frágiles. Yo conviví con personas con diferentes condiciones de salud que sufrían de tensión arterial alta, asma, alta azúcar, problemas cardíacos.
One of the biggest problems with the issues with the medical treatment, I lived with different detainees who had asthma, high blood pressure, and problems with high sugar and cardiac problems.
En varias oportunidades presencié compañeros que presentaban ataques de epilepsia, tenían pérdida de conocimiento y por ende se lesionaban la cara o la cabeza al momento de la caída.
In some incidents, I had cellmates that had attacks of epilepsy, where they fell down, hit the floor, or had a lesion or an injury caused by the impact.
Fue muy indignante ver la negligencia por parte de los guardias, que en lugar de reaccionar inmediatamente para brindar una adecuada atención médica, preferían esposar e inmovilizar absurdamente a las personas de pies y manos, a pesar de que estuvieran sangrando.
It was very indignant to see the actions of the guards. Instead of helping them, they preferred to handcuff them by their hands and feet, in spite of seeing them bleeding.
Uno de los puntos más preocupantes era el alto número de los casos de salud mental. Esto incrementó en gran parte por el abuso de los funcionarios de la cárcel y de los agentes de ICE.
One of the most important points is the issue of mental health, and this is impacted by the treatment of the members of the facility and the guards of ICE.
Los agentes de ICE quienes llegaban a las celdas bajo amenazas para obligarnos a firmar documentos, que tiempo después nos enteramos que eran documentos para aceptar nuestra deportación.
The agents of ICE would arrive and make threats to force us to sign documents that we later found out that they were documents to authorize our deportation.
I'm sorry to interrupt here. This is Chair Hanif. Efrain, if you could just wrap up your testimony, we will be reading every testimony provided to us. I want to make sure that you know that what you're sharing is valuable to us and what you've experienced is absolutely important for us to note as we hold the facility accountable. But we have many people left to testify this afternoon, and I want to make sure that everyone is here to testify. Thank you.
Okay. Efrain, I'm going to translate if I may.
Please, yes.
Efrain, por favor, si tú puedes terminar tu testigo, porque la versión escrita va a estar en las manos de ellos y tienen muchas otras personas que tienen que hacer su testigo. Gracias.
Ok, perfecto. Bueno, voy a concluir con, por estas razones, considero que todas las cárceles donde se encuentran detenidos de inmigración, especialmente en el estado de Nueva York, ser cerradas lo más pronto posible para que los detenidos puedan reunirse nuevamente con sus familias y puedan luchar sus casos desde afuera en compañía de ellos mismos y de sus familiares.
Okay. I will conclude for this reason that the jails that are holding immigrants, especially in New York, should be closed so that they may be reunited with their families.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to now welcome Madison Koenig to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Madison. I am a law graduate at the Legal Aid Society of New York. I will be sharing testimony from a client currently detained at Orange County Jail who wishes to remain anonymous. When I first arrived at Orange County Jail at the end of December, I was put into quarantine for 2 weeks. During that time, I was in my cell all day with only short breaks to use the restroom. When I did get meals, it was never enough food. A typical meal would be a bit of pasta, some crackers, and a slice of bread. The only vegetable we ever got was string beans. Sometimes there would be a little meat with the pasta, but that was it, and we never received fruit. My biggest issue in quarantine was having enough water. We had a little cup that we could fill during meal times. We would ask the officers to let us get more water during the day, but they wouldn't answer. They wouldn't say no, they would just ignore us no matter how often we asked. I was sent to a doctor for a checkup. She told me that my kidneys were being affected and that I really needed to take in a lot of fluids. I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to do what the doctor told me to. When I got to my cell, I asked the officer for water and he said no. I told him what the doctor said, but he didn't want to get it for me or let me get it for myself. He didn't let me get water for the rest of the day. When I was released from quarantine, we still had issues with food, not getting enough, not getting protein or fruits or vegetables. I know there have been times when the officers have made racist comments because my friends have told me, but I don't speak English, so I try to ignore them. There are some officers who we are all concerned about. There was an incident where 6 or 7 officers attacked one man. One of the officers put his knee on his neck, and he said he couldn't breathe, but the officers would not move. An African inmate near me was trying to go down to help the one who was being punished, but we told him not to because we knew they would hurt him too. I just want to get out of here and be back with my family. I have 3 young children and they cry every time they see me on video calls because they miss me. The officers have threatened to take away my tablet, which is the only way I can see and talk to my family. I came to the United States to make a better life for my children, and I just want to be with them again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That concludes this panel's testimony. I'm going to turn it to Chair Hanif for any comments or questions.
Thank you all so much for providing testimony and particularly raising the egregious concerns on how officers were treating detainees. I don't have any questions at this time. I'd like to move us along to the next panel and would just like to remind folks to stick to the 3 minutes allotted so that we can get to everyone. It is really exciting to me that we have so many folks who are on this call to share testimony and for us to continue raising the alarm on the conditions at OCJ and other immigrant detention centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank this panel for their testimony. We're going to move on to our next panel. In order, I'll be calling on Kar Nowakowski, followed by Alex, followed by Sophia Grule, followed by Razine Zanan, followed by Marlon Agustin Mendez, followed by Mariana Diallo. Kar, you may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Karen Nowakowski. I'm a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society, and I'm presenting the following testimony on behalf of a client currently detained at Orange County who would like to remain anonymous. My experience being kept here has been one of racism and mistreatment. The officers treat us like animals. They call us criminals. They have a hatred for Hispanic and Black people. They take away our benefits whenever they want to. They lock us up in our cell all the time without any reason. They know many of us don't speak or understand English, but they shout at us in English anyways and don't translate their instructions. COVID is a big problem here. Even when someone is sick with COVID, we're all mixed together. We share the same space and the same air. And when we want to protect ourselves by wearing masks, they treat us badly. They say we don't need masks because no one is sick here, but a lot of people have been sick. In December and January, guards would come in sick all the time. Almost everybody in my unit was sick with fever and coughing during that time. We rely on the help of God to stay alive. The medical care here is poor in general, and I have suffered medical neglect. You have to fill out a paper or sick call to get their attention, otherwise they won't do anything. But even when you put in a call, it takes them weeks to respond. And even when you get to see a doctor, all they do is take your blood pressure, temperature, and then give you pills. The pills are always the same. It is always an over-the-counter pain medication. It doesn't matter what you're suffering from. They treat any ailment the same, the cheapest way possible. They don't care about our health. The food here is disgusting and unsafe to eat. I have been suffering from a lack of food here. For weeks, we have been eating the same food as the day before. Whatever we eat one day, the chef puts the same thing out the next. The food has been used and reused so often that it is softened and disintegrated. It's unpleasant and disgusting. There is one group of officers here that is especially racist, but all of the officers are responsible. A few months ago, we tried to speak out against Officer Bloys, number 366, who was being racist towards us and treating us badly. We submitted a complaint about this officer, but nothing happened. When that didn't work, we decided to ask to speak to a sergeant. The very same officer we had complaints about was in our unit that day, and he said that we were being disrespectful. He demanded that we lock in. When we kept insisting on speaking to a sergeant, a large group of officers rushed into the room. We just wanted to speak to the sergeant about this officer, but they wouldn't let us. Suddenly, I saw these 6 officers attack one of the people on the outside of the group. It was 6 officers against one unarmed man. The officers jumped on him, hitting him. One of them was holding him down, and another had his knee on the man's neck. They pepper sprayed him and wouldn't let him move. He was yelling for help, but we couldn't do anything. We thought that if we said anything more, they would torture us as well. When they lifted him up, I saw that he had a really big black eye. They had hit him really badly. We just want to be heard. But after that day, we all feared that we would be next. Everyone was scared. We didn't feel safe before, and we knew we weren't safe after that. The officers have so much control over us. I'm fearful for my life. It is depressing being here, and I have a lot of bad days. I've missed the birthdays of my children and the birthday of my wife. I just want to be with my family again. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, I'll be turning to Sophia Gurule for testimony. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
My name is Sophia Gurule. I am a NIAPEP staff attorney representing detained and non-detained people, and I'm also Immigration Policy Counsel at the Bronx Defenders. I'm here today to read the testimony of Romeo, who's currently detained at the Buffalo Service Processing Center. I've been detained for 3 years. ICE treats you very badly with no humanity. I had COVID a few weeks ago. They put all the COVID patients in one unit like a warehouse. There was no treatment. When we have medical complaints, they tell us we're making stuff up. I need surgery, and they keep telling me that ICE can't approve my surgery, or telling me the surgery will happen, but it gets delayed. I had a deportation order for 8 months. My consulate said they can't issue me travel documents, but they're keeping me in detention knowing that. The unit feels like a prison. It's very small. There's no recreation. If you want to work on your case, there's no space to do that. If you want your legal documents, they tell you to put in a request, but it takes 2 weeks to get it. It's hard to send things to your lawyer or caseworker because everything takes so long. It slows down people's cases. It's hard to get access to your documents in your mail. Officers are very abusive and racist. They make racist remarks. Whenever you request anything, the officers say they can't. They're taking the law into their own hands because they have power over us. They're abusing us. They come in our cells and rip the door open, mess with our stuff. They throw our clothes and documents on the floor. We can't do anything because we don't have any power. I came here on November 13th. On November 22nd, they took me to processing and they said I was getting deported. They closed my commissary account and took my money. They transferred me between detention centers to Louisiana without my medication and with no food. They put me in a holding cell for 5 hours with no food. They always move people during the night at 4 a.m. It feels like human trafficking. They prevent you from sleeping by waking you up at 4 a.m., telling you that you're going to be deported. I was put on another flight from Louisiana to Arizona, but with no food. I was there for a week with no medical attention. Then they told me my deportation was canceled because my travel documents were expired or my country wouldn't accept me. They kept me in a cell in the airport for 7 hours, sleeping on a bench. Then they flew me back to Harrisburg, New York to go to Buffalo. 2 ICE officers drove me to Buffalo. It was an 8-hour drive. I was in a van for 8 hours handcuffed. I asked to go to the bathroom and to eat, and they wouldn't let me do either. Why do they fly me all over the country and disturb my sleep and deny me food? That's the end of the testimony, but I just want to uplift again that Romeo said that this experience feels like human trafficking.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Razeen Zanan to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Razeen Zaman. I will be reading testimony from someone anonymous at Orange County Jail. The detainees are not eating the facility and hunger striking. The facility is taking away their commissary and they threw away their food yesterday. The detainees have complained about it, but nothing gets done. The facility took away their commissary, which their families deposited, and they threw away their belongings. They have nothing, only a bucket of water. The staff came to make insults at why they're immigrants, why they don't return to their country. The officer who made these comments had the ID tag CNE450. Ebgar is locked for 2,000 hours. That's 15 days, even though he and the others haven't committed any wrongdoing. They just try to complain and fight for their rights. Anytime the staff will lock them up for the smallest things. Yesterday, when they took away his commissary, they took them near the bathrooms where there aren't any cameras. If they wanted to hurt them for any reason, they could without any footage. The detainees don't initiate anything, but the staff come in making comments and start treating them like animals. The facility cuts their calls as well to stop the detainees from reporting these incidents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Marlon Augustin Mendez to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Marlon Agustin Mendez, and today I am speaking on behalf of the body of social workers serving the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you, Chair Hanif and members of the Committee on Immigration for this opportunity to present testimony today regarding the inhumane conditions and, more specifically, the negligent mental health treatment that many of our clients encounter while in Immigration and Customs Enforcement's detention. In our day-to-day role, we regularly assess clients in detention to better understand their psychosocial functioning and to determine the level of care and supportive services that best meet their needs. Additionally, we provide written advocacy and supportive counseling to many of our clients while they await the results of their immigration proceedings. It is through these direct interactions that we have witnessed and learned about the many issues that prevent our clients from accessing adequate and crucial mental health services upon their ICE detention. Some of the issues I want to kind of highlight are in three main stages or phases where a detained person can be evaluated for and receive access to mental health services. However, in our daily social work practice, we have identified many gaps in an effective and efficient response to the health concerns that many of our clients encounter while in detention. The first is the intake process. Individuals are supposed to be assessed for mental and physical health needs upon their arrival to ICE detention. This is a critical moment for jail staff to identify any current and previous mental health concerns that can negatively impact our clients during their time in detention. However, we have seen that far too often our clients are not properly assessed for mental health concerns. And in many cases, these clients begin to gradually decompensate until an unfortunate crisis emerges. Furthermore, it is important to understand that there are cultural implications, lack of education, and past experiences that prevent our clients from verbalizing their mental health needs. For example, a client may be experiencing symptomology related to an undiagnosed mental health issue, but they are unable to comprehensively describe what they may be experiencing by answering a few questions related to their mental health during a brief intake process. Additionally, if an individual hesitates or denies their mental health issues due to fear of stigmatization, they will have a much more difficult time obtaining services later. During detentions, also, our clients are undiagnosed. If they are undiagnosed during the intake process, that they are required to fill out what's called a sick call or a sick call form. In this form, they are supposed to give a description of their symptoms and the reason they are seeking a healthcare provider. Our social work team strongly criticizes this process due to the ineffectiveness in response time and lack of seriousness that these sick calls are taken by jail staff at OCJ. Furthermore, our clients that request mental health services will seldom be immediately connected to a psychiatrist or psychologist. They will have to endure a long and arduous process, sometimes making several sick calls before they are connected to proper mental health practitioner. Additionally, if someone decompensates while in detention, they are presumed to have an adjustment disorder without actually undergoing a psychiatric evaluation. No diagnosis should be assumed without a thorough mental health evaluation. We have had clients experiencing symptoms of psychosis. The full testimony will be submitted. I just want to conclude with saying that the Knife Up social workers at the Legal Aid Society unite with a large and diverse coalition of legal service providers, immigration attorneys, physical and mental health organizations, and various immigration advocates across New York who strongly denounce the inhumane and harmful treatment of people held in immigration detention. The most sensible alternative of ICE detention, especially for those with underlying mental health concerns, is to allow people the opportunity to engage mental health services in a community-based setting while they continue their immigration and legal proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Mariana Diallo to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hello, I'm Mariama Diallo, and I am reading a testimony from Howard Bryan, who's currently detained at the Buffalo Service Processing Center in Batavia, New York. They state the following: they charge us 400% higher prices for any items here. It makes it hard for our families. When we complain that we think, when we complain that we think, our things are overpriced, they just tell us not to buy them. The law says that we're not supposed to charge more than 300% above normal prices. We also don't get the right amount of things for the money. I have been here for over a year, 14 months. My deportation officer, Nicole Balestrea, is doing her utmost to get me deported. The Jamaican consulate can't issue travel documents for me because I'm not in their database, and they can't verify this. She knows this, but she has been acting fraudulently to get me deported. She chooses to believe that I'm using a false name. She has made inquiries at the Jamaican authorities, but she's not satisfied with the information they gave. She tried to claim that my name is really Rohan Bryan, my brother's name, to have me deported. They have given me inaccurate information and claimed that the Jamaican consulate will send my travel documents soon. She sent an officer named Kahish to interview me, explain to the officer that I am not my brother, and explain my situation. That officer then verified the information I provided and confirmed that I am correct, and Officer Balestrea had given him incorrect information. I filed complaints against Officer Balestrea for giving me misinformation. The Jamaican consulate sent me a letter on 12/13/2021 confirming that they will not issue travel documents for me, but it hasn't made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Alex to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Alex Zucker, and I'm going to read a statement from a person who is currently being detained by ICE at the Orange County Jail in Goshen, New York. Why are individuals such as Michael Zimran subject to a prolonged period of detention after they have been in custody since March 20th, 2021 through today, since the likelihood of removal in the foreseeable future is low to none while complying with ICE on a final removal order? Individuals like Michael Zimran were vaccinated and given booster shots voluntarily while detained in the Goshen ICE facility and still became sick and weak, given the fact that when they are together with other detainees and correction officers, they are exposed to the COVID-19 virus and other illnesses brought in by corrections officers, as well as any new detainees. Individuals like Michael Zimran can better take care of their health and be exposed less to various illnesses and COVID-19 if they are given a chance to remain in society on order of suspension, which they once were in compliance when granted in 2008. Given this grievance, ICE is violating not only the 6-month period of detention they have set for persons detained to be removed from the United States, but also creates a very harsh circumstance for the individual detained by being forced to be with other individuals who are coming from the streets and likely carrying the COVID-19 virus or other sorts of illnesses. The food provided has no nutritional value, and the medical department is short-staffed. I, Michael Zimran, am requesting to be freed to maintain my hygiene and keep myself healthy and disease-free. That's the end of the testimony. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That concludes this panel's testimony. I'd like to turn it to Chair Hanif for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Bonnie. I don't have questions I will wait to hear from the rest of the mental health panelists for my questions on mental health services.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to thank this panel for their testimony, and we'll be moving on to our next panel. In order, I'll be calling on Ellen Pecknanda, followed by Carla Ostolaza, followed by Sharon Kaufman. Ellen, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairwoman, and thank you all for holding this committee and this first committee meeting for the Immigration Committee on this very important issue of what's been going on at the Orange County Correctional Facility. I am the attorney in charge for the NYFA program at Brooklyn Defender Services. And as you've heard from this powerful testimony today from individuals who have been detained at Orange in the past or are currently detained at Orange, the conditions in this facility are inhumane, they are dangerous, and it must be stopped. On behalf of the NYFA providers, we have continuously advocated with both ICE and the Orange County Correctional Facility to improve these conditions. You will hear later from more social workers from the NYFA program addressing the mental health concerns that are at the Orange County Correctional Facility. But right now, we'd like to focus on the access to counsel issues we've encountered. The proper way to describe this is Orange County Correctional Facility has in the past and has done in the entire time of the ongoing COVID pandemic denied access to counsel at the facility. As you all know, Orange County Correctional Facility is in Goshen, New York, which is close to 2 hours outside of the city. Our access to our clients has depended mostly during this pandemic on remote access, primarily through the use of a video system called GTL. The video system that exists at the facility has been plagued by systemic problems, which means that our attorneys are unable to schedule visits at times for weeks. When they have these remote visits on video, there are times when the screen goes black, there's no audio, there's no connection. These technical issues persist to the point that calls are just completely canceled. And when they've contacted the facility or contacted ICE, the repercussion is just make another appointment, schedule another visit. This means that our clients are day in and day out deprived of their access to counsel. When we originally raised these concerns back in March of 2020, these concerns were met from ICE with scheduling some confidential phone calls. They were not sufficient or adequate for any hearing preparation. Now we've raised these issues both in letters and communication to ICE, and ICE's response at this point is there are no confidential calls that are available. The GTL system, despite continued advocacy, still fails to connect our advocates with our clients in the facility. And now, as you've heard through testimony before the council today, individuals are being told to use tablets. The tablets themselves do not provide for any confidential communication. Again, there's no ability to schedule these calls on these tablets. And these issues have been raised repeatedly with ICE, repeatedly with Orange County Correctional Facility. And as we've seen today, they're not here to address these concerns. ICE has met with us and the systemic issues continue and persist at the facility, and our clients are being denied their access to counsel. This remote access, if I could just finish one thought, the remote access that we must rely upon during this pandemic has continued to fail our clients, fail all individuals who are detained by ICE. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Carla Ostolaza to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Carla Ostolaza, and I am the Managing Director of the Immigration Practice at the Bronx Defenders. For the past 2 years, our clients detained at Orange County Jail have been denied access to private in-person meetings with their legal team. This is the case despite ICE and Orange County's position that in-person visitation is the only means of legal visitation and that Video and telephonic access are provided as a mere courtesy. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Orange County has refused to allow us to meet with our clients in the private meeting rooms in the facility. Instead, our clients are forced to meet with their advocates in a different space in the facility that doesn't allow for privacy. Other people meeting with their advocates are able to hear what our clients tell us, and there are also guards within earshot. Under these conditions, it is impossible for our clients to share sensitive information that is often critical to their case and their well-being, such as their trauma history, physical and mental health status, and any abuse they might be experiencing in the facility at the hands of the guards. Moreover, detained people who don't speak the same language as their advocates are completely excluded from the possibility of in-person visitation, since interpreters are not allowed in the same space, because the setup of the room doesn't allow for social distancing. ICE admits this is a problem, but has not taken any steps to remedy it. Instead, it has said that video calls are the only alternative for people to communicate through an interpreter, but we have heard that they have no support and they're marred with issues. Even putting aside for a moment the lack of privacy and language access in this meeting space, in-person visits are not a viable option to communicate with our clients because the facility only guarantees their availability for 30 minutes every other day. Any further time allotment is up to the discretion of the guards, and this discretion is exercised unequally and more sparingly when requested by advocates of color. We have raised these concerns with ICE and Orange officials repeatedly, and they have consistently denied our requests for private meeting space and access to interpretation. It is clear that people detained in immigration custody cannot adequately collaborate with their attorneys and defend themselves from deportation. The only solution is for ICE to release every person in their custody and for New York State to prohibit localities from collaborating with ICE. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Sharon Kaufman to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Chair Hanif for having us here this afternoon to talk about this very important issue. Under normal pre-pandemic circumstances, ICE detention is inhumane and ripe for flagrant human rights abuses. This has only become more evident during the COVID-19 pandemic and exacerbated by the lack of transparency from ICE and Orange County Jail as to COVID protocols and access to vaccines and boosters. NYFUP advocates have repeatedly sought out information about Orange County Jail's quarantine policy, when it was necessary for clients to quarantine, or for how long they would be needed to quarantine, or how one would be quarantined outside of solitary confinement, which is usually a method for punishment. And we have yet to be provided with any official policy. We have heard some clients were quarantined for 7 days, others for 14 days. And during this period, they've had limited access to their legal representatives. We have also gotten no information or communication about when there was outbreaks in Orange County Jail. At times, clients were produced for court, and we were informed by court personnel that there was an outbreak in the jail. But when we reached out to ICE and Orange County Jail for more details, we were told that there wasn't an outbreak, and clients weren't produced either because an officer was ill or there was an issue with tech equipment. When we heard from our clients about a massive outbreak of COVID-19 at Orange County Jail in January, ICE denied any information about an outbreak and told us that 2 or 3 people tested positive. There has also been no information on testing protocols. During the outbreak of the Omicron variant, we were told by clients that officers informed them that they will not be testing for fear of having to report too many cases and for a lack of ability to properly quarantine those who test positive. Basically telling our clients that since the jail and ICE were incapable of managing the situation, they didn't need to know what they were dealing with. There has been no information provided on the dissemination of PPE to our clients or the requirements around masking for our clients and Orange County Jail and ICE staff. We have heard from clients that they were yelled at for wearing a mask. We have also seen officers in the background on video calls, if we've been lucky enough to get a video call. We've seen officers in the background walking around unmasked and clearly not concerned about the risk to our clients. We've also been told that clients were provided with 1 mask upon entry to Orange County Jail. Clients also had limited or no access to vaccines and boosters. and there was a lack of education or information to explain the benefits or side effects of the vaccine and booster. Some of our clients were told that if they wanted vaccines, they would have to be taken to another facility and then subjected to quarantine upon return. When we reached out to Orange County Jail and ICE and asked about access to vaccines, we were told that our clients are lying and that there are vaccines available and a sign-up sheet. It just so happened to be that they ran out of the vaccines that day and the sign-up sheet was being replaced. After further advocacy with press and ICE, clients were finally able to access the vaccine. However, we're still not provided with any education as to the benefits and side effects of the vaccine. In January, we requested information on how many vaccines and boosters have been administered at Orange County Jail in the last 30 to 60 days, but have yet to receive that information.
Time
It is clear that
expired.
Orange County, can I just have 5 more seconds? It is clear that Orange County Jail and ICE have no interest in the capacity to protect our clients from the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. To keep people detained in cages while depriving them of medical care and life-saving vaccines during a global pandemic is cruel and inhumane and must end. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to additionally call on Juarez Hernandez to testify. And I'm also going to ask our interpreter if you could please assist Juarez with their testimony.
Hello? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I'm having a technical issue. Can you please unmute Andrea?
Sure. I think Juarez is having a technical issue as well. So we will move on. We can circle back. I'm going to turn it to Chair Hanif because this is the end of this panel. So if you have any questions or comments.
Got it. Thank you. I wanted to know why these tactics are being used. The denial of access to counsel, the lack of privacy during the in-person meetings, the lack of language access. Could you share just more explicitly, why are these tactics being used?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I think the reason that we've seen here today is a real attempt by both ICE and the facility to deprive our clients of access to family and counsel, is to really deter them from fighting their cases. But as you've heard in the powerful testimony today, despite all of these odds, despite the treatment, the mistreatment, the abuse at the facility, they continue to stand up and speak up in these conditions. And I think this is something that I wanted to be clear that ICE and the facility are so aware of this ongoing systemic issue, and they have done nothing to address it. And it goes again to the reason why you convene this committee and what this committee's proposals are. This is why detention in New York State must end. The reason being that despite the efforts of people on this call to speak up while they're being detained in these very conditions to fight for this, there is still not access to counsel. There are still issues with interpretation. People who need interpreters in person cannot have that. There are still things going on with COVID. It speaks volumes that there has been ongoing advocacy and no change. Detention should end.
Yep. And is there still no official COVID quarantine policy? Has your main source of COVID outbreak information been from your clients?
Yes, that's correct. We have not received, despite multiple attempts, we have not received any official policy from Orange County Jail or from ICE, and are left to just rely on what we hear from our clients.
And even with that, the number, of course, is uncertain because there's really no way to do an accurate count.
Correct. I mean, when we were hearing that there was an outbreak of about 50 detainees, that was from, all of us adding up all the people that we heard, all of our clients. And ICE responded that they heard that they only know about 2 or 3, which also during the Omicron outbreak was just not possible, that only 2 or 3 people in ICE detention had COVID at the time.
And do you know if at this time ICE detention centers are supposed to report this data around number of COVID cases and their protocol around COVID safety?
I'm not sure about the protocol, but in terms of the numbers, I think they are, because they have been. It's just very outdated, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that I'd like to take a look at. We could possibly legislate around that, but it is absolutely important and vile that they have not been reporting this regularly.
Yes.
No more questions for this panel.
Madam Chair, I think we're having a little technical problem. We're just going to try to resolve that in a minute or two.
Okay, no worries.
Madam Chair, just one more second. We're going to log in and log back out. Council, please call the next panel if you're back on.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Technical issues. I see that Juarez had rejoined, so I'm going to circle back. Juarez, and I'm going to also ask Andrea to provide interpretation for the next panelist. Andrea, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Thank you. Could you please provide instructions about consecutive interpretation?
For who?
For Juarez Hernandez.
Juarez Hernández, por favor, mi nombre esta tarde, perdón. Mi nombre es Andrea Jurado, yo soy su intérprete esta tarde. Voy a estar proveyendo interpretación consecutiva. Por favor, hablen frases cortas.
Ok, sí me escuchan, ¿verdad?
Hello, you can hear me, right? This is the interpreter speaking. Sí, señora.
Ok. Hola, mi nombre es Joaris Hernández, soy de El Salvador. Tengo 28 años, soy una mujer negra trans. Llegué a los Estados Unidos huyendo de la persecución y la represión de mi país de origen.
Permítame.
Ujú.
Permítame. Hi, my name is Joris Hernandez. I am from El Salvador. I am 28 years old. I am a Black woman. I am a Black transgender woman. I came from my country running away from persecution. Continúe.
Pero en cambio fui torturada y criminalizada por el sistema de inmigración de los Estados Unidos
But instead, I was tortured and criminalized through the system of the United States
por simplemente buscar una seguridad y una protección.
for simply looking for safety and protection.
Fui enviada a un centro de detención en el año del 2020. Fue tan horrible vivir dentro del centro de detención.
I was sent to a detention center in the year of 2020. It was horrible to be in that center.
Es por eso que hoy alzo mi voz para poder contar un poco de mi experiencia que tuve
That's why I'm speaking up today to share a little bit of my experience that I had
dentro del centro de detención, las carencias que también hay como mujer trans.
inside the detention, as well as the lack that there is for transgender women.
Fui enviada a confinamiento solitario durante meses por mi
I was
condición,
sent to solitary confinement for a few months
por mi condición de trans. Fue algo que me afectó mucho emocional y mentalmente.
because of my condition of being transgender. This is something that affected me a lot in an emotional and mental level.
Ya que el aislamiento fue algo horrible, una tortura que viví.
Due to the isolation being horrible and the torture that I was living.
Hoy hablo en solidaridad de mis compañeros y otros migrantes de la comunidad LGBTQ+,
Today I'm speaking with solidarity with my peers and my LGBTQ+,
que hoy en día siguen encerrados dentro de los centros de detención.
Perdón, ¿puede repetir?
Que ahora en día siguen encerrados en los centros de detención.
That today are still locked up in the detention center.
Las condiciones dentro de los centros de detenciones incluyen una mala alimentación,
The conditions inside of the detention center include a bad nutrition,
la poca accesibilidad a la salud,
the little accessibility for health,
la falta de atención médica y la discriminación de funcionarios complicados.
the lack of medical attention, and the bad attention from guards inside.
Por eso hoy me uno a todos los demás y exigimos a la administración Biden escuche mi voz.
This is the interpreter speaking. The interpreter needs repetition. Señora, ¿puede repetir, por favor?
Por eso hoy me uno a todos los demás y exigimos que la administración Biden escuche nuestras voces.
This is why today I come together with everyone else and ask for the Biden administration to listen to us.
Y se den cuenta de la realidad de lo que se vive y de lo que hay muchas personas actualmente están pasando.
To realize the reality that many are living and what many are suffering.
Por lo mismo que yo pasé, le pido al presidente John Biden cumpla sus promesas de campaña.
Through the same thing that I had. I asked the President Biden for a plan and for his campaign.
Una reforma de migración, especialmente hacia las comunidades más marginadas.
Reform for immigration for especially the more marginalized communities.
A la comunidad migrante LGBTQ y comunidad negra.
Immigration community LGBTQ and Black.
Porque la libertad no tiene precio.
Because freedom does not have a price.
Y nadie debería de tener que soportar el horror de los confinamientos.
Nobody should go through the horror of confinement.
No más centros de detención.
No more detention center.
Mejor invertir ese dinero en agilizar nuestros procesos inmigratorios.
It's better to use the money for our process for immigration.
La gente no debería pasar por esa tortura dentro de los centros de detención.
People should not go through the torture of being inside of the detention center.
Así como ser liberados para tener acceso a un trabajo decente, recursos médicos y otros programas.
Same as being free for a good job, medical attention, and other programs.
Pido al presidente Biden debe liberar a todos los del centro de detenciones e insisto al Consejo de la Ciudad de Nueva York y a la gobernadora a que aprueben no centros de detenciones en el estado de Nueva York.
I ask the president to free all this, all of them, and I insist the council, New York City Council, as well as the governor, no more detention center.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to just turn it quickly to Chair Hanif if there are any questions or comments.
Thank you, Vani. Thank you, Juarez and Andrea, if you could continue to interpret here. Thank you, Juarez, for just lifting up the conditions of trans detainees and in particular, your experiences. Were there other trans women detained with you? And could you articulate on whether trans detainees were being treated differently from others detained in the center?
Muchas gracias, Juarez, por compartir esta experiencia, por traer atención a la condición, en particular tu experiencia. ¿Hubieron otras mujeres transgénero detenidas? Y si puedes articular si las mujeres transgénero fueron tratadas de una manera diferente.
Sí, claro, habían más personas detenidas de la comunidad, pero en sí éramos pocas las que estábamos en ese centro de detenciones y quieras o no, según por protegernos a nosotras, nos mandan a celdas de aislamiento donde uno vive una tortura prácticamente.
Yes, there were, of course, there were other detainees from the community, but we were just a few and that were detained in the detention center. But just because they said that according for us to be protected, they isolated us, and that is just living a torture as is.
They isolated as in kept them separated from one another, not in one holding place.
Aislados en mantenerlos separados de unos a otros, no mantenerlos en un mismo lugar.
Así es, exactamente.
Yes, that is correct, exactly.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And then could you also share about the any medical treatment or lack thereof, in particular to the needs of trans women?
Y si puede compartir acerca de cualquier tratamiento médico o falta, si hubo, en particular de las mujeres transgénero.
Claro, la negación a nuestros tratamientos hormonales, eso no se nos permite en el centro de detenciones. También problemas, cuando uno está en las celdas de aislamiento y quiere ir al médico, se nos dificulta mucho por los repuestos. Entonces yo viví una mala experiencia porque yo tenía un problema dental.
Of course, the denial of hormonal change, that is one of the problems. And there's also problems when you are in the isolation cell to get to the medical portion. And that is something that happened to me because I had a dental problem.
Got it. Thank you. And I know we'll have some folks speak more about the medical conditions there, and I'll continue to probe on how our trans community members were receiving treatment. Thank you so much, Juarez, for your testimony. We can move on.
Sí, muchas gracias y por hablar. Sé que muchas otras personas van a hablar acerca de la condición médica y cómo afectó a la comunidad o a los miembros de la comunidad de mujeres transgénero. Muchas gracias, Juárez, por tu experiencia. Vamos a continuar.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo, por escucharme.
Yes, thank you very much for your time and for hearing me out.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome our next public panel. In order, I'll be calling on Emmanuel Garcia, followed by Ismarie Laura, followed by Nicole Guerrero, followed by Mia Soto, followed by Dr. Chanel Diaz. Emmanuel Garcia, you may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Garcia, and I am a social worker with the Bronx Defenders. My role is to identify resources to address current needs that my clients are currently facing, and most importantly, to provide support with our legal team to help our clients navigate the harsh and punishing immigration system. Although I have been working with the Bronx Defenders for less than a year, what I have witnessed in my work will forever be branded in my memories. The clients that have read their testimony from Rosa Cohen and from Amy, those are my clients. And yeah, I'll definitely be speaking on their behalf. So I'll start off with my client EM. As said earlier, his mother passed away from COVID-19. May she rest in peace. It has been very difficult for him, and he has told me that he really needed to talk to someone. When I follow up with him, he tells me that the staff tells him that they don't have any therapy sessions in Spanish. And he tells me, how is this possible for a federally funded institution? As a social worker, I agree with him, and I cannot help but feel helpless, especially because my whole role as a social worker is to try to provide these resources. And me being unable to 100% help my client really creates a barrier. And then on top of that, my clients also have to deal with the conditions happening in OJC, which is just exacerbating their current mental health conditions, especially if they don't have somebody to talk to about how they're feeling. Another client that I would like to mention is my client SD. Before he was detained, he was homeless, and he was diagnosed with a schizoaffective disorder. With a mild intellectual disability. Every time I talk to him, and he's taking his medication, he tells me that he appreciates having the medication and that he wishes he could also have therapy as well. Whenever I talk to him, I question myself, how could our justice system just instead of giving him mental health care, they just throw him into incarceration and then to immigration proceedings. He even tells me that at times he hears the voice of his mother and father calling out to him. And there are times that being detained makes him feel constrained, and he tries to sleep it off, but even sleeping on his bed, which he tells me is extremely painful for his back, is like sleeping on cement. He cannot even cope with his mental health, even in his own bed. My other client that I would like to mention, his name is JL. Many individuals navigating these conditions are also survivors of serious trauma, and the experience of detention. I would just like just say one more thing. As a Hispanic Latino, I just find it extremely repulsive and offensive that me and my colleagues and my clients have to just deal with this racism, with this xenophobia. And it's just incredible that us being New Yorkers and claiming that we're a sanctuary state, we still have this detention open. Please hear what our clients are saying. Do it for the families. They're very hurting. Please don't make any more children cry. We've seen enough of that. Please, just please hear our pleas and hear our clients' pleas, and just end their suffering, end this nightmare for them. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Ismarie Laura to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ismarie Laura, and I am a NIFOD advocate at the Bronx Defenders. I'm going to be speaking today about my work with my clients and how it's been impacted. One of my NIFOD clients, BS, has been struggling with depression and anxiety since he first arrived at OCCF. BS attempted suicide in the past and has been increasingly talking about hurting himself while detained at OCCF. BS was seen by medical staff at OCCF only after making about 4 or 5 requests to be seen by a doctor. OCCF noted in BS's medical record that he had attempted suicide 9 years prior, that he's taking medication but failed to list the medications that he's taking, that he's having audio and visual hallucinations, has a history of psychological and emotional abuse and victimization as a child, has concerns about being able to cope with while incarcerated, and was observed to be anxious and agitated and fearful of his safety. Despite these findings, OCCF medical staff recommended no services. Recently, BS, just last week, he reported that he was able to speak to a psychiatrist, and their response was they put him on 24-hour watch, which exacerbated his mental health condition. He couldn't sleep all night. He was thinking about hurting himself. The guard literally had to beg him to please go to bed because the guard was watching him and couldn't rest because my client was agitated. And my client basically said that after this, he never wants to talk to a psychiatrist again. That's no mental health treatment for him. They told him that they're unable to prescribe him medication or diagnose him because that's some New York State policy that they couldn't even state him what the policy was. And my client basically is just like, he doesn't really want any mental health services or talk to anybody at OCJ, because if these is the mental health services that they're going to offer, he does not want them. Many of my NIFOD clients rely on their social workers to get modicum and supportive care that they need, particularly those who cannot access it. Yet as a social worker, we often face challenges accessing our clients, which can be particularly detrimental when they are responding to people in crisis. Recently, OCCF removed my professional status for visitations, and I was unable to communicate with a severely mental ill client for over a week. When I contacted OCCF, the facility told me that they did not have my credentials on file, despite the fact that I had been to the facility in person the previous week and provided all the necessary documentation. NIFOD social workers routinely experience disruptions like this to client communication. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Nicole Guerrero to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Nicole Guerrero. I am a social worker in the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project at Brooklyn Defender Services. As a NIFOP social worker, I am deeply concerned about the lack of sufficient resources for appropriate mental health treatment at Orange County Correctional Facility and the dilemmas we face as social workers as a result. I would like to share with you a story about one of our clients who our office has contacted mental health many times about over the past year. We repeat it to you today because his story represents the experience of many other people incarcerated in immigration detention in New York State. I have been working with L since April 2021 while he's been detained at Orange. Prior to my working with L, he had been placed on suicide watch upon Orange's initial assessment due to his suicidal ideations. L has been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, major depressive disorder, severe with psychotic features, and borderline intellectual functioning by outside experts. He experiences visual and auditory command hallucinations that often instruct him to harm himself or commit suicide. Even upon sharing diagnostic information with mental health refuses to acknowledge L's major depressive disorder with psychotic features and borderline intellectual functioning diagnoses, and therefore fails to provide treatment that is responsive to his needs. Throughout my work with L, I have contacted mental health several times to request an appropriate evaluation and always make sure to voice my concerns, even if staff don't want to engage. Several times, mental health staff have told me that they cannot speak to social workers and have instructed me to speak directly to ICE. On one incident, when reporting that L was experiencing suicidal ideations, mental health response was, quote, "I have no idea what to do with this information." Orange has placed L in solitary confinement, which they refer to as one-to-one suicide watch, each time in response to my concerns, sometimes without conducting a proper assessment. Frequently, assessments have been conducted in English, even though L is a native Spanish speaker. I am concerned about the extreme nature of one-to-one suicide watch at Orange. L has described his prior experiences with suicide watch, which is solitary confinement, as highly traumatic. He is forced to take off his clothes and wear a turtle suit or anti-suicide smock. He is also placed in a room with lots of windows and feels exposed and vulnerable. He has told me that he feels like Orange is, quote, "trying to kill him" by putting him in isolation. Because of L's experience on suicide watch and the risk that it poses to him, decisions to contact mental health have not been made lightly. Nevertheless, as a social worker, I am ethically obligated to report suicidal ideation or intent. In general, there is a failure to prioritize the mental health of people detained at Orange. Orange's responses to mental health crises and lack of appropriate treatment for individuals with severe and persistent mental illnesses pose ethical conflicts for us as social workers, whose obligations are to the well-being of our clients. Orange's reluctance, if not outright refusal, to provide appropriate mental health treatment and acknowledge that they are responsible for the care of these individuals is detrimental to the mental health of our clients. As social workers, how are we supposed to, if I could just finish this one comment, how are we supposed to keep our clients safe if Orange's responses to mental health crises involve putting our clients in more danger? And how are our clients supposed to trust us? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Mia Soto to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, hello. My name is Mia Soto, and I'm the Community Health Organizer at the Health Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, NILPI. NILPI is privileged to be part of the City Council's Immigrant Health Initiative, and we thank you for that support. The Immigrant Health Initiative, NILPI, supports NILPI's work seeking to improve access to healthcare in immigration detention settings. Despite the dire health risks posed by the spread of COVID-19, ICE officials continue to arrest and confine people in immigration detention facilities across New York City and the state. For New York City residents held in detention, NILPI provides crucial and urgent advocacy to improve healthcare and their release. Through the funding provided by the Immigrant Health Initiative, we have built and continue to expand our volunteer providers, medical providers network, also known as MPN. Now with over 240 medical professionals who develop medical advocacy letters, visit individuals in detention facilities, conduct in-person consultations or medical interviews, and provide testimony for cases. Over the past year, NILPI's MPN has supported 15 cases where individuals were held by ICE at Orange County. Based on the MPN's review of people's medical history and their expertise as medical professionals, we are extremely concerned for the well-being and care of all immigrants held by ICE, especially those detained in Orange County. Community and legal advocates, as we heard, have reported that the jail has failed to provide easy access to vaccines or information about vaccines or boosters. Additionally, advocates report that immigrants in Orange County Jail are only provided with non-surgical masks, and of course are not following the recommendations provided by CDC. During the COVID-19 pandemic, additional issues have complicated and compounded the risk that detained individuals are facing every day. Many of the individuals at the Orange County Jail meet the criteria for being at high risk of complications from COVID-19. Many are in the age risk group and have a variety of pre-existing health conditions such as diabetes, obesity, and hypertension. The Orange County Jail, also known as OCCF, has a history of medical neglect, abuse, and discrimination against immigrants detained at the facility. Delaying care, improper care, and denial of care can result in permanent health damage and death, particularly when combined with COVID-19, even though many individuals have had health issues that could be treated quickly and addressed adequately. Today, I join countless other advocates to ask the City Council to support our demand for the release of individuals from immigration detention facilities across the nation, with urgency for those held at Orange County Jail. I urge the City Council to join the national movement to end ICE detention and protect all of New York City residents, regardless of their immigration status. I ask the City Council to support the resolution calling on New York State legislator and the governor to sign the New York Dignity Not Detention Act towards reducing the physical and emotional harm caused by detention interactions with the immigration enforcement system.
Time expired.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Dr. Chanel Diaz to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Chanel Diaz, and I'm a board-certified internal medicine physician practicing primary care in the Bronx, New York. I'm also a volunteer with the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest Medical Providers Network. I've conducted dozens of medical evaluations for individuals in immigration detention over the last several years. It's clear to me that 1, immigration detention makes even healthy people sick. 2, it's harmful by design, on purpose. 3, it's arbitrary and unjust. As a physician, I'm not simply charged with treating disease, but also with promoting health, well-being, dignity, and justice. I'm here to support the courageous individuals impacted by immigration detention and the advocates who have spoken today, and to uplift their calls to end our cruel and unjust system. ICE has the power to release the people being held and should do so, but until they do, we need local and state policies that no longer support detaining people for ICE. As a network, we've documented the continuation and even worsening of medical conditions for people in immigration jails, including the routine denial of vital medical treatment for people with serious medical conditions, as well as dangerous delays in diagnosis and treatment of new and worsening medical problems. In 2019, I shared Abdi's story. He was a healthy 30-year-old that nearly died after 18 months in ICE custody. He complained of worsening health for months. He showed many symptoms of deteriorating health, and for months he was ignored. He didn't receive adequate evaluations by the medical team. When he became acutely sick, he asked for 10 days to see a doctor. During that time, he was too weak to get out of bed. By the time he was finally hospitalized, he was diagnosed with tuberculosis in the lining of his lungs. Even after being discharged from the hospital, he didn't receive the adequate treatment that had been prescribed and was denied access to follow-up with the specialist. Luckily, he survived, but he did not get the medical care he deserved. And the inadequacies of healthcare and immigration detention have proven even more dangerous during the current pandemic. COVID-19 has spread like wildfire throughout detention facilities, and they've failed to implement appropriate social distancing, sanitation, testing, and masking protocols. This public health crisis is exacerbated by the already inhumane living conditions in immigration detention and heightened by the irresponsible and frequent transfers of detained people between facilities and jails. I've had the privilege of evaluating several individuals who went on hunger strike last year. Many of them had felt dehumanized and treated like animals. They shared the psychological toll and trauma of detention and what led them to this form of resistance out of desperation. I want you to imagine the desperation and determination it takes to starve one's body of nutrition for a prolonged period. It should signal to us all the dire circumstances of
Time
immigration
expired.
detention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now turn it back to Chair Hanif for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much to everyone's testimony. I'd like to get a better sense of the mental and medical care provided at OCJ.
So repeat the question one more time. I'm sorry.
I'd just like to get a better sense of how a detainee could access mental and medical care at OCJ. Like, could you walk me through the process?
From what I know, it's like the same thing with the sick call slip. From what I know, and that's because my client also asked me the same question, and I told them, look, you have to fill out the sick call slips. And yeah, again, when I did the follow-up, they will tell me again the same thing, my clients, that yeah, they don't offer no therapy sessions in Spanish.
So This means
and for the
that,
medical too, I'm sorry, and for the medical too. And even after they fill out the forms too, for the sick call slips, it just takes forever for even a medical professional to see them. And mind you that one of my clients were legit sick, you know, they were legit sick. And if you're sick, you want something from right then and there, but you don't want something days later, you know, especially for something simple like Tylenol and Motrin, you know, that's very abusive. It's terrible.
so this means that when your client or a detainee is feeling sick, they have to fill out a sick call slip, and then get that over to a guard or a rep. And then what is the usual response time? Like, how long are we talking here? Like 1 week to 2 weeks?
So for one of my clients, WG, and he's told me that the only 2 times he's been seen after him submitting a sick call slip, mind you, he's been in detention since last year. He has told me that he has only been seen twice, and it was only when he fainted in the kitchen, and the other time was just a follow-up. He told me that he had like a fracture in his back, and he has like a lot of like a back pain, and yeah, he still hasn't been seen about that. You know, I have another client who has submitted again sick call slips for a medical condition that he has as well, that he struggled with before he was detained. They still haven't seen him yet. Still haven't seen him. You know, like what, like as a social worker, as like for me and my colleagues, how are we supposed to help our clients when they're not able to have access to, you know, to all these treatments, you know? And it's just like a slap in the face, because I'm telling you, this takes a lot out of us, like every inch of our soul, you know? And it's just like this helpless feeling of not being able to just like help them in this instance, you know? And like today is probably like the only chance that they're gonna get of anybody hearing them. And if we're in America and we supposedly are the champion of human rights, supposedly, then why is this happening? Especially in New York City, you know, especially in New York.
No, I hear that. I hear that. And I thank you for articulating all of the, just the lack of medical assessment, evaluation, and treatment. So what I'm hearing from you is that like a client had fainted and then was seen. So like the condition would need to be like near death for a guard to show up for them to receive medical attention.
Essentially.
I mean, yeah. And that's something that I've actually heard from individuals in immigration detention, not just at OCJ, but they literally have to be dying to receive any kind of attention. And there have been documented deaths in immigration detention for that very reason. I think that the deaths are really only the tip of the iceberg. I think that, you know, there are so many more people that are harmed in numerous ways that thankfully survive, but no thanks to ICE.
Right.
And also like one of my clients, BS, after putting the 4 or 5 medical slips to be seen, he was only seen after a guard literally found him on the floor in a fetal position, like basically with his boxers on, because he likes to feel pain. It's like the way that he relieves like what he's feeling mentally. And the guard basically then took him to the medical the next day after catching him at 3 a.m. on the floor in this position. And that's when he was seen by medical staff. And even like through the things that the guards have observed, like they still, and the medical staff, they still have not suggested anything. And then in terms of like when they put him on 24-hour watch, they removed all of their clothes. They put him in a cold room by themselves, completely like, I mean, they have nothing underneath the robe, and they just feel even more agitated because someone is just looking at them through a window. And my client was even beat up like by the guards when he was forced to put in the gown because he didn't want to put it on because he was so agitated.
Right. And I think that what we see time and time again is that, you know, people who are sick do not receive immediate attention, that there are diagnoses that are missed. In some cases, people who need emergency surgery and go a long time without getting the emergency surgery they need. People in mental health crisis who are being placed in harm's way by being placed in solitary confinement rather than getting any kind of crisis management. And, I think that we've also heard stories of that happening to people who have acute COVID-19 infection, who are high risk and medically vulnerable. And instead of being monitored, they're being placed in solitary confinement where no one's evaluating them or checking on them for hours while their health is deteriorating. Again, I took care of patients during the initial surge in New York City and can say that when someone is sick with COVID-19, they need monitoring. They need very close monitoring. And that was not happening and has not been happening in immigration detention. What we know is that ICE, when someone gets really sick, that's when they may decide to release them to the community so that their death is not counted against them.
So as of right now, there isn't any routine or regular checkups happening in the center where each person detained is getting a medical evaluation or a mental health evaluation regularly.
I think the way that the ICE, I guess medical standards, if we can call them that, are applied, they're applied differently in different facilities, jails. And so I can't speak to OCJ in particular, but what I can say is having reviewed thousands of medical records from ICE, the initial evaluation that people get is very cursory. And in general, the documentation is really lacking when it comes to people's care. So even when someone, for example, Abdi, whose story I shared, he was reporting very clear symptoms of pulmonary problems. And in no place did they document an exam for him. I can only assume that they never listened to his lungs. And so even when they are being seen, the quality of care that they're getting is really subpar.
And is that because there is do they have a medical team out there, a mental health care team out there? What could you share more about the staffing?
Again, I would say that I'm not closely familiar with OCJ's medical staff, and so I'm not sure if they're contracted through like a private company or exactly how it works, because it's different in every jail or prison. But what I can say from the notes that I've reviewed, from the records that I've reviewed, is that there's definitely this issue of if even the providers who evaluate people not seeing individuals as patients or as a human being with specific needs, are often referred to simply as detainees, even in the medical notes, which is very unusual to see. And so what we know overall in ICE, when it comes to care in ICE custody, is that they're inadequately staffed with medical providers, that a lot of the care is being done by nurses or physician's assistants who are working above their scope of practice.
Right.
And so they're evaluating people in ways that they're not actually trained to do. And they're making calls and decisions to not refer to be seen by the physician. And we hear this over and over again. And then even when they see the physician, people often report instances of mistreatment, lack of professionalism, and it's pretty routine that people are denied their right to language interpretation when receiving care.
And then for when folks who are detained begin to receive mental and medical care, would you say that the care is consistent, that they're receiving their doses of medications, that they have access to a variety of treatment plans?
So what I can say, and I want to let Emmanuel and Ismeri answer too, especially from the mental health piece, is what we found in the evaluations that we've done over the years is that there are often interruptions and unexplained interruptions to people's treatment. For example, someone who has HIV is depending on their medication, or even diabetes is depending on their medication to keep their disease under control. And there are days where they just don't receive their medications and don't receive an explanation. Interruptions especially happen when people are transferred from facilities, and these interruptions can be days or weeks long. And I've seen this specifically documented when it comes to mental health care. So individuals who may have been on a specific regimen may not be receiving the same regimen for months after they're transferred, even though they're putting in sick calls and complaints and requesting the medication. And there are different, I guess, excuses for why that may happen, but it's really inexcusable.
Absolutely. And then can you explain how these irregularities and delays in treatment and testing and additional follow-up care impact folks with severe chronic and pre-existing conditions such as obesity, hypertension, and diabetes, and of course, in tandem, any mental health issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what is happening is that, you know, people are being they're being taken from their communities and they're being placed in really stressful situations where they're not getting adequate nutrition, they don't have adequate ventilation, there's crowding, and diseases spread very quickly in these settings, especially during a pandemic, right? You add to that, they're not receiving, like let's say someone who has diabetes. Someone who has diabetes has to have a very specific diet to control the blood sugar levels. And if they don't have that diet, their blood sugar can get out of control. And it's just this like domino effect. Once your blood sugar or blood pressure is out of control, your health worsens. Anyone who's in a situation like that may be experiencing anxiety because of their health, because of the situation that they're in, and because of not knowing what's happening to their family. So it really just spirals out of control for people in detention. And it's really unnecessary to put people in harm's way.
Thank you, Dr. Chanel. And to Emmanuel and Ismeri, could you share, like as social workers, what you're able to provide right now through all of the challenges?
I'm able to provide just my support. And it's honestly, it's not enough because I'm just a master social worker. I'm not a licensed clinical social worker. I'm not able to provide the appropriate therapeutical techniques that's needed to like mitigate these effects, you know? Again, our clients, even before they've been detained, they have gone through very extraneous situation. An example I'll give you is one of my clients, WG, he pretty much witnessed his son getting murdered, his stepson getting murdered. And he escaped with his wife and his child here. He escaped from the gang violence and he lost his wife here. He lost his wife from COVID in New York, you know? And here he is detained away from his family. And all he wants is for somebody to talk to. And he can't even have that either, you know? And me, again, as a social worker, us having these extensive connections outside the community, we're just limited to just providing our support. And yeah, it's definitely not enough. Like they need like professional resources. And again, yeah, this is a federally funded, a federally funded detention center. I know they're getting millions or billions of dollars. Can't allocate $100,000, $200,000 on mental health. you know, maybe a little less than that. Instead, again, my clients are sent to detainee initiatives, which is, again, is not right for a federally funded facility.
And I also want to add that the only mental health services that my clients have reported received in the past 2 years that I've been an IFOP advocate has been medication. And that's it. None of them have had access at all to therapy or anything like that, or in their language, while they have been detained. And they all have reported interruptions in the medicines that they're provided without any reason, like Dr. Diaz said previously. And another thing is for me, for example, like the only support that I'm able to provide is support through our video calls. And for example, when we do get to visit our clients in person, like recently when I visited BS, when he reported he was reporting a lot of thoughts about suicidal ideation and things like that. So I had to go visit him because I was worried. And so I took him some breathing techniques that he could do to help calm himself down whenever he's feeling anxious, because the breathing techniques that he had been provided by OCJ were in English, not in Spanish. So they even provide things that are not in the client's language. So how do you expect them to do these things? And so, you know, like even when I gave it to the guard was hesitant to take it, but thankfully they were able to provide this to my client. But in our role at the Bronx Defender site, we're only able to do but so much. So yeah.
Yeah, and I like to piggyback off what Ms. Mary said too, like with just providing medication. That's just only one aspect of mental health. You know, mental health has a lot of aspects in it, and just like pharmacological treatment is just not enough. You know, and I would like to bring that back to my client that has schizoaffective disorder. Like, yes, that's receiving medication is all good and well, but what about his homelessness? You know, what about that? And then what about him dealing with the loss of his mother as well, and then understanding his mental illness? Like where is the support at? The truth is that the support is just not there. And like as Mary said, like pharmacological support, it's just not enough. And you can ask any mental health professional. That's not the best in with the ethical standards of like with social workers too, and therapy in general. It doesn't best meet ethical standards. So yeah, we would definitely like to highlight that.
Thank you. And Dr. Chanel, did you want to say something else?
I just wanted to add, a lot of people in detention, you know, have experienced traumas, you know, either in their home country or during their migration process or here. And one thing that we often talk about is, you know, the importance of feeling safe. And what I see almost across the board is that detention is an experience that triggers a lot of people's traumas and creates a lot of new traumas. I think a lot of individuals have already shared today many ways in which they were re-traumatized and newly traumatized in detention. And so just kind of lifting up the fact that this is something that, you know, re-traumatizes survivors and provides them with no mental health support to address it.
Thank you all for the work that you're doing and for everything you raised during our discussion, and for testifying. No more questions for this panel.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you to this panel for their testimony. We're now going to be moving on to our next panel. In order, I'll be calling on Mario Russell, followed by Anna Meixler, followed by Terry Lawson, followed by Carol Laren Swent, followed by Esteban Figueroa Brucey, followed by Daniel Kim, followed by Maya McDonnell. Mario Russell, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Time starts now.
I'm sorry, you're muted. If you could accept the unmute request.
I apologize. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Haniff and members of the committee. I'm Nina McDermott, the Director of Hotline Services and Training at Catholic Charities Community Services. Our Division of Immigrant and Refugee Services works with New York City on a variety of programs that provide immigration legal services, refugee resettlement services, ESOL classes, and we manage the Action NYC hotline. We look forward to working with this committee on issues that face immigrant New Yorkers in the future. And today, on behalf of our director, Mario Russell, I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony. Catholic Charities provides legal services to immigrant New Yorkers throughout the state, including immigrants in ICE custody at Orange County and Rensselaer County jails, as well as Batavia Federal Detention Facility. We serve individuals who are not eligible for NIFAP representation. And thanks to referrals from our hotlines, legal service providers, and community partners, Catholic Charities is able to receive referrals for individuals who may not otherwise receive representation. Catholic Charities has observed countless human rights abuses exacted on our detained clients by ICE and the New York jails that they contract with. We have received numerous reports from clients confirming egregious living conditions, lack of access to medical care, and racist and discriminatory comments by jail officials. We have observed retaliation by ICE against those who seek to report those abuses. In September of 2021, Catholic Charities and partner organizations filed a civil rights and civil liberties complaint against the ICE Buffalo Field Office and Rensselaer County jails on behalf of our client, Mrs. Q, who testified earlier today. The complaints detail how Mrs. Q was physically brutalized by an ICE officer while being transferred to the jail, resulting in a fractured ankle. Once at the Rensselaer County jail, Ms. Q was denied the ability to shower and call her family for 2 weeks, denied access to medical care, and suffered discrimination and verbal harassment from jail officials. After lodging the complaint, Catholic Charities advocated to schedule a doctor's appointment for Ms. Q. And even with DHS trying to intervene to get an appointment scheduled, it still took 4 months for her to be seen by a doctor, who did confirm that her ankle was fractured. This 4-month delay exacerbated the damage to her ankle. Immigration detention separates families, causes financial instability, housing insecurity, irreversible psychological harm. We have documented how COVID-19 has exacerbated these harms and how inaction by DHS jeopardizes the health and safety of immigrant communities. New York City must take action to protect immigrant New Yorkers, and Catholic Charities supports legislation that would end detention, and that we've seen in New Jersey, and it's being proposed in New York State. We ask the City Council to express support for the elimination of detention of immigrants going forward and hold ICE accountable for its abuses and address the egregious conditions inside jails and detention centers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Anna Meixler to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Okay, thank you. I'm Anna Meixler, speaking on behalf of the New York University School of Law Immigrant Rights Clinic. Our full testimony has been entered into the record. I will present excerpts here. On February 17th, Envision Freedom Fund, Catholic Charities, Community Services, For the Many, Freedom for Immigrants, New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, and the Immigrant Rights Clinic filed a complaint with the Department of Homeland Security, Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, based on the firsthand accounts of 10 detained people at Orange County Correctional Facility. I will share key findings from the complaint today. In recent years, OCJ has been the subject of multiple complaints, lawsuits, and media, notably following the 2016 death of an individual in ICE custody at OCJ. The complaint highlights longstanding issues that have profoundly worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic, as it has grown even harder for detained people to access legal counsel, their families, and critical health services. The complaint seeks not only to expose deplorable conditions, but also to elevate the demands of people detained at OCJ, particularly the call to release all people back to their communities and to remove officers identified as violating people's civil rights. COVID-19 continues to spread at OCJ as ICE violates basic protocols. Lack of face masks, clothing, bedding, and cleaning supplies, coupled with expired food and unsanitary conditions, exacerbate the virus's spread. Detained people reported harassment from guards for wearing masks, being unable to distance from those who have COVID, and even more significant lapses in medical care. In general, accessing medical care is a longstanding issue at OCJ. The complaint details grievous medical negligence, with regular lapses in prescriptions, ignored requests for medical attention, and inadequate screening and care. Immigrants at OCJ describes an endemic culture of racism. People reported officers using hateful, xenophobic slurs, including the N-word. They described being told to go back to your fucking country. One officer said that were he at the border, he would kill all the immigrants. This vitriol was described as widespread, belying any suggestion that racist abuse at OCJ is isolated to a particular officer or unit. One officer even appears to be affiliated with multiple Nazi commando email addresses. In fact, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, which operates the jail, has publicly acknowledged former ties to the Oath Keepers, an extremist organization with anti-immigrant views. At least twice in just the past few months, large groups of officers have reportedly pepper sprayed, beaten, and dragged people, often for exercising their First Amendment right to speak out against the jail's conditions. Multiple officers were involved in each of these ugly attacks, emblematic of a culture of violence. People at OCJ report spending most of their time in isolation, locked in their cells. They describe being locked in for additional time for arbitrary, retaliatory reasons. Officers routinely wielded solitary and its threat to silence those exercising their First Amendment rights. Lastly, the complaint describes OCJ's unsanitary and degrading conditions. Nearly a dozen testimonials spoke of inedible food, freezing temperatures, scarce supplies, dirty laundry. Sorry, I'm nearly finished. If I could have another moment.
Go for it.
Extreme mail delays and surveilled communications. These brazen violations of people's rights and dignity, which are emblematic of the abuses endemic to the immigration detention system, demand swift action. Since the complaint was filed, 2 officers have been removed from the ICE unit at OCJ, and over 50 detained people went on hunger strike. But as strikers are punished with solitary confinement, conditions worsen, and people remain vulnerable to COVID-19, medical neglect, and violent racism, we underscore their demand for the immediate release of all detained people back to their communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Terry Lawson to testify. You may begin when you're ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Lawson, and I'm the Executive Director of Unlocal, which is part of the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, along with Make the Road New York and NILAG. And the lawyers, paralegal, and social worker who serve on our post-order defense team fight tirelessly during this pandemic to help those in ICE detention, where, as you've heard from many today, their physical and mental health are threatened every day. I would like to start by thanking Chair Hanif, the Immigration Committee, and the Council staff for convening this hearing on these critical issues. We look forward to working together in the months and years to come. We deeply appreciate the support of Moya and the city in making available these legal services. I will focus my testimony on the realities facing our clients and the need to pass the pre-considered resolution supporting the passage of Dignity Not Detention. As an example of the horrors facing clients detained at Orange, I'd like to share the story of our client, who I'll call Harry, who was sent to Orange late last year. At the time of his detention, Harry, a long-term US resident with US-born children, siblings, and a fiance, was being treated for colon cancer and a punctured intestine and was taking 8 separate medications. Despite his compromised immunity, his significant ties to the US, and the fact that he had been out on parole without incident for over 2 years when ICE tricked him into coming to pick up his passport and his green card, ICE denied his parole request and refused to release him while he pursued his motion to reopen. By the time his fiance reached out to us, Harry had run out of options. At Orange, he could not get the urgent medical care he needed. Without access to his medications and his doctors, Harry was unable to maintain his medical regimen, and his health rapidly deteriorated. He experienced rectal bleeding within a few weeks of being detained at Orange, and they ignored his numerous requests to see a doctor until our legal director intervened. Facing indefinite detention and failing health, Harry chose to be deported by ICE rather than staying to fight his case, which, due to the malpractice of his private attorneys, he could have won. Another medically vulnerable Unlocal client also chose to be deported early last year after he contracted COVID-19, a secondary respiratory infection, and structural damage to his lungs in ICE detention, and ICE refused to parole him. Like our RLC partners and many of those testifying today, Unlocal has been forced to file lengthy and complex habeas petitions in federal court to address the indefinite detention and deplorable conditions at Orange and other ICE detention sites that fail to meet basic health and safety standards. Furthermore, as you've heard, it is commonplace for Orange to ignore the scheduled appointments our advocates make to speak to clients using the antiquated GTL system, which frequently crashes, delaying our ability to fight for their release. Routinely, advocates log on only to see a black screen and never see their clients. Our clients
Time expired.
not being able to make phone calls not going through, and being able to only reach us via expensive apps like Getting Out. In addition to their numerous medical vulnerabilities, our clients suffer from extreme bouts of depression, anxiety, psychosis, and PTSD, as you've heard testimony about today. For those in detention, there is no escaping the daily trauma of being indefinitely separated from one's community. I close by asking this committee, the New York City Council, and Moya to support the pre-considered resolution introduced by Councilmember Hanif and Public Advocate Williams, calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign the Dignity Not Detention Act. I also ask this committee and council to pass the resolutions introduced last summer, calling on the city to enforce and strengthen its own detainer laws and to create a private right of action for those harmed when the detainer laws are violated. Lastly, we call on Moya to continue to fund the legal services and social work support provided by RRLC, which makes this type of advocacy on behalf of those impacted by ICE detention possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now turn to Carol Laran-Suint to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Darlene Laranqueng. I am the daughter of immigrants and a first-generation New Yorker from the Bronx. I am a legal advocate at the Bronx Defenders, and I support people who are detained by ICE at Orange County Jail and their families in their fight against deportation and for their right to be free. In my work, I work closely with family members to gather critical supporting evidence for their detained loved one, as the people we represent are unable to do so because of their confinement. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I am in solidarity with the people inside who can't appear today due to the many systemic failures that keep them caged and in deep suffering. Deportation has been categorized as an administrative step in the removal process and not as a punishment, but the lived experiences of people navigating these realities demonstrate otherwise. In most cases, people are separated from their family, subjected to inhumane and unsanitary conditions in detention, have limited access to counsel and their loved ones, are constantly navigating racist harassment and abuse by guards pertaining to their marginalized identities, all while fighting for all the things that make life worth living, like freedom, community, love, faith, and humanity. This is what is at stake today and every day until our people are free. I ask the City Council to pass a resolution supporting the Dignity Not Detention Act and to continue shining light on the abuses of ICE detention. I have witnessed how ICE detention denies people the opportunity to gather critical evidence for their case, which is one of the only few opportunities people have to humanize themselves in a court system that otherwise justifies their deportation by criminalizing their humanity. When people are taken from their communities, they have to rely on advocates and their loved ones to gather evidence, which a lot of time means revealing intimate information to family members that they wouldn't otherwise share, especially to young children. Those who don't have family members nor advocates to do this critical legwork for them often accept removal orders just to get out of detention. I have worked with families that were stable but became destabilized only after their loved ones' incarceration and experienced housing displacement, food insecurity, their mental and overall health of the family deteriorate. Children who had been excellent students all of a sudden struggle academically and start rebelling at school and at home. Oftentimes, such hardship only arises the moment after they are separated from their loved one by ICE. So the hardship remains ongoing and deepens the longer the person is in incarceration by ICE. Ending ICE detention in New York State means liberating people so that they can be reunited with their families, have access to adequate health care, and continue fighting their case from the outside. Doing so will transform this city and reestablish hope for more just and compassionate days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome each Esteban Figueroa Brusi to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanif, and to all members of the committee. My name is Esteban Figueroa Brusi. I am a supervising attorney at The Door, which is a holistic youth development organization. Among other things, we provide legal services to unaccompanied children in federal immigration custody. These children are not held by ICE, but rather by the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is part of the Health and Human Services Department. However, I echo my colleagues' concerns about especially the difficulties with remote representation during the COVID-19 pandemic. ORR provides a number of different types of placement. These range from foster care arrangements up to shelter or group home settings, and include some secure or so-called staff secure settings, which are more akin to adult immigration detention. The impacts of COVID tend to vary by the type of placement involved. As for the legal services that are provided, these can range from know your rights presentations up to and including full representation in asylum proceedings or other immigration proceedings. Many of the children that we work with have either asylum claims or what are called special immigrant juvenile claims. In other words, these are either people fleeing persecution, children fleeing persecution, or fleeing serious child abuse or neglect. As a result, building rapport with these young people is very important, and it has become increasingly difficult in the time of COVID. In particular, the shelter agencies that we work with, these are private agencies which subcontract through ORR to house these minors, have stopped producing minors physically at our headquarters at the door for important meetings. I can offer an example of how this has impacted our ability to provide legal services. We recently have worked with 2 minors who are nonverbal. Under ideal circumstances, these children would be brought to our offices where a social worker and attorney and possibly paralegal could meet with them in a controlled environment with the help of visual aids and establish the necessary communication. Not only has this not occurred because the shelters are not producing minors, but the shelter has also declined to set up video calls, citing the risk of confusion or agitation on the minor's part. Another minor, 15 years old, has been in custody since August of last year, but was only recently able to open up to his team regarding the details of his claim. And it's easy to imagine how these delays in establishing necessary rapport may impact representation. We've also seen children's mental health suffer significantly, including and notably among the population of unaccompanied Afghan minors, who, being that they all have parole status, would not even be subject to adult detention were they of the age of majority. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Daniel Kim to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Kim with the NYU Law Immigrant Rights Clinic. We represent an individual whose name is anonymized and therefore goes by L. L has lived and worked in Orange County, New York for over 20 years before being incarcerated at Orange County Jail. He has been held in immigration detention there for over a year, and he tested positive for COVID in November 2021. L survived significant trauma as a young person and suffers from mental health and cognitive difficulties. L's detention and the treatment to which he is subjected in OCJ have substantially worsened his mental health, with the jail providing inadequate care and subjecting him to racist and provoking conduct by guards, as well as prolonged solitary confinement. L has not received any COVID-19 vaccinations. In the summer of 2021, OCJ offered L the vaccine. He wanted to know more about it before receiving it. However, the jail never provided L with information in Spanish, the only language that he speaks fluently. In November, L tested positive for COVID. He experienced severe chest pain, difficulty breathing, body aches and chills, sore throat, coughing, loss of taste and smell, difficulty eating, and difficulty sleeping. Counsel for L was only made aware of the severity of L's condition when he could not get out of bed for a legal call. Counsel had to advocate with ICE for L to be sent to the hospital 10 days after first testing positive, where he received an x-ray that displayed, quote, ground glass infiltrates in his lungs. He was discharged and sent back to the jail on the same day. Throughout his illness with COVID, OCJ gave L only Tylenol to manage his symptoms. L faced a long recovery process and had severe symptoms for months after first testing positive. Moreover, officers at OCJ often use racist and derogatory slurs against L when he asked for basic needs to be met, such as medication or water. For example, when L asked for water once, an officer told him, quote, you locked yourself up because you came to this country so you don't get water, end quote. An officer also told L that he was, quote, tired of all you immigrants, that if you were at the border, he would kill all of the immigrants, and that immigrants cause so many problems, end quote. One particularly egregious example of the ongoing abuse and retaliation against L occurred in October 2021, when L came out of his cell to make coffee. One officer, who has a history of being sued for misconduct, told L to put on his jumpsuit, even though other people in detention often walk around without jumpsuits without incident. When L went back to his cell, the officer called him an animal multiple times and said, quote, you fucking redacted, go back to your country, end quote. The officer then placed L in solitary. On the following day, the officer cut L's shower time short and yelled at him to, quote, "get out, animal," end quote. More recently, on February 5th, 2022, the same officer from the prior incident entered L's unit and called in numerous other officers who violently struck and physically restrained L, including multiple guards throwing punches and kicks to L's body and one guard holding L's neck to the ground with his knee. Over 3 weeks later, L is still experiencing neck and knee pain from this assault. Additionally, L has been in some form of isolation for approximately 105 of the last 151 days. He is currently slated to be in disciplinary segregation for an additional week and a half. This prolonged isolation is enormously dangerous, especially for someone with L's mental and cognitive disabilities, his trauma history, and his history of suicidality. As such, L seeks immediate release from immigration detention, as well as meaningful accountability for wholly inadequate care. If I may finish this last sentence. So he seeks release from immigration detention, as well as meaningful accountability for wholly inadequate care, risks due to COVID, and egregious abuses that he and others have survived at OCJ. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Maya McDonald to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Maya McDonald, and I'll be reading anonymous testimony from somebody currently detained in Orange County Jail. I've been detained in ICE custody since October 27th, 2017. I was pursuing my case within immigration court and got denied every opportunity to stay in this country, and eventually lost my appeals too. I called a lot of pro bono lawyers' offices, but nobody took my case for filing appeals, and eventually I was left on my own. Too many violations have been done by ICE officials under the Due Process Clause, but there were no checks and questions about that because we have no rights to ask anything to them about it, according to the ICE officers. No rights at all. My first question would be to the honorable people here. Why am I in county jail for the last 4 years and 4 months and still not deported or released onto the street? The government is not providing any evidence or explanation why I am a threat to the community and a flight risk, or why I am not getting deported. I have been requesting to the ICE department and personally calling the General Inspector Office for their help, but they've never heard my issues. The deportation officers never answer phone calls. There's no updates on processing. Correction officers are treating us as inmates or an incarcerated population on a daily basis because they are trained to handle inmates, but they do not have any training to solve the requests of detained people. They treat us so bad. We cannot bring up our voices to be heard because they know that ICE officers are always backing them. Prices are going up in commissary products day by day, but there's no relief for us and our families at all. Detainees who are employed get paid $1 a day with no raise at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That concludes this panel, so I'll turn it to Chair Hanif for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I'd like to ask Esteban a couple of questions. One, just thank you for lifting up how young detainees are experiencing being detained at this time. I'd like to know, where do the Know Your Rights sessions that you've been hosting or the DOOR has been hosting, where do they take place and how frequently?
So we do Know Your Rights presentations often multiple times a week. These historically, prior to just before COVID, would take place physically here at the DOOR. In 2019, late 2019, transitioned to being in person at the shelters themselves. Now they occur over Zoom with generally a paralegal talking to a conference room full of young people at the shelter.
Got it. So they're provided directly to the shelters, not like schools or in collaboration with other youth-led organizations?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then what are the ages of your clients?
Most of our clients are in their mid-teens. However, we do occasionally deal with minors who are younger. We've had clients as young as 2 or 3 years old.
So young as 2 or 3 would be held at a facility like OCJ?
No, these are ORR detention centers. They are subcontracted to agencies that provide shelter or foster care placements primarily. So they would not be held at Orange County.
Okay. And then could you describe the availability of medical and mental health care treatment for the young detainees?
Of course, every young detainee has an assigned caseworker and clinician. They have reported difficulties sort of opening up to their caseworkers or clinicians. We also have social workers at the door. As for medical care, we've seen and worked with young people who have experienced substantial delays. It can take 1 to up to 3 months for them to be scheduled for a necessary medical appointment.
Got it. And what would you say are the biggest challenges that young people are experiencing?
I would say the biggest challenge that young people experience is, what we call detention fatigue. Many times we hear from young people who have been in detention for upwards of 6 months, and they will tell us they are interested or would like to pursue voluntary departure, even when they have, in what are, in our view, meritorious claims for relief that would allow them to remain here permanently.
Thank you. No more questions for this panel.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you to this panel for their testimony. We'll now be moving on to our next panel. In order, I'll be calling on Uchechukwu Onwa, followed by Tanya Matos, followed by Rosa Santana, followed by Ambien Mitchell, followed by Nicole Kata. Uchechukwu, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Time starts now.
I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you. Let me try muting and unmuting you again. I think there might be something wrong with your audio. We're not able to hear you. Do you want us to circle back to you in a few? Okay. So next I'll call on Tanya Matos to testify. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Matos, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Policy at Envision Freedom Fund, formerly known as Brooklyn Community Bail Fund. I want to thank Chair Hanif for holding your first ever Committee on Immigration hearing on detention in New York and the immense impact these places have on the immigrant community, not only in the 5 boroughs, but also the entire country. Detained people inside Orange County Jail know that this hearing is happening, and it gives them hope to keep going one more day. Back in 2018, myself and colleagues from CUDEP, Baji, Drum, and New York Lawyers for the Public Interest decided to start a coalition called Abolish ICE New York, New Jersey in order to organize for the end of immigration detention in both states. 3 years later, and hundreds of hours of organizing alongside hundreds of detained people in Hudson County, Bergen County, and Essex County, and Elizabeth, and with over 100 endorsing organizations from New York, New Jersey passed their version of detainee not detention in August of 2021. This bill does not allow for any new ICE contracts or renewals. The jails went as far as ending their contracts ahead of their due date or their end date and this is due all because of the organizing that people inside of detention did, much like the people in Orange County Jail are doing now. The amount of media attention the jails received on the abuses happening inside was atrocious. Simultaneously in New York, along with the New York Immigrant Rights Clinic, we started working on ending detention in New York by writing the New York Dignity Not Detention Bill. You may ask, why are we working so hard to end detention across the country? Because as immigrants, we said enough. Enough of the deaths in detention, enough of the mental torture that our families and communities go through in and out of detention, enough of the millions of people that are deported directly by numerous presidents. Later on, you will hear from my colleagues Rosa Santana, and Ambien Mitchell at Envision Freedom Fund, who will go into detail on how it is up to families, organizations, and communities to help release people from detention and deported individuals pick up the pieces of their lives. Some have lost their families, homes, businesses, jobs, and all their money and friends. I've worked in supporting many people in detention and with those who have gone on hunger strike and face retaliation for nonviolent protests of putting their already deteriorating bodies on the health on the line. Orange County is by far one of the 2 facilities where the guards are extremely cruel. As you know, the jail has guards who have had ties to white supremacist groups who go out of their way to making their lives miserable. Monolingual English speakers and Black immigrants, and I don't say this lightly, a living hell. They try to make it that way. I was on the phone with over 20 people last week at Orange County Jail when 56 people went on hunger strike, and I could hear the guards yelling at them, calling them names. As you know, the 2 guards, just give me 1 second. As you know, 2 guards have been moved from the ICE unit over to another facility, but that is not the solution. The solution is to advocate for and fund true rehabilitation programs so we can end jails and no one has to be at the mercy and rule of white supremacists. In the meantime, I urge you to join us advocating for the end of ICE contracts in New York through the Dignity Not Detention Bill, along with California, Illinois, Washington, Maryland, and Oregon, and our sister state of New Jersey. This will send a clear message to the administration that we don't need detention in our states, especially in New York. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to circle back to Uchechukwu Onwa if you're able to testify.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hanif and the rest of the City Council. My name is Uchechukwu Onwa, and I'm the co-director of the Queer Detainee Empowerment Project. We support LGBTQ, gender non-conforming, and HIV-positive immigrants that are detained in immigration prison in New York State, New Jersey, and other states in the West Coast, where a lot of our members are coming and communities are detained by ICE. I'm here as someone with the lived experience of immigration detention and also as an advocate for the LGBTQ immigrant community, specifically those who went through detention and incarceration and are facing very specific struggles in New York City. I want to speak about most important problems in our community that are exposing LGBTQ, gender non-conforming, and HIV-positive people to poverty, physical danger, and risk of slow death. Our first ask to the committee is to prevent New York State from continuing contracting with ICE, pass dignity not detention, and support the release of everyone. Jails and prisons are places of torture where human dignity and rights are broken every day. For us, continuation of ICE contract or more jails equates more ICE space to incarcerate immigrants, including queer and trans immigrants. Every person seeking asylum at the border is sent to ICE detention center, which are terrible and life-threatening places, especially for LGBTQ immigrants. First of all, our trans and gender non-conforming members are sent to facilities based on the gender markers appearing on their IDs. Many people do not have the opportunity to change their names or gender identification on their legal papers in their home country, sometimes because the process simply does not exist or it is not accessible to them. From day one, trans and queer immigrants are exposed to perpetual discrimination, physical violence, constant insult, sexual harassment, and rape coming from the other people who are detained and guards. Majority of our trans and gender non-conforming members are sent to solitary confinement for days, sometimes even weeks or months, as case may be. One of our trans members who was in solitary confinement at Rosalia for 2 months, and she had multiple suicidal attempts. Another was tortured for 2 years at the facility before they were transferred to Chrome in Florida and finally deported back to Jamaica, a country they have never been to in over 40 years. Solitary confinement means being inside of yourself for 23 hours of a day without the right to see other people. It is an unconstitutional form of torture to keep a person in solitary confinement for more than 72 hours. Imagine for a moment the impact on the physical and mental health of a person detained in those conditions. One of our members, a trans woman from Honduras, was detained in solitary confinement in ICE detention center for 2 years. She had 2 suicidal attempts. She stopped trying to commit suicide when she got in touch with QDEP, our organization, and were able to stay in touch with her. Solitary confinement is just one of the examples of how our lives are being
Time
broken
expired.
down and threatened in prison by ICE. As a Black bisexual migrant, Paul suffered extensive harassment and violence at the hands of immigration officers. In one instance, an ICE officer pinned Paul to the wall and threatened to kill him. The officer specifically said that he was mad at Paul because Paul was Black. When Paul filed a grievance about the incident, the same officer retaliated and inverting charges against Paul and putting him in solitary confinement for several days, with officers placing him in distress and consigning him to become suicidal. Then an officer handcuffed Paul, dragged him to the knees, and threatened to mace him in the face if he did not get up. The next morning, Paul attempted suicide and then be brought to this hospital. An expert of his suicidal notes wrote, "Immigrants are treated like trash, food bad, medical bad, everything bad. This is nothing but torture at the facility. Therefore, I don't want to live in it. I don't want to live. I want to die. Tell my daughter that I love her." I want to urge the committee to pass dignity not detention bill, to support the release not transfer, and support the closure of all jails in New York State. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Rosa Santana to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Yes, hello. My name is Rosa Santana. I am the bond director at Envision Freedom Fund, formerly Brooklyn Community Bail Fund. In my role, I establish a hotline that receives calls from various detention centers around the U.S., including Orange County Jail. During those calls, we document complaints, especially those related to human rights violations, conditions of the jails and detention centers. We also receive letters from people in detention who share their experience of racism, abuse, and neglect by the jail. I have been meeting and speaking with people in immigration detention in local jails and prisons in the New York and New Jersey area since 2010. I have spoken with people detained at Orange County Jail for the last 2 years. I have also toured this facility with other advocates about 7 years ago. Unlike some of the other jails in the region with immigration contracts, this jail does not hold regular opportunities for inspections and tours. 2 weeks ago, I contacted the New York field office requesting a tour of this facility, and our request was denied. Orange County is located in a very isolated area, and folks detained in this facility, they report feeling disconnected as their families cannot visit them because the facility is so far away. We have also heard from people detained in this facility who hardly ever see their ICE officers, as they do not often visit this facility. Detainees are unable to get updates of their cases, or report abuses, or ask questions. People in detention from this facility also reported enduring racist treatment and described limited communication between staff members and the population. The staff speaks mostly English, creating misunderstanding and meeting them with hostility. This all makes it very hard for people inside who do not speak English to express their concerns. COVID restrictions have worsened these conditions. People detained at this facility have reported being locked in their cells for most of the day, with nothing to do but sleep day and night, as there are not other ways to occupy their time. There's no services or educational courses that are being offered. Tablet is the only way of entertainment where they have to pay very high fees to use any features such as media and visitation capabilities. Officers decide not to charge the batteries of the tablets, so they are unable to use them. Essential hygiene products such as toilet tissue, toothpaste are often denied. If they request such essentials or complain about their lack, they are often locked in the box for several days. In the last couple of weeks, we have seen an increase in return of books. We are being informed that books are being returned because the recipients are in isolation. Instead of holding the books, the facility is refusing them. Medical care is one of the main topics of the complaints that we received at Envision Freedom.
Time expired.
I'm sorry, I need to finish.
Go for it.
Has submitted more than 200 pages of complaints through the past 6 months trying to get medical attention. Every time he's told to submit another request, and he still have not received medical care. The facility is unable to guarantee the health and safety of incarcerated people, particularly amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. This folks also describe a feeling of torture in this facility. Some of them have expressed fear of losing their lives for not receiving medical care. They have also said that officers lack empathy and treat them as that they're not human. Bonds have increased from 2021 in this facility specifically to now to 2022. In the beginning of the year, we were paying relatively bonds in the range of $1,500 to $4,000. After transfers started happening to Orange County, bonds have been as high as $20,000. $10,000 is the most common bond that we have seen at the bond fund so far. Last week, we posted a $20,000 bond for someone who is only 19 years old. These bonds amounts are unjust. Immigrants' families work very hard to support themselves. Most immigrants' families cannot afford them. So their loved ones stay lingering in detention because due to lack of funds. I am highly concerned with the jail's conditions and how they treat detained community members. The lack of essential hygiene products during a pandemic should not be happening. And this shows just how in the recent COVID-19 outbreaks. The sense of desperation and fear for people detained in this facility is something that we cannot ignore. People should not be caged in a place where they feel they can't lose their life. This jail must be closed, and we cannot wait for lives to be lost or for the jail to take responsibility or make changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Ambien Mitchell to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ambien Mitchell, and I am the post-release coordinator at Envision Freedom Fund. So I provide reentry support to people leaving ICE detention. I've worked with many people detained at Orange County Jail over the years, and unfortunately, a dear friend of mine is detained there as I speak. It is his voice that I wish were present here in person today, along with all other voices of those suffering in anguish and despair in that jail. The day-to-day tasks of my work consist of listening to the myriad atrocities detained people have endured and supporting them in addressing their subsequent emergent needs, overwhelmingly related to medical attention and mental health care. It's my job to help them seek medical treatment for conditions which went untreated in ICE custody, finish treatment for conditions which went halfway treated, or at worst have corrective treatment done to counteract harm caused by the medical so-called care in ICE jail. I support them in beginning to rebuild their lives and their physical and mental health. People leave detention deeply traumatized, often needing weeks, months, or longer to recover to a point where they can simply walk down the street without feeling an overwhelming fear of being followed, surveilled, or rearrested. The toll ICE detention takes on one's medical and mental health is immense, sometimes irreversible. Those detained at Orange County are subject to guards who have hateful, racist outbursts and are verbally and physically abusive. Some guards have reacted with vitriolic anti-Blackness and xenophobia when hearing detained people speaking to each other in their indigenous dialect. Those overheard simply greeting each other and exchanging pleasantries have been subsequently harassed and punished. The food is inedible and causes significant digestive issues. One recently released man told me, quote, "It stays in my stomach for 8 days." Medical care is negligent at best and actively harmful at worst. One man was released from Orange County Jail in the winter wearing sandals, nearly completely unable to walk due to an infection in his toes. He explained that one nail clipper is shared among 60 detained people. My friend who remains detained today put in multiple requests to go to the infirmary to seek medical care for a chronic health condition. He only received attention after collapsing multiple times. Those detained at Orange County Jail have nearly no agency to protect themselves either from the guards' abuse nor from disease. After the holidays, one detained person told me that he heard the guards joking amongst themselves. One of them had tested positive for COVID and was already back at work 3 days later. There's absolutely no care for the health or safety of those in ICE's custody at Orange County or any detention center. So seeing firsthand the horrific impacts of detention on human beings, their families, and their communities, I sincerely beg of you to heed our call for releases. Please do not prolong their suffering and help us release those detained and close Orange County Jail today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Nicole Kata to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Hanif and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Kata, and I am the Director of Immigrant Rights Policy at the New York Immigration Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the urgency of ending ICE detention and to support the scores of detained immigrant New Yorkers who have protested the inhumane conditions and perils of ICE detention in New York State. Currently, New York State permits localities to collaborate with ICE to forcibly separate New Yorkers from their families and communities and detain them in upstate county jails. For those in jails, prisons, and immigration detention, COVID-19 has confirmed the racist and heartless underpinnings of our criminal, legal, and immigration systems. In the early months of the pandemic, it was 2 detention centers in New York and California, the Buffalo Federal Detention Facility in Batavia, and the Otay Mesa Detention Center in San Diego that reported the highest numbers of COVID-19 positive cases. Rather than take immediate steps to slow the spread of the disease and protect immigrants detained at these facilities, ICE ignored the problem, restricted access to personal protective equipment, and fought against attempts to release vulnerable immigrant detainees on bond. As we have heard today, the problem is not restricted to federal facilities. As of February 8th, 2022, there are 279 people detained at the federally owned facility in Batavia, 144 people detained at Orange County Jail, 3 detained in Clinton County Jail, and 2 detained at Rensselaer County Jail. All of them face heightened risk of COVID-19 because of the conditions of their confinement. Ending state support for detention is an urgent public health imperative. Now, more than 2 years after COVID-19 was first detected in the United States, people across the country and throughout our state are languishing in detention, prisons, and jails, and continue to be denied basic protective equipment, social distancing measures, access to necessary healthcare services, and potentially life-saving release programs, resulting in a death sentence for many with no repercussions for those responsible. States and localities must do everything they can to defend their residents from the federal deportation machine and ensure families can stay together, not languish in jails, prisons, or detention centers. ICE is able to maintain its detention and deportation system through the cooperation of state and local authorities. Our state should no longer funnel any New Yorkers into ICE custody and must end its complicity in the separation of New York City families and the traumatizing of immigrant communities. This is why the NYIC supports the New York for All Act, which would prohibit state and local officers from enforcing federal immigration laws and sharing information with federal immigration authorities, as well as the Dignity Not Detention Act, which would prohibit state governmental entities from entering into and renewing immigration detention contracts with ICE and private companies. Moreover, the NYIC urges the City Council and the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs to support access to justice for detained immigrant New Yorkers and to fully fund immigration, legal, and support services. The City Council must join the national movement to end ICE detention and to protect all residents of our city. I urge the City Council to support the pre-considered resolution calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the Governor to sign the Dignity Not Detention Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That concludes testimony for this panel, so I'll turn it to Chair Hanif for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much to the panelists for testifying. Tanya, I'd love to know what support your coalition could use.
Yes, so really what we are trying to do is apply more pressure to Orange County Jail, but also the elected officials at Orange govern Orange County, because that county is making money off of our community members' bodies. So everyone in that county is complicit. So I think even if it's a legislator to legislator conversation, just continuing to apply a pressure to that county, as well as the mayor and other individuals, I think it's very key to what we've done in the past and what we're doing, what we want to do in the future. And of course, when opportunity comes up to come and testify as the representative of not just your district, but also of immigrants on behalf of the City Council for New York City immigrants, when Albany does decide to bring this up as a vote, your voice would be very, very important in there. And when as well, I mean, there's so many things we can do. I think there is an opportunity to go to the jail. I believe that many of the council members, especially in the immigration committee, do have people that are their constituents. So going there and advocating for your constituents is also really important, or writing letters to ICE on behalf of individuals that are your constituents in the facility. We do have a list of individuals that are calling for the releases of their release, right? So, any letter of support for their case would mean so much to them. So yeah, those are just a couple of things that can be done.
Thank you. We absolutely want to continue to collaborate and partner on this. Do you have a sense of how much Orange County is making from this contract with ICE?
Yes. So we do have the numbers, and these are estimates because we don't have up-to-date numbers on how many individuals are being held at Orange County Jail right now, but it is around $1 million per year. But I can send you the exact numbers based off of about 80 or so individuals that were held as of the last numbers according to ICE.
Thank you. And then a question for Uchechukwu. I don't know if they're still on. Could you share how homophobic and transphobic violence play out in detention centers?
I'm sorry, Chair. I think that Uche has left.
Okay, we can follow up later. No additional questions for this panel then.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we're going to be moving on to our next and final panel. Thank you all for your patience today. In order, I'll be calling on Yasmin Farhang, followed by Zachary Ahmed, followed by Emmy Cantos, followed by Gabriela Vieira, followed by Matthew Escalante, followed by Hope Johnson, followed by Daniel Atona, followed by Hina Sharma. Yasmin Farhang, you may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you to Committee Chair Hanif for holding this hearing and for holding it as your first hearing as chair of this committee. My name is Yasmin Farhang. I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Immigrant Defense Project, which was founded over 20 years ago to combat the crisis of immigrants being targeted for mass deportation. IDP is devoted specifically for fighting for justice for immigrants caught at the intersection of the racially biased US criminal and immigration systems. So 2 years into the pandemic, the public health crisis, as we know, is not over for people who are incarcerated throughout the country, including right here on Rikers Island and throughout the state. For immigrant New Yorkers who are subjected to over-policing and who have had contact with police and the criminal legal system, ICE entanglement at the local and state level further risks ICE detention. Just this month, IDP released a report together with the Center for Constitutional Rights and 5 community members directly impacted by ICE detention during the pandemic who shared their stories. This report, Cruel by Design, Voices of Resistance from Immigration Detention, is linked to in my testimony, and excerpts are also attached to my longer written testimony. The narratives of the community members, I really urge the council to read directly, are also attached. And the stories shared there and by many people today make clear how the tactics used by ICE put immigrants at further risk during the pandemic. The past and ongoing organizing by those who are detained through hunger strikes, direct action, sign-on letters, and engagement with the press shine light on the violence in ICE detention, and a violence that long predates this pandemic. So a timeline of developments in immigration detention, as well as a map of the spread of the virus in immigration detention, are also attached to my testimony from the report. As the stories shared today make clear, the egregiousness of ICE detention, of its dehumanization and dangerous conditions, is not accidental, and that is key. Detention itself is used as a way to coerce immigrants into deportation. Denying liberty is by design a way to undermine people's ability to fight their deportation. For immigrant New Yorkers who are impacted by over-policing and by the racist criminal legal system, the coercion is all the more acute because of decades-old provisions within immigration law that not only allow for, but seek to mandate detention of people with certain convictions. This often puts people impacted in the unconscionable position of having to choose whether to be subject to prolonged detention while they fight their case, or face deportation. There's also a chart laying out forms of immigration detention attached to this testimony from the report as well. The crisis of ICE detention requires us to end the system entirely. Secretary Mayorkas recently stated that, quote, ICE is not the agency of the past.
I'm expired.
I'll finish now, that it's focused on making communities safe. Immigrants in detention are not safe and their humanity continues to be disregarded. For this reason, we call on the city to use all avenues at its disposal at the local level by strengthening our laws to stop the police to deportation and detention pipeline, but also to be accountable, the city must publicly recommit to its role as co-chair of Cities for Action and advocate for federal policies that protect all immigrant New Yorkers at greatest risk. We heard about that a little today, and I ask for a public recommitment from the city on that now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, I'd like to welcome Zachary Ahmed to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Ahmed, and I'm a senior policy counsel at the New York Civil Liberties Union, the New York affiliate of the ACLU. Our organization has brought multiple lawsuits on behalf of people in ICE detention at the Orange County Correctional Facility and the Federal Detention Facility in Batavia, and we've fought to pass laws and policies to protect the rights of immigrants across New York State. I want to thank Chair Hanif and the rest of the Immigration Committee for holding this important hearing. I know the committee has heard a lot of affecting testimony already today about the alarming conditions at Orange County and Rensselaer County and the experiences of the people detained there and the nature of their contracts with ICE. And we will also be submitting written testimony. But with my brief remarks today, I want to urge the Council to adopt Pre-Considered Resolution 225 of 2022 in support of the Dignity Not Detention Act, and also take up and adopt Resolution 1648 of 2021 in support of the New York for All Act. These are two critical pieces of state legislation that will work together to help end the immigration detention and deportation pipelines in New York. Dignity Not Detention would end the direct and tangible complicity that counties like Orange have in enabling the immigration detention system. By allowing immigration jails to contract with and profit from ICE detention, New York effectively allows mass incarceration of immigrants to continue on a scale that would not be possible without the assistance of county correctional facilities like these. So banning these contracts, as the bill would do, is part of a larger nationwide strategy to shrink the immigration detention system, and we appreciate the Council's support. But it's not sufficient to merely end the renting of jail space. New York also needs to eliminate the many, often less visible ways that state and local authorities assist with immigration enforcement, such as by sharing information with ICE, transferring people into ICE custody, and letting ICE interrogate people in local custody. That's what New York for All Act would do. Just as other states like California and Washington have done, and New York City has done to an extent, New York for All would in multiple ways prohibit state and local government officials from, including law enforcement, from using their resources and time on duty to help ICE carry out its deportation machine. Finally, while much of the focus of today's hearing has been on ICE detention contracts that exist elsewhere in the state, and while New York City does not rent cell space to ICE in the same way that counties like Orange do, the City Council cannot ignore the ways in which New York City continues to funnel people into the deportation pipeline. As has been discussed a little bit earlier today in the hearing, the City Council passed multiple laws over the past decade that restrict the use of immigration detainers and the use of resources for immigration enforcement. But each of those laws is hampered by exceptions that allow the city to turn people over to ICE based on their criminal histories or allow law enforcement to continue partnering with ICE in certain circumstances. Last June, this committee, under former chairperson Carlos Menchaca, held a hearing to scrutinize the city's continued cooperation with ICE, and there was legislation introduced, 3 bills in particular, to begin to close some of those loopholes in the city's laws. And that legislation, unfortunately, didn't pass. So while this committee is examining the relationships that county jails in New York have with ICE, I just want to encourage the council to also take a critical look at New York City's own dealings with ICE and use its lawmaking authority to close the gaps in our local laws. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Emmy Cantos to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmy Cantos, and I'm the Rate Response Intake Paralegal at Make the Road New York. Make the Road New York is one of 3 organizations that make up the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, which is funded by MOYA and the New York State Office for New Americans. Through the collaborative, we've provided hundreds of intakes to individuals living in our city and state with final orders of deportation at imminent risk of ICE detention and deportation. Through this work, we have seen the terrible impact that detention has had on our communities. I will be uplifting 2 stories of our clients today. Alonso is a longtime New York City resident who was detained by ICE in the winter of 21. Despite not being a priority for enforcement, he was taken to Orange County Jail, where his unit was placed in a 2-week quarantine lockdown due to a COVID-19 surge. Alonso stated several times that he was afraid to die of COVID-19 due to the lack of sanitary conditions, ventilation, and social distancing. Contracting COVID-19 was even more dangerous for Alonso because of his serious underlying conditions, including his cardiac and stroke history. Within days of detention, Alonso was taken to the emergency room with severe chest pains and spent 4 days in the hospital. Days after returning to Orange County Jail, Alonso was re-hospitalized for similar reasons. Yet ICE continued to detain him, denying his parole request. Only after weeks of advocacy and public pressure was Alonso released back to his loved ones. The aftermath of his arrest and detention has left him permanently scarred, and hopes his story serves as a reminder of why detention is inhumane and futile. Another client, John, was arrested on an early morning this month during a home raid. Just like Alonso, John did not fall under any of ICE's own enforcement priorities. John has many chronic health conditions, including heart disease, a history of heart attack, and diabetes. 2 days after he was arrested and detained, John suffered another heart attack that required emergency hospitalization and surgery. Despite his fragile health, ICE returned him to Orange County Jail and placed him in a 24-hour solitary confinement, per the facility's quarantine policy. In the week following his discharge from the hospital, jail staff twice failed to provide John timely access to his medications. John also struggles to control his blood sugar levels, as the food provided by the jail is completely unsuited for his diabetic needs. ICE finally released John from detention today after weeks of unnecessary damage to his body and trauma to him and his loved ones. John should have never been arrested in the first place and suffered pointless harm to his body and his family. With all this in mind, we have 3 clear demands that we ask this committee to advocate and support. First, New York State must end its relationship with ICE and its complicity in separating New York families. Second, New York State and New York City should continue to fund and expand access to counsel for immigrants in removal proceedings and in detention. Third, we urge the council to pass a resolution to reinforce the need and importance of Dignity Not Detention Act. I thank you, the committee, for this time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Gabriela Vieira to testify. You may begin when you're ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you. My name is Gabriela Vieira, and I'm testifying from my home in Harlem. And I'm also the advocacy manager at Detention Watch Network, which is a national coalition of over 200 organizations and individuals across the country organizing to end the use of immigration detention in the US. I'm here to testify about the importance of doing that here in New York and to support all immigrants detained in the state whose lives are in jeopardy at the hands of ICE. ICE's immigration detention system has a well-documented history of abhorrent conditions, including abuse and medical negligence. And we also know that in times of crisis, these already terrible conditions worsen. For instance, extended solitary confinement, a practice that's recognized as torture, becomes a mode of quarantining the sick. Visits from loved ones, which are sometimes people's only lifeline on the inside, are limited or eliminated entirely. Lack of access to hygiene products like soap, toilet paper, and masks put people at heightened risk, and opportunities for release are further narrowed with the cancellation of court proceedings. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought the exacerbation of all these abuses and more. And, as we've heard extensively today, New York facilities are no exception. The Batavia Service Processing Center reports some of the highest COVID case numbers over the course of the pandemic in the Northeast, reporting which we also know to be an underestimation given inconsistent testing and community accounts. Public health experts have been clear from the beginning that the appropriate response to free people from detention is to free people from detention, but instead ICE has put at risk both those detained at the facility as well as New Yorkers on the outside. Research that DWN conducted regarding the community impact of ICE's inadequate COVID practices in detention ranked New York as the 5th most impacted state, estimating that ICE's failure to respond adequately was responsible for more than 10% of cases in the state between May and August of 2020. Understandably, people want to move forward from this traumatic experience, but the threat that COVID brings to people's lives is still very real, especially for those in detention, prisons, and jails who are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. The hunger strike that began at Orange County Jail this month actually joins the at least nearly 100 strikes that thousands of people in detention have participated in across the country just since the pandemic began to protest the continuing dangerous conditions, lack of medical care, abusive treatment from guards, and their right to return to their loved ones. ICE's retaliatory response is also regrettably common practice. People navigating their immigration cases should be able to do so with their loved ones and community, not just now in the face of a global pandemic, but always. So what needs to be clear here is that all the abuses that have been detailed throughout this hearing today are endemic to the system and cannot be resolved or reformed. Elected officials have too long allowed enforcement policies to wrongly rule over safety, public safety, and human rights.
Time expired.
And sorry, just one more second. Speaking from the national perspective and national advocacy, the federal government is failing to do what they need to do to protect immigrants. And so the city council must take on the charge for the sake of its residents, and DWN urges the city council to support the resolution calling on New York State legislator to join states across the country who are also moving to end ICE detention by passing the Dignity Not Detention Act and ensuring our state is safe for all those who call it home.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Matthew Escalante to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Escalante, and I am a student at NYU School of Law and an advocate in the law school's Immigrant Rights Clinic. I'm here to testify about the importance of supporting the New York Dignity Not Detention Act, which is presently being considered in the state legislature. The Dignity Not Detention Act gets New York out of the business of immigration detention. The bill prohibits state governmental entities from entering and renewing immigration detention contracts with ICE and private companies. The D&D further requires state entities that currently have a detention contract, like Orange County, to terminate the contract with ICE. Additionally, the bill prohibits any person or private entity from owning or operating immigration detention facilities within the state. The D&D is critical in protecting our neighbors, friends, family members, and communities. As others have so passionately testified, conditions in detention are characteristic of the neglect and abuse exacted on those inside. And the deadly pandemic has only exacerbated the dangers of detention. Yet immigration detention not only dehumanizes the individuals detained, but also traumatizes their loved ones and communities. The forced separations inherent in ICE detention can have severe detrimental impact on children's mental and social emotional health, and further pushes family to the brink of financial crisis with the detention of economic providers. Additionally, the D&D would compel even those counties with existing detention contracts, but who are not currently detaining anyone, to cut their agreements with ICE, thereby eliminating a looming threat of violence against immigrant New Yorkers. The New York D&D would reaffirm the state's and this city's commitment to immigrant rights and racial justice. Immigration detention disproportionately affects Black and Brown New Yorkers, and by ending its contract with ICE, New York can protect Black and Latinx communities. New York has already committed itself to end incarceration for profit when it passed legislation that prohibits the operation of private prisons within the state. The D&D would therefore close a loophole that has permitted immigrant New Yorkers to be prisoners for profit in New York for many years. Similar legislation to the New York D&D was successfully passed and signed into law in Maryland, New Jersey, California, Washington, and Illinois. Support of this bill would place New York back as a national leader in immigrant rights. ICE relies on the continued cooperation of state and local authorities to continue its traumatic and inhumane detention and deportation system. New York should not funnel any New Yorkers into ICE custody and must end its complicity in the separation of New York City families. I urge the members of this committee to join the national movement to end ICE detention and protect all residents of our city. I further implore the City Council to support the resolution calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign the Dignity Not Detention Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Hope Johnson to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Hope Johnson, and I'm a New York City resident, and I work as a data scientist at the UCLA Law COVID Behind Bars Data Project. I have a background in health data analysis, and together with my team of data scientists and health researchers, I've spent the past 2 years tracking the pandemic in prisons, jails, and ICE detention centers across the US. My organization serves as the primary source of data on the pandemic in ICE detention centers for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC. So according to data reported by ICE, at least 215 people at Batavia Processing Center and at least 28 people detained at Orange County Jail have been infected with COVID since the start of the pandemic. The number of confirmed cases at Orange County Jail rose by 75% since Omicron was first detected in the US. To make matters worse, the population at Orange County Jail is now 80% higher than it was last year at this time, and high population density is a known risk factor for COVID outbreaks. One outbreak at Batavia, beginning on December 17, 2021, lasted for over 2 weeks straight. We calculate that there have been at least 80 COVID outbreaks at Batavia since the beginning of the pandemic, meaning that that facility has been in a state of outbreak for more than a quarter of the entire pandemic. Public health experts have agreed that releasing people from confinement is the most effective way to prevent outbreaks in high-risk settings such as ICE detention centers. Although ICE has the discretion to release people, instead they choose to keep individuals detained in overcrowded facilities where social distancing is impossible and infection rates are high. In addition to high population density, frequent transfers of people in and out of ICE detention facilities exacerbates outbreak conditions. In December 2021 alone, more than 30,000 people were newly booked into ICE detention across the US. The fact that transfers are used as a means of retaliation in New York goes against public health guidelines and can have deadly consequences for detained people. Nobody held in ICE detention was sentenced to death by COVID. This inhumane and unjust treatment of immigrants does not reflect the values we share as New Yorkers. Throughout the entire pandemic, bad data reporting practices have almost certainly concealed cases and deaths in ICE detention. In October of 2021, my organization rated the data reporting and quality of each correctional agency across the country with a scorecard, and we gave ICE a failing grade. ICE reports no information on vaccinations at all, nor infections among staff members, and the only testing information ICE reports is a system-wide total. Although there are people detained in 4 ICE facilities in New York State, ICE only reports data for 2 facilities, Batavia and Orange County Jail. This information is essential to public health officials and others who are working hard to bring the pandemic under control, and ICE's refusal to share data endangers all of us. Now is the time for New York State officials to take resolute steps to gain control over COVID and ICE detention. This starts with releasing people rather than transferring them. The culture of secrecy and resistance to oversight within ICE detention presents a significant threat to public health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Daniel Atona to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Atona. I'm the political coordinator at For the Many, which is a grassroots organization based in Mid-Hudson Valley. We work in Orange County with undocumented immigrants, so we are very familiar with the long history of neglect and abuse at Orange County Jail in Goshen. ICE uses the jail to hold detainees from New York City, Long Island, and the Hudson Valley. Tragically, in 2016, a detainee died there while in ICE custody. Many of the details from that case remain redacted. Last year, the Immigrant Rights Clinic at NYU School of Law filed a complaint with the Department of Homeland Security and the Orange County Sheriff's Office about the treatment of one of their clients who was identified by his initials LGC. LGC is a mentally ill Mexican immigrant. He said he has been put in solitary confinement, given incorrect doses of medication, and verbally abused. He has attempted suicide 4 times. LGC's attorney is Molly Lauterbach from Brooklyn Defender Services. She said, "I've called the jail to report my concerns about his injurious behavior and was told I was wasting their mental health resources and that he was lying to me, which was patently untrue given what I observed with my own eyes. This pattern of abuse and secrecy has not improved. Last month, City Limits reported on a COVID outbreak at the jail. Organizations providing legal representation to detainees said that at least 50 detainees had COVID-like symptoms. However, the jail has not provided easy access to vaccines or new masks. A community member who was held at Orange County Jail has spoken with my org on the condition of anonymity. He said that while he was there, he was forced to sign an agreement saying that he got PPE, when in reality, he did not. People who did not sign the form were threatened with beatings. Earlier this month, For the Many signed onto a multi-org complaint about the jail to the Department of Homeland Security Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. Detailed in the complaint are a series of disturbing allegations. Detainees have reported being called racist and xenophobic slurs, being yelled at for speaking Spanish, being beaten, being denied medical care, and being served food that makes them physically ill. Andreas said that he witnessed 6 officers beat up one unarmed detainee. I quote, "The officers jumped on him, hitting him. One of them was holding him down. Another had his knee on the man's neck. They pepper sprayed him and wouldn't let him move. He was yelling for help." Other complaints include scalding hot showers, freezing cold temperatures in cells, and a lack of clean clothes. The New York Daily News reported that on February 16, detainees in the jail began a hunger strike. One detainee, identified by the initials OF, said the guards reacted to the hunger strike by threatening to turn off our water. No one should be treated this way. The United Nations building, it's here in New York. Every day, American diplomats and dignitaries gather there to discuss problems from around the world. That's important work, but there are human rights abuses happening right here in our backyard that our government is ignoring. For the Many is calling for the release of all immigrant detainees back to their communities and the termination of ICE's contract with Orange County Jail. We urge the New York City Council to pressure the state legislature to pass Senator Salazar's New York for All Act, which would prohibit state and local officers from enforcing federal immigration law, sharing sensitive information with ICE, and
Time expired.
New York should welcome all immigrants, but to do that, we cannot welcome ICE. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to now welcome Hina Sharma to testify. You may begin when you are ready.
My name is Hina Sharma, and I am testifying from Harlem. I'm here to stand in solidarity with the many detained folks sharing their stories and using their bodies to make demands for their freedom. We know ICE is incapable of providing care. They can only destroy lives and entire communities. There's no amount of language access, trauma-informed training, bolstering of staffing, or know your rights training that will actually protect Black and Brown communities targeted by ICE. Even if ICE were to provide better legal representation, commissary, and access to medical care and mental health services, we are still sending the message that some people should be detained as long as the conditions in prison are humane, quote. Making legal distinctions about who should be rightfully detained and deported is conceding that some people should be in cages. Even if correctional officers received anti-racism trainings or stopped saying racial slurs, that still would not make it acceptable for anyone to be detained, as the structures of ICE and the prison industrial complex themselves are violently racist. The United States foundations are rotten to the core, built on stolen land and the mass genocide of indigenous peoples, built off chattel slavery of African peoples and their descendants. Since its founding, the controlling and caging of racialized others has been the go-to solution of this empire. And since its founding, there have been efforts to reform these institutions into more palatable and humanitarian incarceration. It is beyond time to recognize that reform in half steps are not adequate, nor are they acceptable in the face of innumerable death and violence caused by incarceration, border control, and ICE. New York must immediately cease its collaboration with ICE and end any contracts between its jails and the deportation machine. Ending ICE is the only way we can attempt to honor the many who have lost their lives in detention and to bring peace to the many who are left to heal and grieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That concludes testimony for this panel, so I'll turn it to Chair Hanif for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. I don't have any questions for this panel. Just want to thank all of our panelists for your advocacy and your organizations for keeping up the good fight.
Thank you, Chair. We've concluded public testimony at this time. If we've inadvertently missed anyone that has registered to testify today and is yet to be called, please use the Zoom raise hand function now, and you will be called on in the order in which your hand is raised. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so we've concluded the public portion of this hearing, and I will turn it to Chair Hanif for closing remarks.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big thanks to the committee staff and my team for 6 hours of today's hearing, our first one. And as I mentioned very early on at 10 a.m., I'm recovering from a major surgery. I was not feeling well throughout. And so I just appreciate your grace with me, and just for holding it together as we listen to every single testimony today. Thank you to our interpreters. I was also really glad to have live captioning today, and I hope to continue to make these hearings more accessible with improved interpretation as we go on. I know there was issues with flow. We will see how to improve and move with simultaneous interpretation, hopefully, in the next hearings. And thank you all so much for tuning in to our first Immigration Committee hearing. Thanks to all who testified, especially our panelists detained or formerly detained at OCJ, for your courageous articulation of the vile, disrespectful, inhumane, unjust, I could keep going, conditions and the severe aftermath and challenges after release. I've learned so much and feel even more emboldened and empowered to be in this work with you all and to continue this work together. And I look forward to using the powers of this committee, my powers as council member, to advance the Dignity Not Detention Resolution and the New York for All Act. We are a city committed to abolishing ICE and ending all forms of detention and incarceration. Thank you, and I'm hopeful for all the ways we will co-conspire to protect all undocumented New Yorkers. I will be gaveling out.